Oh, hi, I didn't see it. I bet you're an Extralifer. Wait, what is Extralife? Seriously? Extralife is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. We raised $13.5 million last year, and all because of people like you.
Oh, well, I'm not even sure why I'm here with an intro like that, but I'll be hosting this. Welcome, everybody, for Extra Life Phoenix Giving Tuesday live stream. I am your host. I hold shift throughout the day today. We've got a really fun day laid out for you guys, all for the benefit of Extra Life and the Phoenix Children's Hospital. And the end of the story is you're really probably wondering what exactly is Giving Tuesday alongside Extra Life, a global generosity movement unleashing the power of people and organizations to transform their communities and the world. Giving Tuesday was created back in the year 2012. And it's the simple idea is where it all started from. It's just a day that encourages people to do some good. Over the past 7 years, this idea has grown into a global movement that inspires hundreds of millions of people to give, collaborate, and celebrate generosity, striving to build a world in which the power of generosity is at the heart of the society that we build together. And with that, of course, the Phoenix Children's Memorial Hospital is what we're looking to try to support through here, mostly off the fact that kids cannot wait. 100% of the children that Phoenix Children's Memorial is committed to serving is in the community that is, of course, hit largely by COVID-19 and the pandemic that we've been dealing with throughout the 2020 year. And the reality of it is the fact that kids cannot wait for a cure, for the curve to flatten, or even for an economic boost. The need right now is absolutely great. And with that, one of our promoting sponsors today is Raising Cane's, as we'll be taking donations throughout the entirety of this live stream, up to $5,000. Raising Cane's will be trying to match up to that value. So don't hesitate. Throughout the entirety of the stream, you can donate. If you find that the cause is worth donating towards near this holiday season, all of your dollars will be matched up to $5,000 by Raising Cane's. But with that, we have to go through what exactly we have on the schedule for today, because we've set up what we're kind of here for. With Madden NFL 21, the finals that'll be coming up to start the show here for us just a little bit. And then we'll be switching over to Fortnite, one of the global phenomena battle royale games really of this decade, let's be honest, at this point in time. And then we'll swap over to one of the largest esports currently in the video game world of League of Legends. And then we'll close out this stream with one of the new upcoming games from the Riot Company. Valorant will have both the semifinals and the grand finals for you guys as we go through. So again, it'll be a really fun day. Again, I might hold shift with you throughout, but I've got a lot of other people with me. But we got to get things kicked off. And quite literally, as we'll jump to our football title, it's Madden NFL 21 coming up first.
The next game in our tournament lineup is Madden NFL 21. In Madden, competitors are able to take control of their fielded players in order to execute specific plays. These plays are chosen before each down, but can only be known by the person who chose it. This results in some intense mind games between competitors on both offense and defense. Prepare for some high-intensity, heavy-hitting gameplay, because it's now time for Madden to kick off.
What's going on, good people? A beautiful Tuesday here, a beautiful day to do some giving here for the Extra Life Phoenix Giving Tuesday live stream. Larry Ridley here, SNY TV, that's Sportsnet New York, NBC Sports, Madden NFL, and also NBA 2K League rolling along here on a Tuesday. Guys, make sure that you donate. Hit that donation button. Give money as much as you can. All of the donations truly help. We're trying to help children in need, especially our partners, Extra Life and Phoenix Children's Hospital, one of the better children's hospitals, a leading children's hospital in this country and in the world out there in Phoenix. They do great work. We want to help these kids as they go through some trying times, get treatments and other things to sort of help them out during these trying times. Got Brandon Bell here, former Bengals linebacker here. Brandon, good Tuesday to you, buddy. Thanks for joining us.
How you doing? Thanks for having me.
Good stuff, man. So tell the people a little bit about yourself. Big-time captain at Division 1A Penn State University, the Fighting Nittanies, and also played football in the National Football League, man. Tell us a little bit about your bio.
Yeah, man. I'm from the great state of New Jersey. You know what I'm saying? Down southern New Jersey. And like you said, made my way to Penn State State College, played ball there from 2013 to 16. Like I said, I was a captain my senior year. One of the best years, Big Ten championship, Rose Bowl, where we lost, unfortunately. And then 2017, undrafted free agent to the Bengals, and had 2 or 3 years there and bounced around a few training camps and also the XFL. And now I'm here today.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Yeah, absolutely, man. A great sort of journey for you, man, and we're excited to have you here. We've done a lot of work together in some of the events that we do here.
Yes,
But
sir.
today, what we're doing, we've got the Extra Life Phoenix Giving Tuesday live stream. This is the Madden 21 Championship. A lot of guys registered that had qualifiers more than a week ago, a little less than 2 weeks ago, and now we are set with the grand finals. It is the best 2 out of 3. And Brandon, it is all about the money when we talk about competitive play and esports. The shmoney, $1,000. We can do a lot with $1,000 right now, right? I mean,
Yes,
right?
you can. Yes, you can. Shoot, I
Got
might
Christmas
join in.
coming
I
around.
might join in. I might join in and hop on the stick.
Well, we don't know about your stick skills. We need to check some of that out. I know my stick skills are not very good. As we take a look here at the bracket here, and once again, 2 out of 3 guys. The grand finals, best of 3. So the first 1 to 2 wins the money. It's $1,000 prize pool. You can see the grand finals here. D. Klein and Hugs, James Huggins and Daniel Kleiman. James Huggins, 32 from Newark, New Jersey. Daniel Kleiman, 23 from Gilbert, Arizona. Daniel playing with the Bucks, James playing with the Jags. Let's go ahead and dive right into it. Larry Ridley here, SN1 TV. Also got Brandon Bell, former Bengals linebacker, and it looks like we got a bucket, not a bucket, but we got a touchdown on the board just like that. And it will be Daniel Kleiman, the 23-year-old from Gilbert, Arizona, got a touchdown, opening drive, almost 80 yards. He took it to the house, Brandon. Like that.
Quick one, like that. Under 2 minutes. Nice and efficient.
Absolutely.
What the Jags can do.
What a minute was it? Minute 48 because we're doing 5-minute quarters. Once again, all Madden is the setting here. Standard Madden Championship Series rules that our good friends and partners at EA Sports voiced the Madden video game from 2014 to 2018. That was Madden 25, Madden 15, 16, 17, and 18 with the pregame, postgame, and the Gauntlet halftime show for Madden. Brandon, interesting here. This guy's in the final here. James Huggins from our state of New Jersey. I live in Bayonne. You're from South New Jersey. James Huggins, 32 years of age, from Newark, playing with the Jags.
No,
what gives?
I know. I haven't seen anyone play with the Jags. He must have someone that he believes in, whether it's Minshew or the receivers, who knows. But very rare to see the Jags.
Yeah, I know the Bucs are really good in this game. They got Tom Brady, you got Antonio Brown, you got Mike Evans and Gronk.
Do you believe they're the dream team of this year?
I would say for Madden, I mean, clearly we've seen in the NFL, the real NFL, they're 7-5. So, there's some questions about, Brady throwing the ball downfield and working with B.A. Bruce Arians, the head coach. But we'll see what the Jags can do here. Like you said, Minshew, I know he's been injured a little bit. Had a pretty good year last year. They call them jorts. Wears those cut-off jean shorts from Washington State.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, the Bucs defense is looking tight right now. As they are in real life. They've got the names, the big names. Is he short?
And he is a little short. That's a gain of 9 yards. That'll be 4th and 1. Here's the problem, Brandon. You look at Tampa. I mean, you look at Jacksonville. Guard, I mean, a nice story, but you just saw that pass there. See, it had a little air under it and things of that nature.
Yeah,
he doesn't have the strongest arm in this game.
No, sir. No, sir. Gonna need a little bit of zip to get it in there.
Yeah, 4th down and 1 coming up here. Minshew in the gun. Got an out route, and he's got his receiver. Okay, that'll work. Minshew now 2 of 3, 15 yards. Picks up the first down, a gain of about 6 there. His receiver, Cole.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he can keep up with the Tampa Bay offense. Like you said, Minshew's not pushing the ball downfield too much.
Well, we'll see about that Jags defense as well. But there's a nice run. Cottrell. Gain. I thought he would have picked up more yards and had some good blocking, but does pick up 4. So a pretty good gain there on first down. You look at the Bucs defense. Levante David, great linebacker, young stud out there. We saw
Very
that
underrated.
secondary get very underrated. Saw that secondary get torched by Patrick Mahomes this past weekend. Your boy the Cheetah had 200 yards in the first quarter, right?
Yeah, that's a lot of speed over there. I gotta hit that hole.
Yeah.
Too
Robinson.
much speed.
And Robinson picked up about 3 there. 3rd down and 3 coming up here. Brandon, how do you see Jacksonville moving this ball? Not any stud receivers. Offensive line pretty decent.
There's a big play over the middle. DD, young DD Westbrook.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. DD Westbrook. That's a catch, 23 yards. And how about the Jags knocking on the door of the red zone, huh?
I mean, if the Bucks continue to play zone, there's going to be opportunities to hit, in the pockets of the zone. Can he find them? We shall see.
I know in previous Madden iterations, you used to see a lot of big nickel, a lot of man. You're right. Playing zone in this game, if you don't get pressure, don't get home. Just like in the real NFL, they can pick you apart. Minshew back in the gun, comes some pressure, dumps it off. Little screen pass there. Give him about 5 on that one. Call it 2nd down and 5. Like the way he's sort of, mixing it up, showing some balance here with the Jags.
Yeah. You're definitely going to need to. Definitely. Minshew can't do it all himself.
No. You don't want George taking over. I just saw that receiver catch the ball there. Chenault. Chenault there. These are some of the names that, Brandon, are not household names, if you will.
No, sir. What's the Jags' regular season record right now?
I think 2nd worst in the league. Behind the Jets are 0-11. I think the Jags are 1-10. They do have a win. I think they got their first win of the year, the first game of the season, if I'm not mistaken.
I didn't know.
Yeah, did they? I think they beat Indianapolis, maybe first game of the year.
Division rival.
Division rival. Who was the top first place?
Yeah, I wasn't sure they were struggling, or I didn't know they were struggling that much.
Oh yeah. It's, they call it Saxonville down there. It should be Struggleville in Duval. All right, about now. 3rd down and 4. Absolutely. Love it down there. When they're going, it's a nice little crowd in little NFL city. Minshew back to throw again in the gun. Across the middle again. Oh, and that one's picked off. Winfield.
Young Rook.
Hey, little too often going to the well down there, man. You got to be careful right there, Brandon.
And like you said, too much air. He wouldn't have needed to zip that. Although it was a good play on defense. He just jumped it.
Back comes, as they used to call him when I was in Boston, the surgeon, Tom Brady.
Goat.
In the gun. Sometimes they call him the ninja, too. Brady. Back to throw. We got a receiver. There's a dot. You see the difference there? The arm strength and right on target. Got AB in stride. Brady, 4 of 4 over 100 yards right now. If you're Jacksonville, you better find a way to slow down this passing game, or it's going to be Katie bar the door, and you'll be looking at game 2.
See, they might have too much speed to man up.
That's a problem. Looking for, I think it was first incompletion. He did. Looking for Evans. Absolutely. Trips left. Fournette. Offset to the right. And the Bucs can run the ball. You saw Ronald Jones the other day down the sideline looking good against the Chiefs. Yeah. There's another catch. That's a good point. AB, Antonio Brown. I was going to give him 9 on there. Give him 8. Call it 2nd and a long 1. Short 2 for the Buccaneers.
He loves the trips formation.
He does. Back in the gun. Got a receiver. Oh, and he's laying out, and it is caught.
Tough catch.
Antonio Brown down inside the 10 to about the 5. Going to set up a 1st and goal, and Tom Brady's on fire right now, Brandon. What do you do from a defensive perspective? You played linebacker. How do you slow down this train, man?
You got to find a way to get some pressure. You got to find a way.
And leave those guys back there covering one-on-one?
I mean, you can't let them sit back there. Like you said, the surgeon. You got to put some pressure on the surgeon.
Yeah,
Trying to
I
alter a throw or something.
covered 2 Super Bowls for the Patriots and both losses to the Giants, and that was the difference. The front four, just the front four getting to Brady, not blitzing.
Yeah.
And there's Fournette up the gut, gain of none yards there, Brandon.
You know, I'd be interested to see the stats, maybe next gen or whoever holds all those stats, how many hits and sacks Tom Brady has taken over his career. Obviously, it's a lot, but compared to many other quarterbacks, I think it's fairly well.
Yeah, he's taken some hits this year. Like I said, there was a
This year.
stat going into the Chiefs game where he was, I think, missed his last 19 deep ball attempts, anything over, 15, 20 yards. But, of course, he hit Mike Evans a couple times, on Sunday.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's a staple of the Bruce Arians offense there.
Yeah. I mean, you
Second and
obviously see
goal.
that. Oof. Good tackle.
For that
Solid
taken
tackle.
down.
But yeah,
Third
you see
down
that
and goal.
with the older quarterbacks, you lose this arm strength to get it downfield. I think Drew Brees is going through that right now as well.
Yeah, he's been going through that the last couple of years. Yeah, especially end of the
Yeah.
season. Arm gets a little tired, a little dead. You see the numbers dip. Oh, Brady had some room on the right-hand side, and he ducks down. There's a sack.
Took that.
Saxonville.
It's a good
It is.
stop by the young Allen.
That's a win. In this game of Madden, just like when you played on Sundays, brother, you stop them in the
Yes,
red
sir.
zone. That's what this game is red zone defense, man. Field goal is up, and it is good. 10-0 lead for the young man, the 23-year-old Daniel Kleiman from Gilbert, Arizona in this Madden final here. Larry Ridley, SNY TV, little NBC Sports Madden NFL NBA 2K League. Brandon Bell, former Bengals linebacker, Penn State Nittany Lions captain on the call here. Extra Life Phoenix Giving Tuesday here. Extra Life Phoenix Giving Tuesday live stream. Make your donations here. Get into the chat. Giving away some prizes as well. Great endeavor. Great partners here with Extra Life Phoenix and the Phoenix Children's Hospital, one of the top hospitals in the world here. Children's Hospital, trying to do some great work for those guys to have some funds and to give back. They typically have some, 300 to 400 beds available for children and their families. $1,000 prize pool here today as we get set here. Best 2 out of 3, Extra Life Phoenix, Giving Tuesday. We're live here on Twitch, twitch.tv/Access Replay. Brandon Bill. Brandon, your thoughts so far? The Bucks look good. Jaguars, Struggleville.
Yes, a little bit. They're going to need to get on the board right here before half, before I think it gets ugly. This will be Jorts and the Stash and the boys need to get in here. At least three.
Yeah, they need to either score or a nice long drive. They cannot turn the ball over. They can't punt the ball. You want to stay ahead here. Preferably if you can score, because Jacksonville will get the ball to start the second half as we have 1:05 left to go here. Bucks up 10-0, being controlled by Daniel Kleinman, 23-year-old from Gilbert, Arizona. James Huggins playing with the Jags with the ball from Newark, New Jersey, as they like to call it, Brick. Ooh, that's almost a pick there.
Brick. Newark.
Brick City. Go to Newark all the time. Fly out of Newark, New Jersey. I fly to Access Replay down in Atlanta all the time.
Let's see, 3rd and 7 here. Let's see what he can get.
3rd down and 7 here coming up. Minshew in the gun. Throwing it out. Oh, it is picked off. Murphy Bunting. 2 names, give him 6 points, and that's a house call, pick 6. And sheesh.
That is not what he wanted to do before half.
No, that was not. As they draw it up on the old blackboard. Do you guys still have blackboards? We did when I played. I'm older than you, Brandon. We actually had blackboards.
Blackboard. It's not chalk
Whiteboard?
anymore. Whiteboard, yeah. You get the marker and the whiteboard. And even now, they got the iPads. Everything's electronic. The stylus pens and stuff. But for
the Microsoft Touch in the NFL.
Yeah, there you go. Little ad there.
I know, right? Speaking of ads, thanks to our sponsors, Raising Cane's. Oh, man, Raising Cane's. Holla at your boy. I love you. Oh, my goodness, man. The chicken tenders, man. You got to get cane sauce, man. And it's all about, Brandon, you've had Raising Cane's. The toasted bread, man.
Yeah.
The toasted. Oh, man, that's so good.
I haven't had since I was out in Cincinnati, but they need to bring it up north. Jersey can use it, Canes.
Man, we could. Yeah, I eat it all the time when I'm in, Atlanta, Jackson, Mississippi, Nashville, in those areas. Check it out all the time. Raising Cane's, guys. Give those guys a follow. Check them out. And yeah, man, get those nuggets, man. Those chicken tenders. Don't call them nuggets. They're tenders. Second and 1. Jags
he's
going deep. Oh, and that picked off
forcing it.
again. Third
Forcing
pick. Can
it.
he take it back? Going to be taken down. 38 seconds left. A lot of time right here. Brandon Bell. You know how we do it here. I don't think it's the rule here in Extra Life. 24 points. You're in skunk territory, man.
You gotta get up off them sticks. How we do it. Call that a skunk.
Yeah. First and 10. Once again. Go ahead, Brandon.
No, I'm just listening. I'm listening.
All right, there's a
See
little
if he
out
can
route.
get at least 3 more before the half. Maybe 6.
Man, if you are Mr. Huggins from Newark, New Jersey, you would take 3 and out the gate right now. Daniel Kleinman is looking at 6. That's what he's trying. He's hunting for 6 right here, brother. Man in motion, Brady. Plenty of time.
Toe tap?
Oh, that.
Did he get the toe
I
tap?
don't think he got it. I don't think he got it down. No, he didn't.
No,
Third
sir.
and
No,
2.
sir.
Close.
Gotta throw that little
toe drag swag.
Tony toe tap. You think AB? You think AB will get back to being AB? Maybe not this year, but at least next year.
Yeah, just all the time that he's missed. And there's a deep pass, and it's easy dropped in the bucket. Mike Evans, gig him. Former Texas A&M Aggie. Sheesh, 23-0.
Mike.
How about the Bucks? Brady like 8 of 10, 9 of 11, something like that. Almost 200 yards. Surgeon. Looking like the guy that was on the cover of Madden 18. My last Madden.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. That was the GOAT edition.
Have you
GOAT edition.
Yeah. Have you seen any of the next gen, the PS5 or Xbox gameplay?
We have. Yeah, I have. It's crispy, brother. It is definitely crispy.
They say if you're gonna invest in that, you gotta invest in a whole new TV. Make sure you update your TV.
What, like 4K or something?
Yeah, make sure you get the full quality of everything that they give. Do yourself justice. Ooh, you got a hit stick right there.
Yeah. And you can see here, Robinson now 4 carries, 5 yards, not a lot doing on the ground. James Huggins from right outside of Newark, New Jersey. Clearly, he's just trying to get into the half. Doesn't want to turn the ball over. He understands he's down 3 scores and 3 2-point conversions. Gets the ball to start the second half here. Larry Ridley here, SNY TV, Sportsnet New York, NBC Sports, Madden NFL, little NBA 2K League. Extra Life Phoenix, Giving Tuesday live stream here, live here on Twitch. Access Replay, twitch.tv/Access Replay, joined by Brandon Bell, the former Bengals linebacker, all-around good guy, Penn State Nittany Lions captain. Brandon, it's been all Bucks. We saw the cannons on the in the other end zone there at Ray J, as they affectionately call it there. There it is, Ray J, Raymond James Stadium. That's a problem here, Jaguar.
A lot of smoke out them cannons. Yeah, Minshew and the boys he's gonna have to change up his route patterns. I feel like the Bucks defense and they're onto him. Yeah. Oh, there it is. There it is.
There's a completion. Yeah, needed more of that. A little no huddle action here. A little 11-second round. Right up the middle.
Right down the pipe.
Swagger. Dance. Which one would you have chosen? Brandon, if you got that sack. You see that little, you can choose swagger or dance.
I might have did the,
nice catch.
He's splitting the safeties right now.
Yeah, cover 2. Middle of the field. That's where you want to work. Corner routes, middle of the field. Be careful, though. And the double coverage, and it's picked off. Adams. Second pick, fourth of the ball game here. And this one, Brandon.
Young 2-6. He took too much. He had 3 balls deep down the middle. You start feeling it. You gotta take what they give you.
1st and 10 here. First possession of the second half here. The Bucks. Daniel Kleiman up 24-0 here. Looking to add on more. Brady, plenty of time. Got the corner out on. It's caught by AB.
I understand you don't want to go one-on-one with these guys, but Tom Brady's sitting back there too pretty.
Yeah, he's patting the ball. 9 of 11, over 200 yards passing. Hands it off to Fournette. One man the beat. Taken down. We'll give him 9.5. They're a little short. I'll give him 10. I thought it was a little short. Near midfield, Brandon Bill. I think you're right, man. You just got to sell out here because you're not getting any pressure. And this is just this is 7-on-7 right here, man.
Yeah. He's dinking and dunking all the way down the field. You might have to user blitz or something.
You got to do something. Maybe don't bring the house. Maybe you bring 5, but
yeah,
you got to do something.
This is where the Jags miss young Ngakoue, Yannick.
Mm-hmm. Where did he go? Detroit? I forgot where he went.
He went to the Bills. No, he went to the Bills and then Baltimore, I believe, or Baltimore then Bills. I can't remember.
Yeah, it was somewhere. Good stuff here. 1st and 10 here. As we move towards the end of the third quarter here. Daniel Kleiman, the 23-year-old, playing with the Bucks. And they're up 24-0. Brady back to throw again. Plenty of time. Brady takes off, and he's got a piano on his back.
But you see, it's just way too much time. If Brady can rush for 6 yards, you know it's way too much time. 6
Brady
yards.
Back in the gun again.
Got him.
A little pressure that time, but there's a catch. Did not score. 1st and goal from the 1-inch yard. I believe it was. He didn't get in.
Secure it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it matters too much, but he didn't. Gotta give it back to him.
Brady hands it off.
Nope.
Now Leonard Fournette. Easy touchdown. No, Ronald Jones, 27. That's Jones. That's your boy.
You put Jones at the fullback. A little switcheroo.
Yeah, he just added him to the game right before that play. So 31-0. Buccaneers fire the cannons, Brandon.
More smoke. Them cannons are going.
Oh, man.
Got ourselves a skunk so far.
All right, Jaguars. Now, I mean, you're down 4 scores, 5 scores maybe. Yeah, you're down 4 technically. 4 touchdowns and 4 extra 2-point conversions. You can win the game.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Mitchell.
You gotta throw it. You gotta throw it.
JPP. Yeah, you know me.
Call him.
Put the 4 quarters up. Put the 4 fingers up, Brandon. It's 4th quarter.
Yeah. Let's see what the stash can do. The jorts always got him.
Okay. Dropped it in the bucket right there. Chris Conley. Needed that.
See if he can. I like to see him get in the end zone here.
Yeah, of course. There's Eifert. Yep. Should be your teammate, right?
Yes, sir. I played with Eifert for a little bit. He was a little banged up while I was there, but
sure.
Oh
boy.
User. Devin.
We've seen about 4 of those today. The 5th overall pick. About 3 or 4 of them coming right there in the middle in that cover 2.
Bucks defense looking like a championship defense.
Like that old Tampa too, right? That's how you play it, man. You got a fast linebacker. You can cover those seam routes.
Derek Brooks. Derek Brooks, backside seam.
Mm-hmm. Second and 6 here, 4th quarter. Extra Life Phoenix Giving Tuesday live stream here on twitch.tv/Access Replay. He's had some issues running the ball today. That's the one area where he hasn't been, rock solid today. Daniel Kleinman running the ball. You can see it's a little sticky with the stick.
Yeah, he hasn't needed to. I mean, shoot.
No, he hasn't.
AB's got to have at least a buck, 100 yards. They got him again
Mike
right
Evans
here.
too.
Off the same route. He hasn't hit my boy Godwin, Chris Godwin yet, but I mean, you got weapons.
It's been Antonio Brown on those deep overs and corner routes all day long.
He's open.
Wide open.
A nice counter.
There's Fournette with some room. Picks up about 15. 2-minute warning here.
Yes.
Game 1 of the Extra Life Phoenix Giving Tuesday live stream. Madden 21, our grand final here. Make sure you donate, guys, here for a great cause for Extra Life Phoenix and helping the Phoenix Children's Hospital out there in the Phoenix area, doing great work out there. A lot of heroes in that hospital and that organization. A leading children's hospital in the country here and in the world. Good folks at Phoenix Children's Hospital raise some money and funds for the health care and treatment of children in the Phoenix area and across this country. 3rd down and 5 here, Brandon, for the Bucks in the gun.
Yeah, I think you got to know what's coming. Oh, he sent the house there.
Oh, man. He's showing a little mercy. He went down. Was that OJ? I believe that was Howard.
Yeah. Is he hurt this year?
Yeah, he is. He got hurt early. Yep, sure did.
That's what bad.
But it doesn't matter. They keep you on the roster. Use him.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems he's trying to run out the clock. He's not going to give him a chance to get back on the ball. Savvy play.
Well, good sportsmanship there. Not trying to put salt in the wound. He's got this thing in control, and there you go. And that is the first ball game, 31-0. Daniel Kleinman playing with the Bucks, 1 win away, Brandon, for the grand final here and $1,000 prize pool in the Extra Life Phoenix Giving Tuesday Championship. What'd you like from old Daniel Kleinman, the 23-year-old from Gilbert, Arizona?
I mean, he knows how to use time and those weapons. Like you said, the run game wasn't necessarily there, but he's got AB across the middle. He's got Evans deep. 31 points.
It's just like that. Let's take a look at the recap here and show you some of the highlights of how this all went down here. The qualifiers. And Brandon, like I said, we had, a lot of guys that signed up, qualified through the website and the registration page from the good folks at Extra Life Phoenix, Phoenix Children's Hospital, of course, our partners down in Atlanta, Access Replay. Beautiful 12,000 seat facility down there. A lot of guys signed up and qualified, got to the quarterfinals, semifinals, and then we got here to the finals. Brady, you're used to this format, how guys register. We do it with our Compete Forever League and things of that nature. I think it's very fair, gives everyone a chance to sort of show what you can do and play an open, online, free qualifying format.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, give everybody a shot. See what you can do.
Yeah, you can see some of the guys down there. We were able to capture some of their videos. They were playing their live streams. Close ball game. Look at this one.
Ooh,
went down to the wire, won it on a kick. That was JR. He plays in our leagues. He got far. Kodak Turtle and some of these other guys. Yeah, that's some good stuff here, man. Great work by Hollis Bain and the folks back at the shop and Access Replay. Allie Young, Evan Hardy, Levitan. Those good guys back there at Access. Levitan Jackson. I love working with those guys down there at Access Replay. So that was the recap of the online qualifiers. They were free. They qualified last week, and now we are here in the final. Game 1 went to Daniel Kleinman with the Bucks, the 23-year-old from Gilbert, Arizona. He leads 1-0. If he wins this one in this best of 3, it's over. Katie, bar the door. Let's get ready for Game 2 finito. Game 2 here. James Huggins and Daniel Kleinman. Find out who these guys are going to play with, what teams they'll play with. If I'm James Huggins, you've got to avoid the Jacksonville Jaguars, right, Brandon?
Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm going with those guys again. You're gonna need more explosion on offense for sure.
Yeah. Or what you could do is maybe you go with the defensive team. Maybe you go with a San Francisco, a Baltimore, or you need a secondary. Maybe you go with the New England, someone that can match up with these guys.
Yeah.
You'll probably lose some stuff on offense, but I don't know what's the bigger problem. Is it offense or defense for James Huggins?
Yeah, to me, in the game, I mean, you definitely need good defense. In the game of Madden, I think you need to be able to keep up. Somebody got to fire offense. I'm not sure if defense is going to slow them down that much. You're going to need to put points on the board one way or another. You're going to need some weapons on the outside, a good running back, tight end, or something.
Yeah.
But San Fran, like you said, they mixture both.
Yeah, I mean, coming off a Super Bowl appearance, they're pretty good in Madden. Maybe you go with the Chiefs. If you want to go offense, match offense to offense. If he's going to go Bucks, I'm just putting it out there, James Huggins. If you're going to go down and you're going to go down and down that hill, go down with the best team in Madden, probably, right? Don't you go with the Chiefs right now? I mean,
I'm not sure. I know not everyone uses the Chiefs, but some people might see it.
Right.
It's like the Lakers in 2K or something. Like,
oh my goodness gracious! Yeah.
Some teams might not, or some guys might not want to do all that.
Sure. You look at 2K, you got Lakers, Bucks, Clippers, and things of that nature. We'll see. Game 2 underway right now. Larry Ridley here. Brandon Bill. Oh, he didn't. No, he did not. Did he run it back?
He did.
Oh,
he has faith.
God.
Switched up
faith
the unis.
What do you have faith in?
Maybe he thought the home field advantage would change it up.
Brandon Bill, real talk here. What is he doing?
He must be a Florida native that lives in Jersey.
And you know what? It's got to be. He's got to be a Jaguars fan, or he's got family from Duval, or he moved from Duval. But even still, Brandon Bill,
Duval.
What the hell? Like, what are we doing here? Like, I mean, are you playing with your head or your heart when you're playing for money?
Loyalty, man. He's loyal. I can't.
We can all appreciate loyalty.
Money's on the line. I don't know if I'm doing that. Maybe
I know I'm not.
You might got him figured out.
We're going to find out. Tom Brady takes off. We'll give him about 6 there before the slide.
Regardless of who he uses, you got to get pressure on Tom Brady. These great quarterbacks, you're cheating yourself, giving them all day to throw.
Yeah.
No matter who
Brady
you
back to throw. Plenty of time. He's got that corner out. There it is. Another dot. Antonio Brown, nice spin move. Another out of bounds. Inside the 40, 35-yard gain by AB. I'm not going to say we've seen this movie before, Brandon Bill.
Yeah. Crossers. Right over the middle.
Sequel just like the prequel, brother. Nothing different.
There's Brady.
3-man rush. Down to AB. Brown once again.
I might have to steal that. I might have to steal that from you.
Oh, my goodness. You know what it is? It's the corner routes, and then he's coming across the field in the deep post, and it's wide open every time. Leonard Fournette.
Again?
Oh, hit stick. Now Jones there. Stopped short.
Once again, he's back on the board early.
Yeah, if James can punch it in here, it would send a great signal. I mean, if Daniel can punch it in, it'll send a signal. Oh, good defense so far. James Huggins may be listening to us. He's bowing his neck, Brandon Bill.
Nothing is guaranteed.
Well, especially if you keep running in the middle when there's 5 guys right there.
Yeah,
But
yeah. You only need
They
an
got,
inch.
they got pushed
Yeah.
that time.
You only need an
Ronald
inch.
Jones. That's it. So, a couple of deep throws from Brady to AB Antonio Brown, and 3 runs from the 1-yard line. He does punch it in. 7-0 lead for Daniel Kleinman. And I'll tell you what, if you're James Huggins, do not throw that corner or that seam route or that skinny post in the middle of the field. That thing has been covered by the Bucs.
He might get it. He might get it once or twice, like he did, but he can't go overboard. Let's see what Minshew and the boys got.
Mm-hmm.
This go round.
2:16 to go here. Second game of our best of 3 championship here. Extra Life Phoenix Giving Tuesday live stream here. Literally here on the right-hand corner of your screen. Left-hand side of your screen, Brandon Bell, former Bengals linebacker, Penn State University Nittany Lion. On the call here. $1,000 prize pool, game 2. Woo. Daniel Kleinman playing with the Bucs, won the first game. This is game 2. Wins this game, and he's a winner. And there's a run, and it's stuffed by David. Loss of 1 there.
He's definitely not gonna win it running the ball.
Yeah.
Straight up the gut.
Second down and 11 here. Under 2 minutes to play here, first quarter. Jorts, a.k.a. Minshew. Nice screen pass. Can he get some blocking? Oh, JPP. Yeah, you know me.
JPP. Yeah, you know me.
Great tackle there on the screen because he had it set up.
Yeah, too much speed over there. Retrace. Long 3rd and 12. Let's see what we got here.
Oh, incomplete.
Triple coverage. I don't know if you want to go for this. It's going to get ugly quick.
So you're throwing the guys like Chenault. No offense. You know, Westbrook's decent. Conley, not as good as he used to be. And he's throwing to Antonio Brown, Mike Evans, O.J. Howard, Gronk, guys like that. Godwin. Not fair. 4th and 12. He's going for it. I don't know. I know it's competitive Madden. Maybe punt this thing away because
you gotta play smart.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets it, but you gotta play smart. No,
he ain't gonna get it. Winfield Jr.
The trap corner.
5, touchdown, pick 6. And you saw it coming a mile away. He was squatting. He was sitting on it, Brandon Bell. That was like practice.
Easy, too easy. That's a DB's dream right there.
Man. I don't know, Brandon Bell. I don't know, brother. I don't, man. I'm at a loss for words. Give James Huggins something, Brandon Bell. With your NFL experience in mind, what can he do right now, being outscored 45-0 so far? How can he change the tide here, man?
Defensively, like I've been saying, got to find a way to get some pressure. Offensively, I think you just got to dink and dunk, take what they give you. You can't keep trying to take these deep shots because the DBs, he's on it. Minshew doesn't really have the arm. There's one. Oh, no, you got to run. If he catches that in stride, he might have got in. But
I like Chark though. Chark is he plays well for the Giants, man.
He is good. That extra spin move he did might have cost him 6.
Yeah.
But if he can take his time and find the holes and not force it in there. Oh, he threw it too late.
There you go. Oh, can't hold on to it.
He threw it a little too late.
He's looking for Eifert, your old teammate with the Bengals, who I thought was a really good tight end with the Bengals, man.
He was.
Expound on Tyler Eifert before he got injured.
He was. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's Pro Bowl. He was the beginning of these new athletic jump ball Linebackers can't guard him. Too small for safeties or too big for safeties. Until he got hurt, definitely nicked him up for a few years. Definitely slowed him down. Hopefully, he can get back to that. Right.
Oh boy, that's what you.
Working it.
You gotta
Like you said,
be careful.
those seams. He's forcing the seams.
And it's the right call, but he's got to be on it now. And if you're going to throw it, you got to throw it a little sooner because you're throwing it in between the linebacker and the safety. Or what I would do is I would work the corners too. I mean, you got your corner routes as well. You can stress that cover too. Or I'd run a deep dig or something as well. Or if you're going to do that, run some verts both down, the sidelines. Okay, Westbrook.
Can he get in?
Miss. Can he get from blocking? And he's down at the 4.
Okay, we got something brewing here.
Hey, clap it up for James Huggins. Let's go. We want to see some John Madden football, James Huggins. We want a game. That's what we want.
Yes, sir.
Duval.
Ow. Oh, it broke the tackle.
Wow. Ooh, nice hit stick.
Broke the tackle, but paid the price.
Yeah.
We got a yard out of it.
We did here. Once again, Larry Ridley here, Sportsnet New York, NBC Sports. Brandon Bell, former Bengals linebacker. Penn State, Nittany, linebacker over there on this side.
Is he in?
I was pointing the wrong side. He's this side.
He's in.
He does get in. James Huggins found pay dirt.
There you go, James.
Can he get a stop? 14-7 ball game. Oh, we got us a competition. Brandon Bell.
I like it. Like you said, you need to stop. He hasn't showed he can slow Tom Brady and the boys down yet. Brady and the boys, the Brady bunch.
Let's be honest here, Brandon, because people like when we're honest. I don't think you'll be mad if he doesn't come back and they only play 2 games, right? That's just less work for you, right? I mean, we can be honest. You're not going to be upset.
I will not be upset. Although I would like to see a good matchup.
Just having a little fun here. You know what I'd like to see, Brandon? Donations.
Yes.
That's what I'd like to see.
Donations.
To Extra Life Phoenix. Phoenix Children's Hospital. Extra Life. Love the Extra Life for kids, baby. On the Twitch. Ooh, nice pass. Now, I'm going to say same thing. I'm going to say he's thrown the AB on that route at least 10 times. He's completed all of them for at least 25 yards every time.
Yeah, AB's eating. He's going to have to use either the corner or the safety to get in that zone and make him throw short.
There you go.
There you go.
Knock it down.
Whoever covers that was figured it out.
AB so far in this game, Brandon, 3 catches, 99 yards, average of 33 per catch. Still not as good as Tyreek Hill on Sunday. 7 catches, 203 yards in the first quarter.
That's crazy. Good D.
Oh, OJ.
Uh-oh. We got ourselves a 3rd and 10.
Okay, a little pressure. Tom Brady, 3 of 3, throwing it to Antonio Brown. 0 for 2, throwing it to any other receiver for the Buccaneers.
He's got to get Godwin involved, man. Get my boy involved.
Brady back to throw, some pressure. Oh, and once again.
Well, you can do that.
And that was a dot, 25-yard dot right there, too. Look at him, right on the sideline.
Tony toe tap. 4 receptions, $124. Something light.
That'll work.
That'll work. Light. Yeah, I don't know.
He took it away that time. He was looking for he was looking for Antonio Brown, but what a catch. OJ Howard. Great job by Huggins finally taking away that deep post with Antonio Brown.
Exactly.
But a good job by Kleiman getting off of it and going the other way.
Good defense.
High level competitive Madden.
Fournette pounds it in there. He showed a little promise on D, but at the end of the day, he's down 14.
Yeah. You know what? That's just great, play calling and stick skills by both guys.
Yeah.
James finally catching on to the route. And how about Daniel Kleiman? Props to him coming off of it and going to a second or third read.
Yeah.
Very high level Madden play right there.
Gotta give credit. Decline.
21-7 ball game here.
Let's see if young Klein can get a stop here.
I hear the trap music right there. I feel like I'm in Atlanta at the Trap Music Museum right now. You hear it?
Atlanta's popping right now.
BB?
Yes, sir.
You got to go down to Atlanta with us, man. Next time we do an event down there, man. Go hang out. Go see
I
T.I.
will.
and the good folks at the Trap Music Museum. Crystal Gardner, my girl. Bam Sparks and the good folks at Trap Music Museum.
My sister
Hit you
lived
back
down
to
there
throw?
for a little bit. ED.
Oh, for real?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. For a little bit. Down south. What was it called? A little south of 80, south of Atlanta. I can't think of the town right now.
Okay. Minshew. He loves that throw, but that's where you got to go.
Yeah, it's open, like you said. It's got a timing and the right touch on the ball.
It is.
It's tough.
How about Daniel, though, staying in that cover 2 shell, which, hey, if you can't beat it, I'd stay in it too.
If it ain't broke. Ooh, finally some prep. Oh, no. I'm thinking vice versa.
Oh, 4th and
The
2
Shaq.
right here.
Big Shaq.
It's a big. It is. Big
4th
fourth down right here. Got to have it. This could be the ball game if he doesn't pick it up right here. Minshew, trip right. Twins left. Empty set.
I might run the ball here.
Back to throw. Got to receive it.
No.
Nope. Not going to catch it. Nope. Picked off.
I mean, that's a glorified short punt, but I think you got to run the ball there. 4 for 2. I think Minshew got some wheels on him.
He does. I think, is that 6 or 7 picks in 6 quarters so far?
Oh, God. He's averaging 1. He's got to use it at safety earlier. He's got to use it at 23. It's too easy. 31 apiece.
A little unfair right now. The way Daniel is really stressing that safety on that right-hand side over there. That poor number was at 29. He's been picked on for 6 quarters now, man.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen him use it. You got to use the players to get him where you want him to be.
There is Brown running the same route. He does take it away this time again. And look what happened when you take it away.
There it is.
The other time he tried to take it away, he forced the throw to the other side of the field in the double coverage. Just a great catch.
Yeah, he got lucky there. We can call it what it is on that one. 3rd and 12.
3rd and 12.
Okay. No, you got you though.
No. No.
It's tough. He's stressing the deep.
My gosh. No. It's like one of my children. No, we're not giving credit anymore. This is on the defense. It's been the same route. Brown from the number 2 position on the backside, running that deep over our deep post the other way.
He's stressing the coverage.
Oh, man. You just got to take it away. Brandon, it's almost like forcing someone to fight you left-handed, right? You want to at least see. And look, if they can beat you with both hands, tip your hat, right?
Beat me a different way. Antonio Brown's not going to beat me, is what we said. Not that route.
Basically, he's got like almost 400 yards in 2 games, man.
There you go. Oof.
28-7 here. Extra Life Phoenix Giving Tuesday live stream. Oh, he's got a receiver. Here's your boy, Eifert. He cannot complete it, though.
It's too much mustard on that one.
Minshew's got that pop gun, that water pistol for an arm. Not as accurate. That's a good catch there, Eifert.
Take what they give you. Get out of bounds. Okay.
28-7 here. Under 40 seconds to go. First half. Daniel Kleiman playing with the Bucks with the lead, 28-7. James Huggins playing with the Jags, the home team. They're down by 3 scores. That's another pass completed to Cole Sr.
So this is what I believe he needed to do from the get. Take what they give him. Don't force the ball.
Yeah, he doesn't have a big enough arm to do that. So yeah, you're right. You gotta, dink and dunk with Gardner.
27 seconds.
Okay. Chark. That was Westbrook. Okay, that was Dede.
DD.
Second down or first and goal here. 23 seconds left. Hands it off. Ooh. Hits the fumble. Is he going to take it all the way? I think he will. Edwards. 50, shoot. 40, 30. Oh, my gosh. He's going to put a capper on this one.
Oh,
no cap.
Oh,
long touchdown. 90-plus yards, 95.
Hey. That was straight user, too. Shot the gap, hit the scoop and score.
Missed the PAT, though.
Missed that.
What a play that was by Edwards. You saw it coming, too. You saw the run blitz. He was loading up and lowered the boom on him, Brandon.
Oh, that hits the gut right there. About to go in for 6. On the 2-yard line. Turns into 6 the other way. How does that work?
Wow. You just this is very reminiscent of the first game, right? You just want to get to the half and get it over with.
I think it's going to be worse.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
scoring perspective, it is.
Yeah, Jacksonville, he actually has points this time, but the differential might be worse.
And that is the first half here for the Extra Life Phoenix Giving Tuesday live stream. Game 2, very similar, very eerily similar to game number 1, 34-7. And just like game 1, James Huggins will receive the second half kickoff here, down by 27 points. Gonna need something to happen right now.
He's gonna need some magic.
Yeah, we're not talking about the Magic Man, Don Majkowski. Remember him? To play with Green Bay back in the day before Brett Favre got there.
Oof. I thought you were talking about. I'm gonna say Fitzmagic for a second.
Oh, that's the new age Magic, I guess. But the Magic Man was Don Majkowski, quarterback of the Packers back in the day. Ooh, be careful.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's looking at there.
If he wants to run this offense or this sort of playbook, he should probably have someone like a Brady or Breeze that can dink and dunk and they're accurate with their throw.
Yeah. Oh. He baited him.
Sure did. Did bait him.
4th and 10. We've been here before. 4th and 10.
Make sure, guys, on the stream, in the chat, if you're watching here, make sure you donate. We'll take your donations. Donate any sort of dollar amount that you can here. We know there's a pandemic going on, but during the pandemic, the needs of children do not go away. So we definitely want to help out the folks with Extra Life, Phoenix Children's Hospital. Any of your donations your kind donations will greatly be accepted. Larry Ridley here, SMI TV, Madden NFL, NBC Sports here, Brandon Bell. former NFL player, Bengals linebacker. Former Penn State captain as well here as we wind it down here, Madden. This game pretty much in hand here, 34-7. It looks like Daniel Kleinman, the 22-year-old, will walk away with his fair share, if I will, of the $1,000 prize pool in this grand final. Wide open, Antonio Brown.
He didn't even want to do it.
Have a day, Antonio Brown. 400 yards and like 6 touchdowns in 2 games.
What's he averaging? I forget his stats from last game. He's averaging a good 35 yards a catch.
He's got to be averaging 30 to 40. Yeah, because he was 3 for 99, and it was like 4 for like $120, $130. Then he caught another one. He's got 5 or 6 this game. That was the shortest pass he's caught all day. But that one went untouched for a score, you know?
Might put up a 50, 60 piece this game.
41-7 here. Under 4 minutes to play. See what James can do, man. Minshew got Dede. Give him about 4 or 5 on that. We'll call it 2nd and 5. I gave him 8.
I mean, might as well give him an extra 2 yards.
That was 5 or 6 yards, but okay.
Not gonna hurt.
Ooh, he had X on the post. Would have been a big gainer if he saw it. Yeah.
Split the safety.
Well, the safety was coming up, and he got behind the safety. There you go.
Oh, get off
We'll use the playmaker, get it up the field.
Oof. It tightens down in the red zone.
There it is again.
He's seen it too. The defense seen it too.
Yeah, you saw the backer run and try to get underneath it. It's been a problem spot.
Run it.
Huggins.
You got man.
There you go. Yeah, a little crossing route. A little deep over. Yeah. Absolutely.
You gotta get up 6 though. Run it. Catch him in the switch. Hey. Ooh. Oh, he had Eifert straight down the middle.
Good job that time by Daniel, dialing up the blitz, bringing a little pressure. And he was able to get home.
Going back to the zone now. Back to the zone.
Your boys got to come down with that one, though. Tyler Eifert.
Yeah. Tough one. Landing on your back.
3rd down and 10 here. 3rd quarter, under 2 minutes to play. There you go.
Ooh.
Oh, man. Oh, boy.
Boy's dead.
Oh, man. You know, Brandon, they say in Madden, in the industry, sometimes Madden is good to you and sometimes it's not. It has not been good to James Huggins today. So, but you got to expect that when you're throwing in a crowd all the time like that. All of his throws have been literally, those seam routes have been in a crowd of 3, 4, 5 defenders. So you're going to get some of that. You know what I'm saying?
It's bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang.
Clock will run here. So we go under 140 to go in the 3rd quarter here. 41-7 ball game. This Extra Life Phoenix Giving Tuesday. Please, folks, if you can, give. Help out some children and families in need during this holiday season in the midst of this pandemic. All of your donations will be accepted. We really appreciate that. Make sure you keep driving those donations here. If you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/Access Replay, Larry Ridley, Brandon Bell here. Madden 21 grand final. And he flipped it. He did.
Hey, he's got 200 yards now.
Yeah.
Tampa Bay has 266 yards of offense. Antonio Brown has 233 yards of that offense.
Man.
on the same play.
Start of the fourth quarter. Put up the fours here in the fourth quarter. 41-7 here. So we wind it down. Daniel Kleinman, the 23-year-old from Gilbert, Arizona.
Never been out to Arizona.
Been out there a few times, man. Phoenix is
Yeah.
nice, man. Beautiful.
I
Scottsdale.
heard. Penn State had a bowl game the year after I left. Was it Tostitos Bowl, I think, or Fiesta Bowl?
Yeah, Tostitos Fiesta Bowl, yeah. Uh-huh. It was out there for the historic Super Bowl 42. Patriots and Giants, the 18-1 game, you know?
Was that David
That was
Tyree's catch game?
Yep, that was it.
Yeah.
Definitely. Patriots took the lead. We started going downstairs like, okay, they're going to win it. They're going to finish this thing off 19-0. We got on the field like, oh, no.
Eli Manning was dying in that game.
You go back to that play. It was 3rd and like 5, and he was sacked like 3 times, and he got away. Asante Samuel, I think a play or two before that, dropped the interception on the sideline. That was the play. That's when I said, man, that's a bad omen.
Even outside of that play, I remember, who was it? Mario, what was his Mario's like? Cunningham? The other receiver? Manningham. Yeah. He had Eli dimed it on the sideline. He had
that was Super Bowl 46. Yeah, that was the other one in Indianapolis.
Oh, that was different Super Bowl.
They came back to beat New England in that one. Yes.
Okay, never mind. I'm thinking of that one.
4th and inches here. Speaking of New England, Brady, of course, was the quarterback for the Super Bowls.
That should have been
Oh, he got it. Fell forward.
You got to come with the boom.
Is that what it is, Brandon? Is that middle linebacker speak? You gotta lower the boom, huh?
Yeah. You're gonna meet him in the backfield. Fournette is not a little dude.
No, he's not.
Dude.
I always appreciate it and respected you guys, man, on those ISOs, taking on the fullbacks and going into that hole, man, with some bad intentions. Like you said, bringing the boom. Because it takes there's a touchdown to O.J. Howard. Yeah. Although he didn't really need to do that. Okay. He showed restraint in the first game.
He did.
He's not showing restraint in this game, right?
He's probably mad that he picked the Jags against him again. Felt a little disrespectful.
Yeah. Man. A total aggregate score so far, 79-7, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? My math is correct? Yeah. 48 and 31?
Yeah.
But got some good trap music going on here in the Madden library. At least we got some of that.
If we do the post-game interviews like we do sometimes, I got to know why he went with Jags.
Yeah. I don't know if we will. Don't think we will. How about Cole?
Okay, 14, close the gap.
Okay. All right.
Kind of let him run in there, but
James Huggins says, man, hey, don't count me out like that. I'm going to show some fight. All right, should be it. Should be about the last play or two.
Oh, on sides.
I've seen maybe one all year. Yeah, they're very tough to get in Madden. Very tough to get. I think I've seen one like in the last year. From Madden 20 through Madden 21, I think I've seen one, maybe two. So it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how much it would have helped, regardless.
Well, I mean, you get the ball and you score, four times, maybe you're back in it.
Quick 4 in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Tracy McGrady, T-Mac in that one game. 13 points.
Or the great Reggie Miller, 8 points,
Reggie
9
Miller?
seconds.
Yeah, they both did it.
Against the Knicks. Yeah.
I
But
hate
that's
Reggie
different.
Miller.
That's basketball. Yeah, you
Yeah, a little different.
did?
Just take the knee. Get everybody out of here safe and healthy.
Virtually.
Yeah.
You're right. Because this is the real NFL. Those other guys, they get paid too. They're grown men. You don't want to piss them off, Oh my
Now,
God!
do
It's a
they?
4th down.
Oh, you got the clock anyway.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's gonna do it. All right.
Whoa.
That'll do it. 31-0 and 48-14. Congratulations to Daniel Kleinman, 23 years of age, Gilbert, Arizona. He is the Madden champion, the Extralife Phoenix Giving Tuesday Madden 21 champion. $1,000 prize pool there for Madden. Larry Ridley here, Brandon Bell. Before we get out of here, Brandon, just want to get your thoughts here on 2 really, really strong performances by Danny.
Yeah, it was a dominant, strong performance by young Klein. Give the props to him. I mean, he came out, showed out, took no mercy. Absolutely
No, he
none.
didn't.
And he's came out victorious. Show me the money.
The great University of Georgia play-by-play guy, God rest his soul nowadays, Larry Munson. Used to be the voice of the Georgia Bulldogs. I remember when they beat Tennessee at the very end, like 15, 20 years ago. We just stomped on their face with a hobnail boot. That's what it kind of looked like and felt like right there. That was that was tough, man. That was some skullduggery right there, but you got to appreciate it, man. So Daniel Kleinman, on the 23-year-old, wins the Extralife Phoenix Giving Tuesday Championship. All right, that's going to do it for us, for Brandon Bill. Brandon, thanks for joining us, man. Thanks for being a part of this. Guys, make sure you continue to donate. Extralife Phoenix, hit those donation buttons. Please give. I know it's a tough time, but remember, this situation doesn't change for the kids and the children that need your attention and your donation. So help, and we would definitely be appreciative of your efforts. But stand by. I got a huge announcement from one of our sponsors, our partners at Raising Cane. Stand by for that. Larry Ridley, see you guys down the road. Enjoy the rest of this long stream, the Extralife Phoenix Giving Tuesday live stream. Here's the announcement by Raising Cane. See you guys later.
Hi, I'm Brittany Maroney with Raising Canes. Raising Canes is proud to be part of the Extralife Phoenix Gaming Tournament for Phoenix Children's Hospital. We have been longtime partners with Phoenix Children's Hospital, and we are so excited and honored to be able to present this check to them in the amount of $5,000. On behalf of Raising Canes, thank you for Phoenix Children's for being there for our community, providing hope and strength because our kids can't wait.
I'm Christian Kirk of the Arizona Cardinals. It's Giving Tuesday for Phoenix Children's Hospital. You can help kids as they fight for their lives every day. They're battling villains like cancer, heart defects, and other illnesses. These kids didn't ask to fight, and they need your help to overcome their battles.
I'm Adam.
I'm Sandy, and this is my daughter Quinn's story. I went in to find out if we were having a boy or a girl. The ultrasound tech left the room, told me that she needed to go get the doctor, and I knew something was wrong.
The doctor came in and she took a look.
And that's when we found out that she had hypoplastic left heart syndrome. She only has half of a heart. I think we were very naive. Looking back, we really had no idea what was coming. A lot of heartache and struggle and pain. They sent us to meet with a Phoenix Children's cardiologist. We took a tour around Phoenix Children's and we met the whole team.
They laid out what the next 3 years, 20 years would kind of look like for us.
That's when our journey with PCH started. It was scary to hand her over to the surgeons and to have those doors closed between you. We lived at PCH.
Off and on for a while.
Yeah, for about 3 months. I was really worried that she wasn't going to make it. Quinn is only 24 pounds. She's very small and she's very young. Was always in our face. And that's definitely a lot to handle for a family. We made the right decision with Phoenix Children's. They took such great care of us. They have given my daughter life more than once. Now I get to watch my daughter grow up.
She's doing really great.
She's eating, she's running, and she just seems healthier and happier. Somebody asked me if it felt like we made it to the other side, and I hadn't really thought about that yet. Her journey isn't over. Her heart will never be fixed. But now being at home and away from it all, it feels like we made it when a lot of kids don't. It's important to give because kids like Quinn deserve a fighting chance. She would not have lived if we had not found PCH. And we just came to love all of the providers there, and we think of most of them as family. We love PCH.
We're very fortunate and very blessed to have Phoenix Children's take care of our daughter.
For the world we're gonna make.
We continue on with the Extra Life Phoenix Giving Tuesday live stream here as we get away from Madden and look forward to Fortnite. Big shout outs for Larry Ridley and Brandon Bell for covering the action for Madden NFL. Maybe not the closest game that I think all of us are hoping for, but still a heck of a way to kick things off here for the live stream. And again, if you're just joining us here a touch late, what Giving Tuesday is actually here for. Again, the movement unleashing the power of people and organizations to transform their communities around the world, starting back in 2012 with a simple idea that encourages people simply to do good. But with so much attention given to what makes people different, generosity is what brings people of races, faiths, and different political views all together. And generosity is the individual power to make a positive change in the lives of others. So how exactly can you go about supporting the Phoenix Children's Hospital here on Giving Tuesday? Well, it's pretty simple. You just go ahead, get a donation link there going in chat for you, and every dollar you donate up to $5,000 will be doubled by our partner in Raising Cane's. Again, celebration here of Giving Tuesday. We encourage everyone to be a hero in even a small way by making a donation to the Phoenix Children's Extra Life Phoenix event. So with that all said, again, we've got a lot of stuff coming forward for you guys. Coming up next, we'll be looking at Fortnite, a game that has absolutely stolen the scene. And if maybe you're not someone who necessarily plays video games, I would imagine at this point, it's going to be pretty hard pressed for you to not know anything about Fortnite. Even by just name recognition alone, it's taken over old and the young alike. Me personally, of course, being an avid video game fan, of course, I know exactly a little bit about Fortnite, but the thing that really makes this game special is how it does bring people together. One special story I remember back a couple of Thanksgivings ago, I had a cousin that came in, and a second cousin that came in. He was about 8 years old. He was a little bit shy, a little bashful, and he was on his phone. He was playing Fortnite, and I had a chance to connect with him, and his eyes lit up, and I imagine that will be the case here. So as we go on, we'll be taking a look at 4 Fortnite matches here with the giving event here on Tuesday.
Our next tournament matches of the day feature a game that got so popular, it took the entire world by storm. A game that will pit players against each other in a constantly shrinking map, where there can only be one player left standing. Armed with only the weapons they can find and materials they can gather, each player will try to earn the most points based on a combo of eliminations and placement. We all know what time it is. It's time for Fortnite.
All right, hey guys, welcome to the Fortnite tournament. For today's broadcast, brought to you in part by Extra Life Phoenix and Access Replay. My name is Denzi, and I have my co-caster here, Gary. Today we'll be going through a couple of rounds of Fortnite solo games. Gary, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yo, what up? My name's Gary. How are you doing, everybody?
Wonderful, wonderful. Could you give us a little background story about, how you and Fortnite have kind of come to bring, you and other friends together?
Yeah, so me and Fortnite go way back. I've been playing since like season 2, I believe, and throughout the seasons of playing Fortnite, I've made a lot of friends through Fortnite and Twitch, and it's been a long journey, and I definitely don't regret ever playing Fortnite. So
Yeah, definitely. It's a game that brings us together, and most important point of all today, we're doing it for a great cause, bringing together the children from the Phoenix Children's Hospital and friends like you and I together. This is something that is something that we can appreciate. And again, big shout out to Access Replay for giving us the opportunity to do so. As of right now, we're going to go ahead and switch off into the scoring just so we know a little bit what's going on. Going to be 4 games, and there will be a prize pool for today of $1,000. You can see right over here, each elimination is 1 point, a victory royale being 3 points, and so forth. So again, we're going to be going over the 4 games today, and then after that, we'll also be going through the standings as well. Something to note for all of you that are in chat, there will be random giveaways throughout the duration of the tournament. So if you guys like free drops just like you do in Fortnite, get them in real life too. So make sure you're hyping it up in the chat and make sure that you guys are staying active. There will also be a link in the chat for donations for the Extra Life with Phoenix. So make sure to check out that link as well if you're interested in donating. All right. Other than that, is there anything else that you want to say before we continue on, Gary?
not really. Let's get to it.
All right, let's go ahead and drop into the first game of the day. All right, looks like we've got a Stark drop. What is your particular kind of drop for this new map, Gary?
I remember when it changed to this map. I love Moisty. I think it was called Misty.
Yeah, Misty. Yeah, that's definitely going to be the south side of the map. Over here, we have H2O Icy. Looks like he's going to play it a little bit of little safe side over here, not going into Stark Industries, knowing that, Stark Industries is where all the people go because that's where all the loot is and where Iron Man is. I mean, that's definitely not a place that I would probably drop.
Too hot.
Definitely too hot. Looks like he's going to pick up an SMG over here. Taking it really easy. I mean, you do have 4 games, right? So want to make sure that every game counts.
Yeah, you want to get all the points you want.
Definitely. We got QBFN right over here. Dropping also close to Stark, but not completely in any certain POI. Looks like he's next to the docks right now. Probably going to hit up the factory. We've got more action back on H2O Icy, just looting it up. And just a reminder again to everybody in chat that all donations accepted go straight to the Phoenix Children's Hospital. We appreciate every single donation that you guys give. So as you can see here, we've got the rifts being used, probably people rotating out from Starks. When's the last time that you've seen a rift, Gary?
Ooh, I haven't seen a rift since like season 3, 4.
Yeah, since those porter rifts were a thing back then. Now that we don't have them,
those things are even crazier. Yeah.
Yeah, there's. Oh, looks like we got some action from Dollar Store Clicks fighting some bots, and we got somebody landing straight onto him right now. Going for the quick edit, Mongo Edit Classic doesn't get any shots through Dollar Store Clicks. Looks like he's getting some Dollar Store edits right now. Will he be able to clutch this up with a crash pad? Looks like he's under fire right now, holding that high ground. Does have a combat shotgun, not the best shotgun. And Vi is just not being aware. Looks like he's gonna crash pad in. Does it connect? He hits him for 19. This is now one tap. Goes for the edit and he throws another crash pad and gets eliminated.
He had that.
Looks like a little little bit of a misplay. Vizzy coming in clutch, though. We'll have to deal with Mr. Doom himself. And I think this might be his POI.
This is an interesting skin.
Yeah, definitely.
Very,
with the
very
superhero
bright.
skins. I almost feel like this is kind of like the soccer skin of this season, is it not?
It must be, because I see everybody running that.
Yeah, I think the new meta now is if you don't have a soccer skin, you need to have this skin. Otherwise, you just play like a bot.
Exactly. This is the new sweat skin.
Definitely. I've seen some players also go with kind of an all white or an all black look as well, and whenever I see those, I kind of just try to avoid them myself. So Vizzy coming in with an Elim right here. That's going to be 3 points to him. And also going to be able to get that Doom Vault loot. Looks like he doesn't go for the superpowers, though. Doesn't look like he'll be needing that. And we've got Icy just hugging around Stark Industries, just farming up. I mean, given that this isn't an arena game, would you prefer to drop hot and get those Elims, or would you prefer to play like Icy?
He's playing smart for sure, but I'm a man of wildness and I like to drop hot sometimes, just for fun.
Definitely a pop-off player is what you would be.
I want to be that excitement, you know?
Yep, especially with 4 games, if you could imagine. And just a quick shout out again with the Phoenix Children's Hospital. We want to give a shout out to the cause that we're here for, right? We're hosting this tournament, this Fortnite tournament for the Phoenix Children's Hospital, and want to give a shout out to Raising Cane's for being one of the sponsors. Not sure about you, Gary, but Raising Cane's does sound kind of good right now for some lunch.
Ooh, yes, sir. Might go get some.
And just a reminder again to everybody in chat, the donations that are accepted through the link that will be posted every few minutes will go straight to the Phoenix Children's Hospital. And your support makes an impact on the children in our community who need it the most. And all those donations, go to whether, it's out-of-town lodging for their patient's family, towards gas, towards meals, all of that, all those donations that come from the chat today will go straight to them. So thank you guys. Looks like we've got Vizzy looking for some more frags, taking that rift. Or maybe it looks like he wants to centralize himself. So we've got 2 different completely playstyles, with Vizzy just completely looking for frags to get those 3 points. And we had H2O Icy going for a more laid-back approach. It looks like he may run across a player, Sensity Pain. Chilling in Salty, one of the drops that isn't really contested. And he looks like Vizzy's gonna go straight into Crazy Rowdy 777. Impulsing straight into him first, going for the build. And it looks like Crazy is getting tagged up. Looks like he's at 1 HP. Goes in to take the wall and just goes straight in. And it connects to another kill for Vizzy. Looks like we've got another player coming up. Sensitive Pain going for the double edit, and he cracks him for 90. This guy's edits is they're so fast.
Man's cracked right now.
And he just ARs through. It's just that easy for Vizzy, I guess.
Give me the kills.
Definitely going for the kills. Would you be rocking this kind of highlighter skin? I feel like this is a Gary skin.
Oh, no. I don't know I could be this bright in the game. Sorry. I'm more of a darker tone.
Alright, well, speaking of darker tones, we've got another car coming up. We've got third-party action. Vizzy coming in to fight. Goes in for the impulse. Cracks your Poppy. Looks like he messes up the edit a little bit. Goes for the top edit. And this is going to be a 3-way fight between Brands and your Poppy. Looks like somebody's trying to leave. Vizzy's going for the kill right now. Not worried about any third party. Looks like your Poppy decides to leave.
That man dipping.
He said he doesn't want any piece of that. And as he's playing this fight, he does hear him. Wants to make sure that he gets this kill. He doesn't have zone, though. Looks like he's going to go for the wall retake. Doesn't see him. And Brands is just playing it really safely in the house, utilizing everything that is naturally in the map. But Vizzy says, nope, this is going to be my kill, and I'm going to go for it right now. Looks like he has a little bit of loot. Let's see if he wants to finish this. He might give it up. Still looking for him.
Still searching.
All right. Looks like he isn't going... The other player, Brands, isn't going to be donating Vizzy another kill. But once again, exclamation point donate in the chat. If you guys would like to support our cause today with the Extra Life Phoenix, all your donations will go straight to the kids today, and that's what today's all about, right? It's all about the kids, Gary.
All about the kids. It's holiday season.
It's holiday season's what? Speaking of giving, what were some presents that you had in mind to gift any of your brothers or sisters? I think some AirPods would be nice.
Yeah, my brother has a pair, so I need to think of something else. I just recently gave him some new headphones, so I think I might not give him a present during this season. I was thinking to build him a PC when he graduates soon, so
what a
might
gift
hold
that
off.
is.
Yes, sir. You know, my brother's been. Everyone needs a computer in the family.
That's great of you. Great of you. All right, looks like we've got Vizzy taking up the pickup truck. Looks like he's gonna have to rotate back in. Coming in, game 1 with 3 kills. I think Vizzy's going to be somebody we have to look out for in the standings for sure.
See how the late game goes. Oh,
I think we've got a bot shooting at him, but he's going to be having 9 points already, and that doesn't include any of his placement points as well. Looks like he's going to be running into Andros season, and Andros is not wanting any bit of it. But Vizzy did see him, and they're going to get into a fight. They aren't in zone, and it looks like Andros just wants to avoid this. And Vizzy's going for another impulse
like, nah,
places.
nah,
Where
nah.
you going? Tags him up for 7 and forces the fight. Vizzy going in. Vizzy getting in the same box, and Andros impulsing himself to his death. Another point for Vizzy.
that hard pump.
This man's on a roll. Speaking of rolls, those Raising Cane's rolls with that Raising Cane sauce.
Fire.
I'm saying, big shout out again to Raising Cane's for sponsoring today's stream with Extra Life Phoenix! Exclamation point donate in the chat. And Vizzy's gonna be able to make it into the zone. Better watch out for those bushes though, because sometimes lurkers like me would just sit there and then 200 pump you.
Surprise!
I think he's going to be going for this drop. It will be in zone. He does have 2 players that are outside that will be fighting each other. He does hear it, and he turns around. He says, hold up.
He's like...
Or does he change his mind? Oh. Going for some more kills, because he knows that each kill is 3 points. He sees them. And we've got Forlorn, somebody that isn't a new person in these Fortnite tournaments with Extra Life Phoenix. Forlorn has competed in these events before, so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Brands does get tagged up by Vizzy, sitting at about 100 HP flat. Forlorn also collectively with 50 HP and 50 shield. Vizzy does have his eye on the prize right now, going for this kill, not being in zone. We'll see if we'll be able to connect this kill. And it looks like Vizzy is going to be finishing his fight up really fast, trying to take the wall. And Forlorn's just getting tagged up by the other player as well. This looks like this is a 4-way battle, and Vizzy says, never mind, I'm going to go for you instead. Ooh, goes for the trade shot, hits him for 171. Vizzy living with about 50 to 60 HP left. Forlorn still is in that way, and Icy staying chill and cozy, just like his username.
Staying
gliding.
chill.
Staying icy. And it looks like he's going to just play it completely safe, playing complete edge of Stark Industries.
Oh, the third party.
Looks like he wants to hold some people out. Notices there are two people fighting over there. Korn's Revenge. And Coach Clay, excuse me.
Oh,
does
easy
tag him
shots.
up a bit. And Korn Savage Korn Revenge just taking the L. And Coach Clay trying to grab whatever scraps that he could. Icy's probably going to want to hold this guy in. The zone is closing, so Coach Clay will have to find a way up. If not, this might be the end of his first game of the day. I mean, how do you feel about, you know, this new map and the rotate? It looks pretty tough, and I don't think he's gonna make it out.
When it comes to these hills, oh, I don't know about that.
It's over if you don't have any mobility. It's wraps.
Yeah, you ain't got the what is that? The trampoline?
Oh yeah, the jump pad. That's correct.
Jump pad, yeah.
Jump pad's no longer in the game. Well, you've got our impulse nades. Crash pads does get the elim. He did die to Storm. Coach Clay.
Unfortunate.
Ending his round early. Looks like right over here we've got Vizzy going in for another fight with 5 kills already under the bag. It's like an unoccupied helicopter. I'm not sure why he's shooting it, but maybe he just doesn't want it. And the game gets lasered by maybe a controller scrimmer or something. But he's now sitting at 50 HP white. Doesn't look like he has any shields. QB chilling.
Chilling.
Now I'm not quite sure how I feel about going for complete safe gameplay. I'd maybe want at least 1 or 2 kills coming into the end game.
Yeah.
Just so I could have shield, you know?
You love me some free shields.
It looks like he's just gonna play it safe right over here. Does get shot up a bit. And Vizzy just wants to fight with 0 shield.
0?
Just get tagged up.
I don't think he has any.
And he's going in for the play. It tags him for 60.
Goes big.
And he goes big, and with that, he now has shield that will help him survive up until the end game.
New competitor.
What a frag that was. Did you see those edits?
Oh man, those plays with that weird
with the crash pad. No, that is a complete another thing to do. You just throw it and suddenly you're in their box. You can't do anything about it.
Can't hide.
Vizzy wants to press the attack on Forlorn. Not quite sure if he knows Forlorn's 100 flat. Will he be able to connect this kill? And he's going in for the crash pad play again. Doesn't work the same way. Does get tagged up for 50 shield. Isn't in zone yet, so he's gonna have to take that big pot and either fight him or maybe rotate his way in, as he's sitting on about 15 HP. And it looks like he's going to decide to not fight, but he probably will hold him. If Forlorn doesn't have any mobility, this might be the end for Forlorn's first game. Gonna be able to ramp up. Ooh. And Vizzy.
He's hitting hard with these bombs.
That is true. Going for the classic cone so that he can't ramp himself off. Vizzy coming in with 7 kills. Those are going to be 3 points each. Will most likely be the leader of this lobby for the first game. Storm closing in about 5 seconds. We're heading into our 5th zone. And Vizzy isn't done yet. Kaicho with a little bit of extra loot here. A little bit of mobility shield. Does get tagged up by Vizzy though. Says, where you going, buddy? Right.
Oh no.
Looks like Kaicho's gonna go to try to find his way out, but he messes up the edit. And now Vizzy just wants to get this kill because he knows that this other player's panicking. Kaicho is able to tunnel his way out though. Vizzy keeping it close. They do have zone, so they can take this fight. Keeping that pressure. Almost a box fight warrior going for the spray. We'll see if he can manage to piece control his way in. Does mess up the edit a little bit. He knows he wants his kills. Person with the Stark Unibeam is there. Nitro goes in for a big 100 pump, gets the wall edit, and I don't know what to say, Gary.
He's got fishes. He's good.
I don't know what to say. we've got Skirt Jig over here with 1 elim. Icy actually with 2 elims.
Okay.
One of the more passive players. Another H2O member with 1 kill. H2O facial. Got sick by birth. Getting pressed by Vizzy. QB going in to edit his way into the zone. And it looks like the other player did not want to have anything to do with Vizzy. It almost feels like Vizzy is just preying on the fear of the other players.
He's really finding everybody.
If he sees you running, he's probably gonna want to push you even more. So maybe it's not the best idea. Being able to push his way in. Looks like a tree is kind of blocking his way over here.
Ooh. Ooh, that 180 pump.
And he's going to be able to just completely refresh all of his resources and upgrade his spaz from a purple to a gold one as well. This is looking like Vizzy's game.
This is definitely looking like his game. But we do have
And
people
just
in
like-
heights.
Yep.
Do have people high.
And looks like H2O Icy and Vizzy are going to be coming into contact with each other. Icy not wanting one piece of it. QB sitting very high, going in for the third party. Very smart. I think he might be the highest.
Oh.
And getting the free frag on facial. Vizzy not being able to take that kill did do most of the damage, but Vizzy said, I'm going for you. You took my kill, I'm going to take your game.
He's cranking.
And look at him going. Going for a little bit of PG right over here. Getting in the same box as Skirt Jig. That is not his ramp. This might be the end of Vizzy's run. Looks like he's getting crash padded in. Will he be able to pop those minis? It's a 198. Vizzy is on a roll right now. QB, knowing that Vizzy's white right now, tagged him for about 30 white. Vizzy's sitting at 20 HP, and he's still tagging QB.
Oh, with the fishes are clutch.
Vizzy being able to still be alive. Icy now has the high ground. We've got 3 players left. QB, Icy, and it looks like Icy's gonna be able to grab the kill on QB. This is going to be an old-fashioned hill 1v1 versus Vizzy and Icy. They're both taking around the same amount of HP. Going in for a trade, going for the high impulse play. H2O Icy going in for that high. They're both sitting around the same amount of HP. Both taking their respective minis. Vizzy sitting at 10 elims. 1v1 scenario. Got Icy with the high ground. Vizzy does want to play up. Kind of stuck between some builds right now.
Kind of stuck.
We'll see who's going to be the crank master of round 1. And he's just playing around with him, just constantly taking this. Tags him a little bit for a nice 20 damage. Icy, will he be able to edit down? Does he have mats? It doesn't look like he has any mats, but he does have an impulse and the unibeam. The new part of the game. Powers.
I have no idea what that is.
I think they're both out of mats.
I think so.
It looks like. And Icy's just gonna go for the the free beam.
Kids.
With a 30-second cooldown, he can honestly just stay up there.
Oh.
And he just gets it. Icy just gets it with the 4K on game 1. Wow. Let's go ahead and check the scoring to see where everybody's at right now. I mean, that game, Vizzy. What are your thoughts on the man?
That man is very good, I would say. He knows how to play. Unfortunately, he ran out of mats at the end, so...
Yeah, I mean, he did use all that mats to get up, just to get brought down. But the amount of points, again, the breakdown is going to be placements up until 25th. Every elim is 3 points, right? So with Vizzy with 10 kills, he's up there. He's up there for sure. Even though he didn't get the Vic Roy, that's still a good amount of points. Who do you think has the bag on this for right now? We've got 3 more games. What are your guesses?
You say 1 kill is 3 points?
Correct.
How much is a win?
5 points.
Definitely Viz is up there with like
Probably
the
Vizzy.
10 kills. H2O boy, he's right behind, I would say. If he
Yeah, very
continues on doing
consistent.
well, very consistent. So if he continues that,
Consistency is the key. And once
for
again,
sure.
today we are brought by Extra Life Phoenix. We're here for a great cause. We're not here for some great gameplay, but we're here for some great times with some great people. Exclamation point donate will be the command if you guys are interested. All donations accepted go straight to the Phoenix Children's Hospital, and that goes directly to supporting the kids. And that's what today is all about, right? All right, let's go ahead and head on over to game number 2 for today's games of Fortnite. And as we've said earlier, as we started the Fortnite section, there is a little bit of prize money. So, all of this will pay off to the most consistent players of today's games. Transitioning over into game number 2.
Where do you like landing in this map?
For this new map, I personally like going Slurpy Swamp just because of the amount of free barrels there are, so that if you don't get any minis, at least you have that to fall back to.
That's true. That is very true. Free resources.
And we've got Kyubi coming back over here. Looks like he's going to be able to hit a couple of the barrels. That's going to be giving a 10 shield every barrel. So if you could find about 10 of them, we won't have to use any of your minis or any of your resources.
Halfway there.
Now there actually is an event going on today as well, being the last day of Chapter 4 Season 2. Our event, I believe, is going to be a Galactus event. I think it already happened too. What was your favorite Fortnite event, Gary?
Honestly, I missed a lot of events. I actually don't remember which one I saw. I know the Travis Scott one was like really cool. That one was probably the dopest one. But after seeing this one today, this one was definitely really cool with the Atlantis and then the Marvel event. I like this one a lot.
Yeah, definitely the integration of superheroes in Fortnite. Two of the biggest influences in social media and all of that. It's crazy. It's crazy to see that happening. And speaking of collaborations, we want to thank Raising Cane's again for being today's sponsor. Not sure about you guys, but chicken tenders do sound pretty amazing right now.
Want that toasty bun?
checks. Terminator. Gunna on 360 FPS. That's a lot of frames.
That is a lot of frames. I wish I could get those frames.
Yeah, I'm pushing 144. Looks like Terminator's gonna get tagged up for a bit. Doesn't get that 50 pot. It falls into Doom. And Gunna, knowing that he did tag him up a bit, he's gonna get pushed. Does get tagged by Dollar Store Clicks, and this is gonna be a 3-way battle for Doom's loot. Dollar Store Clicks says, you know what? Never mind. Too many people. Gunna on 360. Getting tagged up by Dollar Store Clicks. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. It looks like it's just a matter of who has more shields. Gunna on 360 at Gunna on 10 HP.
He got no match, I don't think.
And he gets in the copter and he doesn't get away.
He tried his best.
Dollar Store Clicks. He does know that there's one more person there though. Mr. Doom shooting his beams away.
Welcome.
He's not too far in his zone, so he can hang out here for a bit. Collect some loot. Collect some mats. I don't prefer the combat shotgun.
Is the pump still the most dominant?
Yes, the Spaz is definitely the preferred choice. QB farming it up still. Close to zone. Stark will be the wall that he will have to surpass, or he's going to have to either rotate a little bit early, but QB playing it safe as always, sticking to the game plan. With only 4 games, consistency is going to be important. Unless you are somebody like Vizzy who can pop off 1 game and not have to worry about the other 3 games.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of pop off, we want to go ahead and give a shout out to everybody that's supporting today's cause. Today we're here for Extra Life Phoenix. We're here for the kids. We're here to support them in any way possible. Speaking of pop off, guys are interested in donating for a great cause, !donate in the chat. We'll send you that link directly, and those donations that are accepted go straight to the Phoenix Children's Hospital. On top of that, we are also doing random giveaways to everybody in the chat. So if you are typing it up, or if you have typed in recently, you're automatically granted a possibility of winning a care package by Raising Cane's and Access Replay. Be a pleasant surprise for a Tuesday, some Raising Cane's.
Who wouldn't love some free food?
QB farming up some mats over here. Having a good time. Should have enough time to upgrade his pumps. Ooh. And he gets a purple SMG. Do you prefer the SMG or the AR? Some people prefer having both.
When I played, I did like using both. That TAC SMG definitely was a beast back in its time.
Like Dollar Store Click still in Doom is going for another fight. He just wants to make sure that nobody's hanging out at the top. Fun fact, those areas where he's throwing those crash pads, you can actually hide at the top of those ceilings and just hide there and camp until somebody opens the vault, come out, and then boom, you guys stuck in the vault. And now finally grabbing all the goodies, grabbing all the shield. Dollar Store Clicks realizing that he's running out of time. He's got a golden combat. Looks like he doesn't wants to opt out for that. He's going to be able to grab everything that he needs. Storm is closing in, though. It's going to need to carry some kind of white, maybe. Some kind of white heals. Taking that 50 pot, giving him 50 shield. Making sure he's topping off on the bandy cannon. A recent return, actually, of that item. The bandage cannon.
It was taken out?
Yeah, it was taken out momentarily for a couple seasons, and then it was brought back. I don't really prefer it. It kind of messes with my bindings, and I kind of forget what what button does what. 'Cause it does take up 2 slots.
Oh, that's true, that's true.
And he's going to be able to just fly on out. And this will be a 1 tick, so you won't be ticking for too much to find a fireplace and get back to that 100 HP. One person we haven't seen yet, though, is Vizzy. I don't know if he's got taken down a little early. It's like a new player, Def Torres, with a jetpack and 2 elims. Last time I saw a jetpack, man.
Those are not fun.
Those are not fun. People would crank up, and then once you run out of mats, it's over free if you don't have a jetpack.
Exactly.
It looks like... Oh, speak of the devil. We've got Vizzy over here shooting that helicopter. Got the original llama sitting with 1k. He's a player, doesn't want to go for
skin.
The original superhero sweat skin, the soccer skin.
Yes, sir.
I think Clicks is gonna.
Oh. Wait.
What? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Looks like he did get a crash pad, so he wasn't gonna take any fall damage. That would have been the end of his second round. Original Llama basing it up in the metal over there, and Dollar Store Clicks had me holding my breath for a second there.
I didn't. I was thinking, can you parachute or like yeah, pull your parachute?
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
was like,
There is no redeploy. There is no redeploy. So if you didn't
I
have
got scared
anything
for a
like that, yeah. All for FN, a player that I actually remember myself. Looks like he's playing it safe as well. Not a new member of these tournaments. Original Llama hanging out in his pyramid. Got Crazy Router building it up, holding up that high ground. I'm not quite familiar with this Click skin. This looks like a new skin to me.
definitely.
What is your preferred skin for as of late?
I gotta go with my sweaty skin. That was the Cyclops.
The Cyclops. Ah, yeah, that is now known as the Reet skin. Reet Lol being one of the recent dominating controller players in the West region. Reet has definitely made a name for that skin. That is now considered the Reet skin. Speaking of controller player, Dollar Store Clicks hitting a little bit of controller on Andros. Andros diving straight into the Atlantic. Dollar
Man,
Store
say I'm
Clicks
out.
going for it, and they're just playing Tom and Jerry right now. Andros is just getting completely lasered. How many crash pads does Clicks have?
That was like
Tagging
5
him up
before.
again. That was about 2 inventory
Oh.
fulls, and Andros taking a very quick L, not even getting into a build fight whatsoever. Clicks showing you how to aim labs it up.
Oh, Andro just wanted to get out of there. Unfortunate.
Once again, you guys, thank you guys for tuning in to today's broadcast today. We're here for a great cause with the Extralife Phoenix. Today, we are here, and all donations accepted go straight to the Phoenix Children's Hospital. And whether you guys know it or not, your support does make an impact on the children in our community today. Whether it's just coming into the stream, donating, anything, any source of involvement, shout out to you guys. Shout out to the chat.
This circle is looking like half land, half water.
that is correct. Looks like it's gonna be a water ending. Normally when it pulls this close to the water, it normally pulls back a little bit into the zone, and that's kind of how it's coded. We've got Kyubi farming up some metal. He has to be stacked with mats. He's been farming this whole game.
Definitely.
Realizing that H2O Icy's on top of the hill that he was rotating in. Icy wants to go for this fight. And QB says, you know what? Let's do this. Did a little bit of PG. Let's just do it right now. He has a lot of mats. Holds that high. Building in wood. And Icy is... He just said, never mind. A little bit of...
Shark.
would disappear. Yeah, sharks could be a play into this end zone if it does push back that way. And Clicks sitting high on his myth 1 by 1.
This man is pretty sudden zone.
It's giving me a little bit of anxiety that he's hanging out on the... Almost edits himself out. He's just gonna go straight back into his 1 by. That could have been really bad if he wasn't able to connect there, but he is gonna be able to connect back up there. Sitting on his high metal base. This is old meta days, season 3 and 4. Normally you don't want to be this high this early, but if nobody's contesting it, then why not?
I think he built on the
Looks
crane too, so I think he's pretty good.
That's true. Unless somebody decides to start pickaxing that crane, he's probably going to be set. Assuming he probably has some kind of mobility as well. Why he's this high. Heading into the third zone right now.
He's
On
leaving
match
a wall
number
open,
2.
and it's like,
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
it's kind of scaring me right now.
He could get sniped from his little feeties.
Yeah.
Not quite sure. Got Golfer down there hanging out. And he's just going to hold it. He's just going to hold it. Going to be the third-party master. Hopefully he has a little bit of AR to back that up. Golfer sitting at about, collectively, barely 75 HP. Below him, we've got Kaitro. Facial Llama. All hanging out under there. QB in the back, hanging out by himself. It looks like he has that whole side to himself. Everybody is kind of clumped up on the south side here. I think this might pull down to the south side. If it does, then a lot of these players are going to last until probably the 6th and 7th zone. Icy getting into a fight. Looks like he's struggling a bit. And Kaitro with a drop is going to be able to get a gold SMG and a couple of chug splashes to top himself off. Does get tagged. I'm not quite sure what he got tagged by. I think that was the Stark Unibeam, perhaps? For 100. Kind of just blew all of his builds out. And he realizes, you know what? I'm not going to go there. I'm going to stay out of that guy's vision. I need to get out of there. That guy's crazy. Got Ethai. Smiley. Haven't seen a Smiley username in a while. Got one Elam Golfer hanging out. Hanging on dear life with about 70 HP. One Elam though. He will get points for placement as well. He does see Korn's Revenge right there. He's hanging out. Korn's Revenge sitting at 150 HP. Everybody's just peeking down. Nobody wants to get Elam'd here. But Golfer might need a refresh soon. Oh, we've got Beast with the OG Black Knight skin.
I remember that
from season 4. That was the skin you did not want to fight back in the day.
Back in the days, you're like, oh no. Oh my gosh, Clicks is high.
We've got Clicks. This might be Clicks' game. He's just hanging out at the top and nobody's shooting him down.
Big chilling.
Original Llama getting tagged up and Elam'd by Clicks. This is going to be Clicks' game, it almost looks like. He just has complete vision. With the zone pulling up, these 4 players that are on the south side are going to have to rotate in. Facial does have the loot and is upgrading everything. Does get tagged up though by probably Clicks. Yep. Clicks sitting up there with probably enough AR to last the rest of the game. We've got H2O Facial just thinking about what he has to do. He's got 5 seconds. He's probably going to... Not quite sure if he meant to do that. There we go. This new meta, Chapter 4, you can bounce and impulse and essentially launch yourself way further than a regular launch would bring you. Clicks, knowing that he has to rotate out. Gonna go up, probably hang out on the top. We've got Kyubi trying to maintain that high, and Clicks is gonna be able to just concede that. Now, are you a high ground player? Or if somebody were to contest you, would you just say, never mind?
Nah, bro. I'm that type of guy. If someone starts burning on me, I'm gonna start burning on YouTube, bro. Like, but then I'm gonna realize that, oh, this may not have been a good idea, and then, you know, realize...
Continue to do it anyways.
Yes, sir.
It looks like QB wants to just concede it back. Clicks building in with a little bit of wood. I'm quite sure if this is the safest thing to do. And he is shooting down QB. The zone's going to be closing in again in 30 seconds. With the storm being, being very small on the 6th circle, you don't really have to move that much. So Clicks still the dominating lead over here in position. Everybody else below him. Vizzy actually isn't in here, which is a surprise. Might have lost a 50-50. He's trying to get an idea of where QB is. Kind of finds it. Realizes that he's in that box, but decides to not drop down. QB goes for an edit, I think, but not quite sure where he was looking at. Does get tagged up a bit. And Golfer is still alive. I didn't think he would make it. Oh, we got Effie getting lasered, probably by clicks. Ooh. Having that big tap there. Hopefully has the shield to last until the last few minutes of this round. And QB going back down a little bit. Making sure that they don't get dropped. I think QB went for high, and now Clicks is second high. Huh.
I think so.
Might have gone for an impulse play. Trying to make sure that that foundation of that is completely built so it can't get dropped. It might be his game from all the farming. Kytro. Hanging out low ground.
Oh.
Still has a lot of metal.
Warriors.
Low ground warrior for sure. Something I never really knew how to do. We knew how to crank. And Kytro getting into a fight over here with Revenge. Does tag him up. Knows he's cracked, but let's see if he'll try to go for this kill. It could be free. Golfer hanging out. If Golfer wins this, I don't know. I don't know what I'll do, but it'll be an amazing thing. And Effie fighting for high and falling all the way back down. Realizes that, goes back down. QB holding the high ground dominantly. Golfer going in for a couple of tags, and it looks like Clicks just wants to get in. Who will be the dominating factor? Wow! And Golfer's getting the loot that he needs. Going for a pump. And then a second one. Able to translate those frags. And now Golfer might be able to make something out of this.
He's got the heals.
He's got the heals. Probably he's got the mats too. That playing ultimate low right next to a trash can. He is getting sprayed by Clay. QB holding in that high. Kytro also playing the same layer. QB knowing that nobody is contesting decides to branch out a bit, and now he can just spray and do exactly what Clicks is. Coach Clay right over here getting crash padded out. I am not quite sure. But we've got Kytro with the storm skin.
That's the
I'm not quite
Stranger
sure.
thing.
It could be. It could be like a kind of like a chroma or something, maybe. Got Kytro looking for a couple of edits. Not quite sure if everything is his box, and it looks like he's getting crash padded in, and he edits out immediately. Effie going for the aggressive play, messing up his edits a bit here. This is going to be a complete box fight for low ground. There isn't enough space for both of them, so one of them's going to have to die over here. I think Golfer is going to be on the layer above him. Gets a good tag, and he's going for the piece control. Gets the translated kill. And Kytro is going to be having that low ground. And Coach Clay does get tagged up. This is going to be a three-way battle. Golfer. And it looks like Kytro. And this is going to be a complete fiesta with Coach Clay hanging out. Kytro hitting all the shots. I think he just killed two. He just killed Clay and Corn. This is 1v1 versus QB.
Kytro has fishes, though.
Kytro does have fishes, but QB... He can play heal. I think QB's gonna try to play this heal. It's gonna be old-fashioned heal off.
Oh, Kyto's got the
Kyto's gonna be able to get the med kit off. He's also got floppers. Let's see what QB has.
Oh, QB came down.
He's got to impulse in. QB's got to impulse in. What's gonna happen? He's going in for the double edits. Oh, and QB gets the connected kill. What a shot. Both players playing that last moment amazingly.
That was intense.
Just happened?
Wow.
I didn't expect that.
I did not expect that heal off, and then the fight at the end, that was crazy.
That was an amazing play by Golfer, coming in big with those frags, coming in with about 70 HP, and then Kytro also playing that low ground, that piece control, all those edits, crispy ass, edits. Yeah, I mean, QB farming it up and taking the win. Taking that high ground, I think, was the most important part of that play.
Definitely.
Again, going back to the points and how it all plays out. Top 25 is going to be points for placements, as well as elims being 1 point and the victory royale being 3 points. So with QB taking in that victory as well as a few points for elims, that's gonna bring him back up with Vizzy and Icy for sure. Um, I think my guess is still it's hard to tell. There's two more games. Two more games,
Two more
and it's
games.
completely different. Like Vizzy wasn't at the end game, Icy wasn't at the end game. I don't know who's gonna win now.
We can't tell. We gotta play these games. Last game will be the final factor, but for sure QB, Viz, and Icy are still on the top. Or
Those are people definitely on the board.
Definitely.
As well as the people that are on the board, people that are in the chat. We want to give a great thanks to you guys for tuning in today. Today we're here for Extra Life Phoenix Giving Tuesday live stream. And today with Fortnite as one of the games, we've got plenty more of other games to watch too. All donations that are accepted go straight to the Phoenix Children's Hospital. So any bit of donation counts. Let's go ahead and head on over to the third game of the day. And it looks like we aren't going to be having a Stark drop. Seeing if any of the names that popped off earlier will continue to be consistent with that. A big shout out again to everybody that's in the chat. If you are active in the chat, you are automatically entered to a free giveaway. And who doesn't like free stuff? I like free stuff.
I love free stuff.
And playing it safe again. QB's going to his landing he's always been going to. I think this is going to be the third game where he's heading over to the same location. We'll see if he'll be able to stay consistent. Doesn't look like anybody ever really drops here, huh?
No. I like dropping here. Craggy's a nice place.
I mean, you've got fishing spots, you've got barrels, you've got loot, you got rotation, you got a rift.
Materials.
Got everything that you need.
Yep. Uncontested.
Something I haven't been having fun with are the 50-50 chest spawns. I miss all the chest spawns. Not quite sure why they removed it. That was a questionable patch.
Fortnite does many things.
Many things that are questionable, that's for sure.
Yes.
On the bright side, we got the pump back. I remember there was a moment in time where the whole community had to play with tax in combats only. And I don't miss
rough.
that Fortnite. I don't miss that one.
I did not like that one.
And again, just those barrels, it's just free shields without having to use any of your consumables.
What ever happened to that other pump? The one that like kind of charges.
Oh, the charge. Yeah, they actually removed the charge pump as soon as they brought back the spaz, I believe.
Oh. Yeah, I did not like that gun. It was very hard to use.
The timing of that was a little weird. It was weird, but it did pack a punch for sure.
It did hit.
I think I just prefer the sound of the spaz too. It's just when you hit somebody with it, it just sounds nice too.
100% agree. Yes, that thing sounds like a beast.
Whenever I hear somebody fight with that, I'm just like, never mind. Let's just not fight. Oh, speaking of great loot, Terminator, unlucky getting a gold sniper out of that. I am a fan of the sniper personally, but, you know, a gold spaz would be better than that all the time.
Yes.
He does have a jetpack, so he can play for a little bit of build fight and just jetpack his way up. With an old sweat skin, the Mogul Master. It's actually one of my favorite skins.
Yeah, I like these ones. When they came out, I was like, ooh, these are kind of cool.
Yeah, the skins were that weird medium of like not a soccer skin, but when you'd see it, you're just like, oh, never mind.
I remember because in this was like seasonal, it would come out. So like when I saw it like some other time, I was like, damn, I wish I really had this one.
Definitely. Couple of pro players use it too. I'm pretty sure that Rex, 100 Thieves Rex does use this on occasion. Definitely a skin that isn't popular, but some notable names do use it.
That.
Yeah.
That was
Terminator. Hanging around the coast, checking to see if there's anybody there. Doesn't look like Sweaty was contested, but he says, never mind. I gotta go to zone
mobility
anyways.
in Fortnite now is kind of crazy. They have a lot of things now.
You've got cars. Not only that, but you've got different types of cars too, right? You've got the the Ferrari, I would like to call it. You've got the Stark one, the one that has the unlimited boost. Those ones are fun to see whenever you see people using them.
Yeah, these helicopters are cool.
Now, do you prefer helicopters or the planes back from season? What was it? Season 6, 7?
Or can these helicopters shoot? Yeah,
no.
I was like, okay. I guess helicopters for sure. Planes, oh man, those are just another story. Oh man, those times are so hectic.
You would see them in about the 6th circle still, right? Oh, it looks like Dex wanted to land in there. Maybe. And Terminator going for maybe a couple of frags. Ghost riding the whip right now. Does get one tag, but unsuccessful with that.
Oh, it just lands. Okay, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I remember with planes, you would see about 6 of them closing circles still.
Yeah, just be circling around in the air.
That Skirt over here looks like he's gonna land on him. Actually, 2 Skirt members. I think this is kind of like a clan. Could look a little bit like a little bit of teaming, but we'll see. We've got 3 players over here. Skirt Dex gonna shoot his own team member, and Jig gets boogied and he gets cracked. Terminator looking to terminate this man's streak, and he's controlled. Wow. The third party. And we've got 2 Skirt members. He did. And the end of Terminator. Unfortunate timing right over there. Dex holding in that high. That was just another player, but Skirt Jig just hanging out. Watering his plans. Looks like Dex doesn't want any more pieces of that original llama. Hanging around. Avoiding contact. Skirt Dex does get a great up. He's just getting loot for free. And using that pufferfish, that is a new addition to the Fortnite fish list. The pufferfish does give you the same movement that a chili pepper does, actually. And even though we are unfamiliar with pufferfishes, we are familiar with this name over here, Kyubi. Last winner of game number 2. Most likely has over probably 2k mats. Hopefully he's got a spaz. Hopefully he's got mobility. Fun fact, Gary, did you actually know that the likelihood of you pulling a spaz out of a fishing hole is probably at its all-time highest now, because there are no longer any more pumps that or any other kind of shotguns you can receive from that.
Oh.
So normally, what you will normally see in, kind of pro play is you'll see people grabbing a pole, like a fishing pole, to try to grab that spaz.
That's kind of cool.
Skirt Dex hanging around. He's sneaking right next to the corner.
Sneaky.
And he tags him up a bit. And they're gonna get into a fight. Skirt Dex, being the aggressive player. Going for a Mongol Classic, but doesn't get the ramp in. Goes in for the wall retake, and he takes it for 300. doesn't connect because there was a tree in the way. Skirt Dex going in. And Korn wants out. Will Korn be able to 200 pump him? And the piece control is just too fast. With everybody knowing how to piece control now, if you can't tunnel your way out, you're going to get your box taken just like that. Skirt Dex being a master of placing the pyramid and walling so that the other player almost looks like a fish, hence the term box like fishy. Skirt Dex getting 2 elims now under his belt in a dominant fashion. This might be Dex's pop-off game that he needs.
Get himself on the board.
You just know. I'm not sure if you know, Gary, but the you know how soccer skins are indications that that person's sweaty.
Uh-huh.
Now, if you've got this this wand pickaxe, that is also a staple now. That if you play professionally, you have that. I think Benji also coined that that skin. Yeah, it was actually in the shop yesterday as a bundle. It's a Benji Fishy's bundle. Pretty cool. Speaking of bundles, Dex wants to grab a bundle of kills here, going in for a piece edit, but falls off. Going in for the fight with Original Llama, trying to take that wall. He's able to grab that wall. Llama's gonna need to be able to get out of this. This might be Dex's 3rd kill. Does get tagged up a bit. And the LMG Warrior Llama.
LMG!
Forgot that was into the game. Skirt Dex. I'm getting pressed again. He's panicking a little bit. The LMG having 100 bullets, you can kind of just hold it. Just like that.
Oh.
And they trade some blows. Original Llama getting stuck in his edits. Gets tagged white. Skirt Dex now has the upper hand and he is in his box. But Llama is able to snake in and out. Will Dex be able to control that? Piece control. Impulses for high. Oh, Dex has the edit. And he just finishes it. Finishes the fight.
He's pretty high up now.
Definitely gonna make sure to get down. His hand's looking a little wobbly when he doesn't have anything. It looked a little funny, a little bit of bug. But just because he's done with the fight doesn't mean that we are done with today. Again, today we are here for the Extralife Phoenix Children's Hospital. I want to give a quick shout out to everybody that is in the chat. If you are in the chat, you are automatically entered in a giveaway for free things because we love free things. And also, every 2 hours, Raising Cane's and Access Replay will be giving out gift packages. Got QB getting pushed a bit by Brands. Brands having that Stark weapon. Brands looks like he wants to get in on this fight. And uh-oh. Dex hears it.
Dex.
Young Dex, famous Dex. Looks like Brands is going for that high, but Dex says, well, you're not going anywhere, buddy. Goes in for the wall retake. Gets the wall, but Brands is able to get back down. Fighting on this slope is kind of weird. And Brands just getting out. Looks like he didn't make too much of distance. Dex going in for the fast play. Dex is a really fast player, hitting Brands for 90. Brands is now tagged for white HP, sitting at about 30, now 50 HP. This is his point. Wow. Able to upgrade that pump shotgun.
You just got a gold pump, just like that.
And this is the pop-off game that some of these players need. Again, there is a prize pool for today's Fortnite event, so you can only imagine, right, what each Elam means, what a pop-off game could mean for you. Now, if you were to win, Gary, what would be the first thing that you'd spend your money on?
That's a great question.
I would definitely
Honestly.
reward myself with some food.
I was about to say get some food and then whatever is next, whatever happens. But I'm definitely gonna eat some good food right now.
That's for sure. Speaking of food, we want to give a shout out again to Raising Cane's for being today's sponsor for our event. The event that is for the kids. Big shout out to Extralife Phoenix Children's Hospital. We've got Dex and Kaitro in a 1v1 scenario on the edge, not in zone. They do have a minute to fight though. I'm gonna give my upper hand to Dex.
Oh.
It does flat himself off. Kaitro says never mind. He boxes him up. Kaitro getting stuck in his edits. This is gonna be Dex's 165 pump to the face. And it's just that easy.
That pump is so nasty. I love it.
It's just too strong to not have. Forlorn playing it safe. This could be his game. It looks like there aren't too many players left, actually. It looks like 4, 5, maybe? It's only third circle. I think maybe we're missing a few people that aren't in zone yet. Yeah, that's right. Icy, a member we haven't seen in a while, rotating his way in. He might be seeing Beastin. Does have a snipe. Will he be able to connect this landing? Doesn't get the snipe off. And clicks. CEO of High Ground. Seems to always be high no matter what. Just got the rotations down. He's just built differently.
He's built differently. Built differently.
And he says, Clay, stay down there. What are you doing? Stay down there, buddy. And Clay just drive by, doesn't want to go for any shots though. And he says, I'm just gonna hang out here. I thought he was gonna go for a drive-by pump real quick, but
for reals or some kind of damage.
And Dex fighting Icy knows that he's in that pyramid. So
what the?
That was weird standoff. Oh wow!
Those are fast.
Dex with the mongrel classic.
Man. He said, those are mine. I edit those. Ah, you gone.
Wow. Somebody had some Raising Cane's before their matches.
For real. He's all goodied up.
Hubie getting spotted by Forlorn. Says, what do you want? Want to take an AR battle? Now, do you prefer the AUG or do you prefer the AR? Sometimes the AUG is just, it hits nice.
The AUG does hit nice because of that burst, but
during a box fight,
I think I
probably want an AR.
Yeah, a box fight AR, but the burst is very. I definitely use the AUG a lot.
Dex fighting again. Oh my! A little. Okay, he's hitting it a bit.
Okay. 220
It's in the baby dance. All right, just a nice easy 220 going in for another fight. If Andros right over here, you know, going for another 220. And Andros is getting tagged
right now. Okay, oh, yes sir.
All right, this almost looks like a Vizzy's first game. Game 1, match number 3. Dex being the superstar, going in for more kills. I think when you're feeling it, you just gotta do this, right? Like
when you're this hot, yes, you gotta go for it.
When you're this hot, how's that his wall? Like
I don't know.
He's gonna be
It's
chasing
crazy.
Ghoul. All right, see if we'll be able to translate this kill. This probably will. Messes up the edit once. Knows he's behind there, and all Ghoul. Utilizing all of those impulses because he doesn't want to fight this. Looks like he has no choice now. Screw Dex. 8 kills. For some really nice piece control. Gets him in a box. And this hits him for a big 121 pump. Tries to get that ramp out, but Al Ghul does impulse his way out. Still in the same box.
Ooh.
And finishes his kill with another 220.
This man is hot.
9 kills. 9
Yes,
kills
sir.
equals 9 points. If he wins this is that could put him close to first.
Yep. He'll be up on the leaderboard. Oh.
Poppy taking a lot of AR to the dome. Yubi, hopefully He's able to translate this kill. Will he stay in his box? Looks like he doesn't want to go for the box fight. And your Poppy is just... looks like he's kind of stuck. This is how I look like in front of players nowadays. I just look like that. Like, hopeless. Just, I don't know what I'm doing.
Let me
And
help.
QB knows.
Oh.
QB falling down
QB
the
falling
slippery
down.
slope. And Skirt Dex. What is happening? What is Skirt Dex?
What?
I don't even know what he's doing.
That man was trying to hit him in there.
He's just going for some more kills.
Oh, Poppy ain't got no more white heels.
QB just hanging out. Poppy hanging on by dear life. I'm not quite sure what QB
Lit.
wanted
He's
to give him
trying to
time.
live.
Got Jig on the top. Dex on the top. Got Coach J still hanging around that position. I'm not sure where Clicks is. He might have gotten eliminated. Oh, he's on the bottom right over there on the left side. All right, well, Jig's now hanging out. Second highest. Your Poppy, what is it, 1 HP?
Yeah,
You
bro.
could get tagged with 1, and he's dead. Now,
more.
if Dex was using a Scar, he would have died. But because the Stark gun does have fall-off damage, he only tagged him for about 23. So the farther you are from Stark.
Is that what happened? Is that like a nerf? Because I remember that gun was very fun to
Yes.
use.
Yes.
Oh,
That was a
damn,
nerf to the gun because it was too strong at one point.
It reminded me of the AK.
QB fighting Jig. Jig looks like he wants to get into this fight right now, but QB says,
Oh,
"Nah,
QB's
I'm
like,
good." He says,
I'm gonna go high.
I'm gonna just chill here. This is a bad spot to be in.
Yeah, very.
Now Dex.
I think Dex is
ain't
big
taking it
chillin'.
high. Yeah,
I think he's big chilling up there.
Yeah, I think he's gonna rotate his way up and get into Facial's box. Oh, 50.
Oh!
Doesn't connect the second one. Gets in his box though, and it's free. And he does have impulses now as well as a refresh. He has max mats.
Ability.
And he's gonna go for more kills? No way. 10 kills. Is he gonna be able to beat Vizzy's record in a game?
I think so.
That's what he wants to
Plenty
do.
of
Look at him.
Opponents right now. Ooh!
Jig and Golfer. Golfer hitting a nice hit for almost all of his HP. Dex and Golfer. See if Golfer can land this 200 or not. And this is going to be a good fight, I think. Either a good fight or it's going to end fast. That's what's going to happen. See if Golfer can pull off the 200 pump. Have you played enough wagers to get this 200 pump? He's kind of stuck a bit. He is just getting piece controlled to the max. Gets tagged for 23. Dex wants this. Golfer does get out of the box though. And Golfer says, "You know what? I'm gonna stay above you."
Ooh.
It's a nice pump.
20?
Oh.
Ah.
And Dex just phases in.
Dex has that pressure.
Oh! Coach Clay coming in out of nowhere, trying to
surprise!
end Dex's game. Forlorn notices Dex does get tagged and tries to spray him, but I thought that was it. I thought that was it for Dex.
Whew. Yeah, this man got lucky right there. Clay was just waiting.
He did. Oh, and he tags him back for 110. Big boy pumps only. Dex is fighting two people.
That man does not care right now.
He doesn't. Forlorn holding the high ground now. Dex might impulse up though. He does have a couple. UB holding that second high as well. And before we get into these last fights, we want to give a great shout out again to Extralife Phoenix Children's Hospital for allowing us to have this day to come together to support the kids, right? All of today is about the kids. But for this match, it's going to be all about Dex with his 12k impulsing his way up and trying to impulse the second player down, but Forlorn is able to block himself off. And another impulse does go off, and you're going to be hearing more of those. All of these players, if you got an impulse, now's the time to use it. You'll be trying to claim his lair. Forlorn going up. And it's going to be a battle of impulses. Dex, let's see how he rebuttals. So let me reload my gun first, buddy. A little bit of a tag.
Ooh, he hit
Forlorn
him.
tags him for 50. He did. And he's just getting piece control. Tags Forlorn for a bit. Forlorn is sitting at 0 HP.
Dex is
Dex
unstoppable right now.
Towering over Vizzy's kill in one game. Clicks is gonna... Okay, and this is gonna be a weird fight. QB at the bottom. It's the kill. Top kill on Clicks. This is gonna be a complete 1v1.
QB! Let's go.
QB with the last kill. And he's vibing. He's vibing with the baby. Being able to get that last shot, I think, was important. I mean, that's just a faster reaction time. But that doesn't, that doesn't mean that Dex didn't pop off. He got, what, how many kills? 13?
13, I think, yeah.
13 kills with the second place. That's a lot of points. Speaking of points, every, elim, every placement matters. But with QB going back-to-back victory royales with a couple kills, right? He's not only being consistent with the placements, but he's getting kills too, right? That's kind of amazing. Will Vizzy make a comeback on this last match? We are 3 matches in. What do you think?
Oh, Viz has to pull something off this game because right now QB's definitely ahead with 2 wins and Dex is right behind him with the kills. So
if one of them gets another pop off like that, imagine if QB got a pop off. I think his lead would just be completely out of the water.
He's definitely got that first.
And once again, you guys, we appreciate you guys for coming into today's stream. Wherever you're coming from, want to give a great shout out to the Extralife with the Phoenix Children's Hospital. Your support makes an impact on the children in our community today. So if you guys are interested, if you guys could, !donate in the chat. All of your proceeds go straight to the Phoenix Children's Hospital, whether it's helping them out, whether it's getting a meal for them or making sure all of their family is there to support them in any way. We appreciate you guys. Let's head on over to the last match of the day. Game number 4 of the Fortnite tournament. Playing it out with 4 matches. We are on the last one if you are just tuning in today. We've got a couple other games that are coming up. I know we've got League of Legends coming up, so that's also another game that a lot of people are playing. But for right now, we're going to be focusing on this last match for Fortnite. And with our back-to-back winner, Kyubi. Will he make it a three-peat?
Way he's playing, there's definitely
the way he's playing.
Well.
It's interesting because it's not even a pop off kind of play style. It's just consistent, right? It's a good mixture of both.
Yeah, it's a very good mixture. Just making good decisions, I guess. Right time, right moment.
Yeah, it almost feels like he never runs out of mats either. So he's got a good balance of being able to conserve his mats, but being ready to land that shot when he needs to land it. I can't believe he landed that shot on Dex. I can't believe it. I thought that was Dex. Dex was playing hot.
That game was so incredible for him. Crazy.
Amazing. We love Fortnite for those end games. Those get me so pumped, even though I'm not the one playing. It's just anything can happen.
Fun to watch. Yeah.
Now, if you could come into an end game, let's say, those kind of, closed tight circles like that, what kind of loadout are you looking for when you're playing, Gary?
Usually, I just run an AR, a shotgun, and then I think during the metas, there was times with the SMG and there's times without, but definitely AR, shotgun, either a SMG or a sniper, and then the rest would be like heals, white heals, shields, whatever I can find, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like chug splashes are a popular pick just for slots, just because they give you a quick heal, right? And especially if you're playing like a team. Yeah, if you're playing like a team game mode too, like duos or squads, I think those chugs they're just exponentially worth more. because you can heal everybody.
Is it still 20 heal, or I forgot how much it was?
Yeah, it's still 20 heal of whatever you're missing. So not only shield, not only, white heals, but everything. So
Yeah.
it's good to have, especially in those late games, especially when you accidentally tick or you're trying to rotate and you tick a storm a bit. It's good to have those. I really think that the fact that QB can loot all of this and not have to worry about dying early, it's just guarantees him loot, guarantees him placement points. And then he doesn't even have to worry about the kills because he always gets them later anyways.
Yep. Late game kills are definitely more worth.
Just making sure that he doesn't miss any chests. I think, yeah, I keep on thinking about this spot just being a great landing spot. And the fact that he has rifts, and the thing is, those rifts aren't like a 50-50 spawn. They're always there. So he always has rotate, unless somebody takes it. But there's no reason for somebody to take it because it's the backside.
Yeah. He definitely is farther from circle this time, so he definitely has to
take it a little bit early, yeah.
Yeah. The area below where he's at, what happened in that place? Like, it definitely is different since the last time I played.
The area below the docks or Craggy.
That little, the little circle thing.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. They've been changing the map very discreetly. It almost feels like just like little changes between like terrain and loot. This is always changing, but people are assuming that we're gonna be getting a new map coming into Chapter 5.
Ooh.
With Galactus ruining our whole plan, which I'm glad because I'm not a fan of this map.
Yeah, I like Fortnite was fun, and then when this map came out, I definitely did not enjoy it, especially the very beginning of it.
It really took some time to get used to, but speaking of fans, even though I'm not a fan of this map, I am a fan of the kids, and again, today we are here with Extralife Phoenix, Giving Tuesday's live stream, hosting tournaments of multiple games. We just had a Madden tournament, but we are now in the last game of our Fortnite tournament. And all of this is for the kids, right? I think my favorite part about these streams are the random giveaways. As long as you type in the chat, you are automatically entered to the giveaway of free stuff that may or may not include food. I know food's one thing that if you tell me that I could win food for free, then I'm there.
Say less. Say I'm there too.
And just like the guaranteed rifts, he's gonna be able to take that a little early. And he does have a spaz actually. I just noticed that.
Oh, he's definitely set right now then. Whoa, I don't remember like mountains being here.
Yeah, with Stark Industries, there are a couple of big mountains that serve as easy placement for high ground. Looks like he's not interested in that though, or looting that area. Might go to risky.
Oh, that's
maybe
risky?
if it's not
oh,
looted.
Man, this whole area is weird.
Yeah, everything's all different. He's probably checking for that
so
rift.
hilly.
Doesn't do rift. Yeah. And we've got Jig over here fishing. Maybe he's looking for a spaz. Using the Benji Fishy classic skin. Benji always making whatever he uses a staple in the community. Doesn't have the wand pickaxe though. Whenever anybody sees this skin though, you assume it's Benji Fishy, but in today's tournament it's Jig.
Uh-oh.
Might cross paths with QB a little early on. This is going to be an interesting encounter. Will QB be able to take this fight? Wow! Controller!
I'm out of here.
Oh, Jig wants that. Jig wants that for sure.
Wait.
And QB utilizing all of his mobility, actually willing to sack two impulse
He
nades.
wants that spaz.
He does.
Yep.
I'm assuming Jig didn't
not-
have mobility to keep up with him.
I don't think so. Uh-oh. He's gonna go back.
You think he'd go back and take the fight? I think we know
Yeah.
QB as the, if I don't need to fight it, I won't. But he's always ready to fight. Taking the taxi on the way back to zone. Fun fact, if you are driving on the road, you actually are faster, whereas if you're driving the grass, your car's a little bit slower. Taxis being one of the slower kinds of cars. But Llama driving an even slower one, the pickup truck. He does see facial in one of these start landings.
This skin's kind of cool.
With the new Skull Trooper, I like to call it the EDM skin because it's something that you'd see at a festival.
Definitely.
Catch me wearing that on the side, just partying, doing my orange justice. You can't see it right now, chat, but I'm orange justice. And Llama just disobeying all street rules and of driving on the road and just driving wherever he pleases. Looks like he might want to upgrade a gun, maybe? Looks like he's trying to upgrade his gun. Looks like he's upgrading his shotgun? Yeah?
Shotgun.
See so. He has a drop next to him too, and QB also coming in here. If he sees Llama, he'll probably back off. And it's not looted, wow. Okay. Being able to grab a couple of extra loot maybe could get something or an upgrade he might need. Alright, he's gonna be able to grab a couple crash pads for those last few moments. I notice he likes using them at the very end. And it always gets him, you know, the frag that he needs. He just grabbed another one. Now he has a full slot for those. And that's interesting that this place isn't contested. There's a lot of loot here, and nobody's gotten that drop yet.
Looks like a lot of people are just getting like a lot of open cities, open places to farm. So
Definitely.
it's pretty well looted.
Actually going for a couple of shots. If that was Dex, he probably would have gotten out of his car to fight that.
Honestly.
I think Llama should be thankful that he was shooting Kyubi and not Dex or Vizzy. Kaicho coming in with a lot of consumables here. Took a little bit of apples because he wasn't completely full yet. He has his spaz. I wonder if he kept some of his chilies. Looks like everybody playing on the last game. Everybody wants to play it safe, avoid everything. Golfer on the very edge, just hanging out. I think that's what everybody wants to do right now.
A lot of people on the
What the
mountain.
hell? Yeah. You would think that if you're coming up the mountain, you don't see anybody, you're like, it's fine. The moment you're up there, oh, there's two guys up there. It's like, great.
Mistakes are making.
QB being able to farm up a lot of wood here. The great part about that slot is that, I'm sorry, the skin is so, what is it? Is it
I
a
know,
pie?
like I see the head is a pie, but like I think it is a pie. But wait,
Man, we
I
got some
don't-
Thanksgiving leftovers here in the in the game.
I feel like they did do
I didn't
this
even know
skin
that was a.
one time.
I didn't know that was a skit. I don't know what is that, chat.
I think it is a pie, like though it's just it's just so it doesn't look like a pie.
Got Forlorn over here farming it up, taking it easy. If you guys are tuning in today's stream, we are doing giveaways. So if you guys are interested in free things, without having to do anything, right? Because he likes doing stuff. All you've got to do is make sure that you type in the chat. Our next giveaway will be about an hour, and our giveaways do consist of prize packs. What is it that you have to do, Gary, for these prize packs?
Do is
type in the chat. That's it.
Type in the chat. Easy as that.
That's it. And maybe hand over your social security. Just kidding. Don't do that. Speaking of giving, Clicks is actually giving a high ground to whoever's on that mount. Who is that on that mountain?
If he looks the other direction.
Not quite sure who's on that high ground, but he's just chilling. And Corn with his... Have you seen that pickaxe? It almost looked like an energy sword from Halo.
Yeah, dude. I saw that. I was like, what the? That's so cool.
It's cool. Pretty cool. I remember they actually released I think like She-Hulk fist too. I think that was a cool one that I wanted, but I missed out on.
Damn. Unfortunate.
Pickaxes are just getting crazier.
Yeah, so many designs.
Yeah, it's crazy. It used to be just pickaxes. Now it's like wands, staves, got energy swords now. Like, quite sure what's going on.
Everything's
All right, we got
endless.
Clicks peeking out of his edit. He is next to Forlorn. QB.
QB
On
on
a
the
good
edge.
spot. He's actually nobody next to him besides Corn, but Corn's rotating more in. Now, do you prefer staying like on edge or do you like playing center?
From when I played, edge is very hard sometimes. I think it's smarter to definitely try to make your way in the circle a little more deeper every time. But playing edge is very scary and hard, so I definitely can't do it.
Yeah,
I don't
definitely.
know, you just get beamed.
It's just, yeah, I think just being last kind of just always feels bad.
Yeah, I think during the time when the launch pads were out, it was okay to do that. But
right.
But definitely when you don't have one, definitely not a great way to move late.
Right, yeah, that is true. But we do have Coach Clay using his mobility. I think he just wants to get into the zone. Is able to get into a spot. Hugging the edge. Is getting sprayed by Kaito, I believe. Kaito looks like he wants to just push into him. QB rotating in with his Buick. Sees that there's driving down the Corn. Gets stacked up a bit, QB.
He's like, I kind of.
I think he's getting pushed. Is he getting pushed? I'm not sure. Got Icy chilling on the edge. Jake hanging out high ground. Kaito. Oh, it was. Yeah, Kaito did push him a bit, but I think Yubi tagged him back. Here, Poppy on the kill feed, killing Crazy Rowdy. Mama chilling as usual. And now Kaito is getting sprayed by whoever's on the mountain. I think that's Corn or Clay.
Clay.
That's Clay. Yeah.
Your boy Pie Man.
And it looks like our top fraggers from the last two, Dex and Vizzy, aren't to be found.
Yeah, but we definitely see the consistent people with Golfer, QB.
Golfer and QB, yeah.
Hydro. Yeah, the consistent players definitely are making the name for themselves.
And again, this is all for a prize pool of 1,000 doll hairs. US dollars. We love doll hairs. Clicks, also a name that we've seen consistently around the end game. Hanging out, not his usual high ground position, but nonetheless, he's still here. All right, we've got Forlorn, Golfer. Golfer with the new skin, actually not using the Golfer skin that he normally uses. And everybody is just AFK.
Big chilling time. Is that hill kind of big? Oh, a small hill.
It's a small hill, so that makes it a little steeper. especially if you need to cross it. So it's gonna be a little steeper if you don't have mobility. Everybody just hanging out. Look at this. Everybody's going through their pyramids, not shooting. See, this is the time where I would use a sniper.
Oh yeah, when they be
Coach
peeking
Clay.
out the windows.
Yup. Just wait till somebody shoots and then pop. Rice Krispies. Oh, we've got Corn shooting Forlorn. Forlorn says, you know, never mind. I'm just gonna stay here. Golfer chilling in his 1x2. I see. Jig in the same exact position. Everybody. And QB's just moving in front of Kaiju. I just see that.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Kaiju's just letting everybody rotate. Unless there are just builds that we don't see.
I'm trying to see who's high ground. I think it's I think Jig is the high ground, man.
Alright, and it looks like Jig holding that high clicks. Everybody's just waiting. Game 4. A completely different vibe.
Very, very safe.
Coach Clay hanging out. I think normally around this time, if you aren't building metal, then you're at risk of getting sprayed. Just like that. And Forlorn does get one tag on Clay. It says, stop spraying my box, buddy.
This is definitely a lot more people we've had in just such a small circle, so we're definitely gonna see a lot of close quarter fights.
Forlorn shooting Icy a bit. I mean, whenever I see any like wood builds around this blade, I just shoot it. Just so, you know, maybe the whole lobby's like, okay, let's shoot that guy because he's building wood.
True. When one person starts shooting, everybody be shooting.
QB almost making it to that top. He didn't make it.
Unfortunate.
Also rotating back in. Right next to QB. As you can see there, he switched to hard mats. QB in front of Icy. Oh my! Icy tagging QB for a hot 170. QB now stressing out. I think Icy knows too. Also getting sprayed by another player. Icy getting third-partied by Coach Clay. And Icy's now paying the price. That's what happens when you don't pay attention. You think you've got the kill and then somebody else kills you.
Oh my god, that skin is actually just so scarily ugly.
It is.
It's literally a pie monster.
Yeah. That doesn't even
like
look
a Halloween
good.
thing. I think it's a Halloween thing.
Definitely.
Still got like a lot of
All
people.
these guys.
standing in a circle.
Yeah. A lot of these guys fighting for that piece of pie. Wow, Coach Clay is a piece of pie. We've got a couple of players left in the 7th zone. We've got 3 more zones until it completely closes. This is the most we've seen out of all the 4 matches, and nobody is shooting. Nobody's shooting. And Coach Clay says, you know what? Going for the 3-point. Match 4. He said, this is mine. He said, dub. And as we are all waiting for the last player to catch this dub of match 4, I want to give one more quick shout out to the Extralife Phoenix Hospital and for what we're here for. Right, we're here for a great cause. We're here for the kids. We're here to have a great time and spend time with, you know, people we appreciate. And that's you guys in chat. We appreciate you guys for all the donations that you guys have given to us. And just a reminder that all of your proceeds will go straight to the Children's Hospital. Your support does make an impact. And also typing in the chat also gives you the incentive to have a chance to win a giveaway, right? Speaking of giveaways, Golfer giving away his wall, and Golfer messes up the impulse. He didn't go anywhere. Kaicho tagging him up, and that is going to be the end of Golfer. Coach Clay going in for another fight. Any 200 pumps. Dollar store clicks. Now all the action is going to be taking place. Kyubi impulsing your Poppy off of high ground. Kyubi now holding high. All the action is going. Your Poppy in this tournament. I think that's going to be the last few moments for him. He does have floppers. He will be able to make it, but Kyubi is tagging him up. Poppy will be able to rotate. Has floppers. He has I think he has more than 4. Kyubi now having that high ground. He is really high, so if you impulse, he's still going to be above you. Kaicho getting into that low ground fight, finding your Poppy, going for the edit, and gets the 50-50 trade. Coins Revenge, going in for 1v1 versus Forlorn. Skirt Jig, going in for the third party, and grabbing that free pump. And I think we've got 3 players left. We've got Kaicho, Kyubi. Oh, we've actually still got Llama. Everybody playing their own layer. Coach Clay, Llama. They are going to interact with each other. Coach Clay does drop him, and it's the full AR controller skimmer spray. Kyubi needing to go down, goes down for the 100 pump, is not able to finish the fight, and they both die. Jig and Kyubi taking the L. This is a Coach Clay and Kaicho 1v1. Coach Clay sitting at 20 HP. Kaicho does have the HP lead, and it is an HP victory royale for Kaicho. These end zones are insane. I mean, you've got the constant action with Kyubi going up, and then you've got, Jig and Kaicho going in for the fights. It's those last moments, man. Last moments that count. You gotta hit that shot.
That last circle.
If you could give the MVP to anybody, who would it be out of those for that match?
A match, definitely Kyubi.
I'm gonna still have to give it to Kyubi, even if he didn't get the Vic Roy. It's the consistency, right? So
the consistency,
with that being,
like him playing well.
Yeah, it's just it adds up. So with that being said, let's go ahead and check the scoring to see who is going to be the winner of today's tournament. And to no surprise, right? We've got first Kyubi, second Kaicho, and third H2O Icy. And it looks like finishing 4th through 10th, we've got Clay, Llama, Jig, Golfer, Dex, Clicks, and Corn. All names that we do see. And it's just, look at the elim differences. We've got Dex on 14, Kaicho on 8, Kyubi on 5. But it's the consistency, right? He got 2 first places, a second place. He's just always there. Even though the kills aren't there, it's the points that matter at the end of the day, right? So, big shout out to all the competitors for our Fortnite tournament today. Amazing gameplay. We're doing great things here. We're doing great things with the gameplay. We're doing great things for the cause, right? Today we're here with Extralife Phoenix, and we're hosting tournaments for a great cause, and it's for the kids, right? So to wrap things up, is there anything else that you want to say, Gary, before we sign out? Any plugs to your Twitch? Any social media plugs?
Follow my Twitter. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, we've got his Twitter right under his name. Chat Gary Gucci _ with 2 eyes. My name is Denzi. Today we're here for Fortnite, and we want to thank Extralife Phoenix for giving us the opportunity. Once again, one more time, ! donate. I love commands in the chat. All proceeds do go to the kids, right? The kids are what matter today. So wrapping things up, we'll go ahead and sign off for today.
I'm King Drake of the Arizona Cardinals. This holiday season, some heroes won't catch a break. The patients at Phoenix Children's Hospital. They'll be battling villains like cancer, heart defects, and other illnesses. These kids didn't ask to fight, and they need your help to overcome these battles.
We got married in 2015, and then Oscar was born in November of 2017. Best day we've ever had. Shortly after he was born, we were going to the pediatrician, and I noticed kind of right away that the doctor was focusing on his head, and I asked him what was going on. Oscar was only 3, maybe 4 weeks old. The doctor said he wasn't sure, 100% sure yet, but he felt like one of the sutures, as they call it, had closed prematurely, and within another week or two, it was apparent that something was wrong.
And he said matopic craniosynostosis, and he would need a helmet. He's going to need surgery by plastic surgeons, neurosurgeons, be in the ICU, and then go through extensive helmet therapy. That car ride home, I just sobbed.
It's crippling. You certainly don't expect for things like this to happen, and then you hear brain surgery.
The main reason that we recommend surgery is to prevent learning problems, high pressure in the head, and vision problems as people get older. Because if you think about it, when you have a growth plate that's closed, your skull can't grow enough for your brain, and so that can lead to pressure and problems down the road.
Definitely put our mind at ease knowing that we were referred to doctors at Phoenix Children's Hospital and that they were so world-renowned.
Realized how lucky we are, even in such an unfortunate circumstance, to have the best care in the world here. Oscar was 4 months old on almost to the day of surgery. The care from the beginning was amazing. They took him in, got him in a gown right away. I'm trying to be strong for my wife and my son and everybody who's calling, and I decided to go down and get some fried green beans. So I went down to the cafeteria to get some, and there were none. They were out, and I lost it. And so I just started sobbing in the cafeteria, and one of the chefs who was working late night saw that. I said, "I'm so sorry," and he just kind of said, "Let me fire up the fryer." Happens more often than you would think, and it kind of rounded things out. The care at Phoenix Children's is exceptional everywhere. Everywhere there's something that can heal. There's a compassionate face. There's a handshake, a smile. You're going through a lot here. Everybody knows everybody's going through a lot, and at least as a parent, my heart was going out to all the other parents, and everywhere here, including the cafeteria, there was healing.
I would have never imagined that Oscar at 4 months old would be smiling 3 days from having brain surgery.
The best care for our family was right in our backyard, is right here in our backyard. Incredibly lucky.
An incredible story, absolutely, to be sure, but Oscar's story is just one of many, and you hear from his family as well what some of these donations go towards. The ability not just to help the healthcare professionals that work at Phoenix Children's, but also the support staff that sometimes go completely unnoticed or unsung until you see stories like that. I'm Hold Shift, your host here for the event here on Giving Tuesday with the Extralife support of the Phoenix Children's Hospital. Again, still accepting donations all the way throughout this live stream. If we can hit that $5,000 mark, our presenting sponsor, Raising Cane's, will double that amount by matching the $5,000 of their own. So please make sure if you're feeling it's some need to donate, or maybe even just try to find a donation to consider when it comes down to this holiday season. This might very well be that time to get on the lines and try to find a way to donate. Even a little bit will absolutely help us. So we've gone through 2 of our games so far today. We started things off with Madden NFL, and we didn't really have that close of an overall event that happened. But for the Fortnite tournament, much closer all the way through, even though we did see domination come through for our champion. It was still relatively close throughout. We hope you guys enjoyed that one. But now as we look forward, we're going to be going into 2 of Riot's titles. Of course, one of the biggest esports globally right now, League of Legends. We'll be dealing with the finals there. And then to finish off the evening, I'll be jumping on to use some casting of my own, as we'll be doing the Valorant semifinals and grand finals as well. And again, just as we go through, as you're enjoying the games, just think about all of the lives that even video games in their own right have touched, and what you could potentially do to be a small hero here today on Giving Tuesday. But with that in mind, it's time to introduce League of Legends here for our 3rd slot on our Giving Tuesday live stream.
Welcome to the Ultimate Battle Arena. This is Summoner's Rift, where legends are made. Here, players form teams of 5 to battle it out in a winner-takes-all showdown. Both teams will develop a strategy to thwart the enemy at every turn. Each player assumes the role of a champion each equipped with heroic abilities. Mages, tanks, marksmen, and assassins. This is the ultimate test of skill and ability. This is the biggest esport in the world. This is League of Legends.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and how are we doing tonight? Now that we got some of the other games out of the way, it's time to get down to the rock and roll of the night. It's League of Legends, baby. My name is Juicebox Guy, and joining me is Taz Dragon. Taz, how you feeling, my man?
Good. I'm ready to get into some pre-season League of Legends fun. And, remember, why we are all here today is for Phoenix Children's Hospital. Extralife Phoenix is the event today. Don't forget to !donate, and it's going to be a good best of 3 finals for today.
Yeah, absolutely. ! Donate is the perfect way to put it, because every dollar that you donate goes such a long way for the children in these facilities. And we appreciate whatever we can get, but in the meantime, we are going to go ahead and talk about just a little bit of League of Legends. So, before we get into the games tonight, we are going to go ahead and throw it to a quick, we'll call it highlight reel of sorts for how the players got to the finals. And as you can see, between Arizona State University and the Bean Destroyers, classy name at best, just some masterful team fighting coming out right now. And you can see a deadly flourish goes wide. The curtain call's not going to do much either, and just doing a great job of not only controlling the map, but using the greatest CC of all, the gray screen, just knocking out the enemy opposition and pushing it all the way forward.
Yep, definitely. And just, the ability usage that they're known for, ASU and Bean Destroyers are quite good at the game. And, ASU has always done really well in the CLOL/ULOL scene, so I'm looking forward to see how they end up doing. And with all of the new item reworks, seeing how all these beautiful champions interact with these items now, especially with Samira being live and usable now, as well as Seraphine, since, none of those champions were able to be played in Worlds. So it is going to be fun to see how they work out in the end of it all.
Yeah, definitely. One of the greatest things about League of Legends is the constantly evolving state of the game. Now, there are a few really critical items that I personally am going to be keeping my eye out for as the games move through today. One of the big ones got to be Leandri's Torment. I think it's such a good item. Even with the nerfs, I don't care. It's still a baller item.
Yeah, I think it's just such a good item. It does max health damage. It's just better, and it also gives you the Lost Chapter build out, so in mages in the mid lane, even top laners that want it as well, it still gives you the mana, and it gives you that damage over time that all those people were looking for. So it's just such an efficient item. And the next item is probably going to be Eclipse. Eclipse is an item that is picked up by so many champions across the Rift. It is picked up by AD carries, junglers, mid laners. Everyone has tried to build this item on basically every champion in this game at this point, and it is some fun to watch, especially some of the stronger champions like Jhin, some of the like Graves, just to see how they're able to kind of use it and just pop off with the ability to kind of kite around your opponents with that move speed and that shield. And especially, you have that lethality option now, so earlier and earlier you're able to kind of hit that one item power spike and just be like, all right, I can just beat you now.
And we can't talk about items if we're not going to talk about Sunfire Aegis. I mean, the tank item to tilt any man in the Rift. This item will churn you up, chop you up, and throw you out. The burn on that item is intense, and the stats are pretty insane as well.
Yeah, with it giving armor, MR, and the Immolate passive, along with a bunch of health, and it's bonkers. Why they created this item, I still do not understand to this day, but it is an item that we have to deal with, and basically any tank champion. I don't care if you're a support. It's not supposed to be a support item. You'll still see every support building this. You'll see your Alistars, you'll see your Leonas, your Nautiluses still going for this item. You'll see your junglers, any tank jungler going for this. You'll see your top laners going for this. Even, some top laners that you don't expect to be like, why would I want to build a tank item? But it's like, it's just so good. It gives you so much damage, even though it's just such a tank item. And it's just, it's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sunfire Aegis, in my opinion, Leandri's is, it's even after nerfs, still busted. Sunfire was just as good, and it hasn't even been nerfed yet. So that is an item that I really want to see some of these players utilize tonight to try to come out on top. And I'm really excited to get into this one. And as you can take a quick look at the brackets here, Bean Destroyers making their way through Abusement Park. A1 name, if I do say so myself. And then after, getting through that, I'm sure, nightmare, they went on to face Intelligence and made them look pretty silly in the end before finding themselves in the grand finals. Meanwhile, take a look on the other side of the bracket. Arizona State University faced off against University of Arizona. And anybody who knows Arizona schools knows that that is about as intense of a rivalry as you can expect. Now, Boris, I do believe is actually the B team of of Arizona State University. And they came out on top over the Manitoba Bisons. Manitoba Bisons is a team I have the utmost respect for. Then they faced off against their sister team to no avail as Arizona State managed to come above in that competition until we reach where we're at tonight. Bean Destroyers facing off against Arizona State, and I am nothing if not ecstatic to watch this.
Yeah, definitely. And Bean Destroyers is seeded number 1 for this tournament, so it is going to be interesting watching. As you said, Manitoba just has respect. You have respect for them, so they are good players, and they got knocked out round 1.
Yep.
And so it is crazy to see the caliber of competition that we're going to be seeing today in this bracket. It's going to be one hell of a time watching all these different items, these different champions coming out of the woodworks, like Amumu coming back into the meta. You see Mordekaiser becoming even stronger than he was last season. You see Jin making his way back with his lethality items. You see so many champions just having fun, and I really want to see the champion diversity that we see today, because I want to see the weirder kind of picks, and especially some of the items being used to their utmost potential, because there are some sleeper items that a lot of people haven't explored. I really want to see like Gore Drinker or like Ravenous Hydras, some of those more underutilized items to kind of come to the limelight and see if they can be utilized properly, as well as the more flashy items. I want to see if anyone decides to build a Duskblade on someone, really try to pop off in those team fights with that invisibility that they added. Or even Night Harvester with an AP Assassin. I want to see a Fizz or a Katarina or something like that. There's also been an AD Katarina build going around recently, and I do want to see what ends up happening in that mid lane, because there are so many champions that can be played. You can play tanks, AP Assassins, AD Assassins, AP Mages. You can play whatever you want in the mid lane right now, so I really want to see what ends up happening.
Yeah, no, the world is your oyster at the moment in League of Legends, and they had a really creative solution with dealing with, the sort of meta that arose in the game, right? I mean, for years, it was just, okay, who are the strongest 10 to 15 champions? Okay, well, that's who you play, and if you don't play those, you're going to lose. They went the syndrome route here. If everything's broken, nothing is broken, and I really appreciate, that sort of mentality, especially with the game. I won't say ever felt stale, because I've been playing it for 8 years and it never really felt stale to me. But I'm just saying, when you start going through the motions, getting such a critical change in the game as this was, it makes it feel like a breath of fresh air. So I really love what Riot has decided to do with their game. And, I think this is going to finally be the season where I'm going to make that push to Diamond.
Definitely. It will be one interesting season once everything starts going. And I do want to remember that, we got to thank our sponsors, Raising Cane's. They are going to be matching our donations up to $5,000. So if we hit $5,000, they will match that with their own $5,000 to donate to Phoenix Children's Hospital. So it will be hype if we can get there.
Yeah, and these donations that you give to Phoenix Children's Hospital, it's going to help them get more equipment. It's going to help them do their operations, give better care, child life resources, and so much more, even when it just comes down to the simplest things such as research, which is not by any means a simple thing, but I mean, just from a broad spectrum. I mean, every dollar that comes their way is getting put to about as noble of a cause as you could ever imagine. And if you can find one more noble, I'll call you a liar.
Definitely, using the money on those children that need this help. Like kids, the thing is, like, they can't wait. Like kids really can't wait, because you got to make sure that they are taken care of in as fast of a capacity as possible, because they've only been alive for so long. So when those health complications come up, you got to find the cure and help them as fast as possible. And so that's why we are looking for that cause and helping them out. And with that research, with everything, a lot of people kind of got a small break with COVID-19 with their jobs and such, but kids in the hospital don't really get that break.
No, not at all. And as we prepare to get into our first game, it's just so important to remember what we're playing for. It's truly about as good of a cause as you could ever get. So just as we watch these games tonight, and we're going to bring you the best possible content on these bad boys, don't you get me wrong, but as we watch through these, just remember the real reason why we are all here. So thank you so much for everybody who's tuned in so far. And frankly, I want to hear your prediction now, Taz. Who you think's going to take it tonight?
I'm gonna root for the underdogs. I'm gonna go with a 2-1 to Arizona State.
That is optimistic. I think the Bean Destroyers are going to keep their route of destruction intact, taking the 2-0 over Arizona State today, because I don't live in a fantasy world.
I don't know. I've seen ASU play. We used to scrim them a bunch at Georgia State, and I really think that just the coordinated play that they have and the experience that they have should be able to kind of overcome even some of the skill disparity. I really want to see if we can see the macro play, see the new just ideas that you can kind of play around with Rift Herald being so strong in the early game. See if you can prioritize that. Who's gonna kind of play towards that top side, because solo lanes are so strong right now, especially with all of the new items, with some champs kind of coming out of the woodworks like Teemo and stuff like that, who are just crazy strong with some of the new items like Riftmaker and Demonic Embrace. So you can definitely do a lot of different things with that. So I want to see what ends up happening and who prioritizes what side of the map.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe it's time for us to start getting into the nitty-gritties of this bad boy. So without further ado, we are about to be finding ourselves in our first game of the night. And as you can see, we got a few pretty meta champions, as well as some non-meta champions as well. I'd go to say Annie, while she's very powerful, not necessarily what you typically see at a high level of play. The Ornn and the Graves are a little bit more mainstream, and that Jin Lulu is the definition of mainstays. Meanwhile, Shin, of course, is a powerhouse. Lily, of course, is a powerhouse. I believe Breezy, even though he's slotted in the support position, that is not a support Victor. It is probably going to be a mid lane Victor. With that Nami in the support lane, who's really had an astronomical rise to power, along with the Lucian, who is a little weaker now than he was last season.
Yeah, I do want to see with the Victor changes recently that came in with the new season as well. He no longer has his hex score. It disappeared. Now he just gets it for free. So now, as he gets CS, as he gets kills, as he gets kind of objectives on the map, he slowly powers up and he's able to upgrade those for free. So I do want to see what he ends up going for item-wise, because it is a lot more impactful. I want to see which Lost Chapter item he goes for. Everfrost is quite strong on him because it gives him so much utility and be able to kind of burst people out. Luden's Echo is also a great option, and then Leandri's is also a great option as well to kind of help deal with that Ornn in the top lane. And then with Lucian as well, Lucian has some interesting build paths that you can go, because he is he's an AD lane bully, so you kind of have to think about maybe he can use some of those lethality items properly. But then there's also, maybe you just stick with a crit Lucian. Maybe you just want to go with maybe like a more traditional Kraken Slayer type build, because Kraken Slayer just synergizes so well with his kit because of the double shots. So you can just kind of, oh look, I auto Q auto, and then you just take a Kraken shot for no reason. So it just helps out a lot, and I do want to see what ends up happening with those items.
Yeah, and just a real quick sidebar here. For the folks at home, Bean Destroyers are on blue side. Meanwhile, Arizona State, much like the red state they live in, are sitting over on that red side. So just to give a little bit of clarity for anyone who was curious about that. But yeah, to your point about Kraken Slayer, it really is a very solid item for the Jhin to build. We see a little bit of a scrap in the top lane, not expecting too much action this early on in the game between two basically tank bruisers. Ornn's the tank burst mage assassin, but into a Shin, it's not as easy as it might look. But yeah, back to your point about the Kraken Slayer, it is definitely one of the more dominant items you can go for on the Jhin. So I could completely agree with you on everything that you had to say about that item. If we could get a quick look at some of the items to get a quick idea of where some of these players are ready to go, as the bubble actually hits into the bot lane onto Viber. Viber takes a lot of damage with the Deadly Flourish back, and that is going to be quite a few shots into Nami. And Nami, Pseudo, you're going to have to play a little more careful than that on your engage, my friend.
But the heal did not come out yet, so you still have that as a trump card. Ooh, the polymorph.
Yeah, and another bubble connects on Viber. That's the last thing you want to see. That seems like some shaky foreshadowing to me about how some of this could play out. But when it's all said and done, what we got, one summoner for one summoner.
Yeah, and we do have Lilia in the bot side. Graves going to look like he actually is going to double crab the Lilia, which is quite unfortunate for that early game clear. She does hit level 4 just off of clearing all of her jungle, though, so Lilia just going to be backing in this bot side bush, and Graves going to take the second Scuttle Crab for free and get topside control. I do want to see what ends up happening. With Shen, a lot of people have their theories on how to defeat Shen.
Oh my goodness. First blood coming through, being traded back, and now it's a fight between these 80 carries. The sparring match is going on in Lucian. The man with the double pistols comes out on top. Now we have a gank up on the top side, and Japanese import unable to pull the proverbial trigger on it, as that dash was just so good for top laner 14 to get under tower.
Yeah, he was able to get out with the shadow dash. He just didn't have to worry about anything. So definitely interesting. In the bot lane, yeah, after Jhin uses his fourth shot, he's kind of just like, oh, yeah, I don't really have any more damage for you.
It was a prank, bro.
Just, I need to get away. But yeah, definitely good stuff. Trading 2 for 1, actually, for the Lucian. And Lucian is definitely a champion that you need to get ahead on early game. So with that early 2-kill lead, it will be a good one.
Yeah, definitely. Lucian's going to be feeling pretty good about that start, sitting at 2-0. Fortunately for Viber, I do believe he was the one who picked up that first kill, so he'll be feeling not too shabby himself either. And I think that we need to keep our eyes on the bot lane, because we haven't seen either jungler, gank bottom side yet, and now with a few summoners down, it's looking pretty possible.
Yeah, definitely. Like, off the bat, you see we got a 300 gold lead onto the Lucian early game. So definitely quite nice for him to line his pockets with. As well as, ooh, Lilia going to go and try to steal away these Raptors from the Graves. Let's see what ends up transpiring here.
Yeah, Deer doesn't necessarily beat Shotgun, but when he brings the Laser Man along with him, usually you're playing pretty safe. Mid lane Prio was over on the side of Arizona State, so they were sitting pretty there, and manages to take away those Raptors. But, I really want to just highlight how intelligent of an invade that was, because there's a difference between smart invades and dumb invades, and that was a prime example of a very intelligent one. You had the setup to pull off that invade, and because they were able to shove Graves out, they push him back far enough. They are able to take the dragon. Now we see the Ornhorn, Call of the Forge God, coming in hot. Does get the knockup onto Shin. I think Shin should be okay. He opts in for the fight. Both people sitting under 200 health, and it is going to be Ornn, who got a little trigger happy there, who has to walk away.
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's a wet noodle fight. They're just going to not actually end up killing each other. They're just going to be like, I got you low. it happened. Now I gotta leave. So definitely good stuff. During all of that, they were able to end up getting the Infernal Dragon, so that means we are not getting the Infernal Soul. That means we'll get one of the other 3. But I do want to see what ends up happening with that. And now we do have level 6s coming out for top laners and for mid laners. So the Tibbers is out, and Stand United's ready. So I am ready to see what I want to see what plays they end up making with this Stand United, because this Lucian's already ahead, and I really want to see, you know, maybe a dive come out, maybe something spicy happen in this bot lane. And you also have access to the Tibbers now in the mid lane, so definitely you can make Victor disappear pretty fast with Annie, with Tibbers, Ignite, Electrocute, and a Graves behind her to back up the damage. That Victor might become Harry Houdini and disappear real fast.
Yeah. Pulling the classic Magic Man there. And you also have to remember, you know, yeah, Stand United's a thing. Oh, there's the culling. A decent ultimate, got about a third of the health. A third bubble hits that we've seen on
there's
screen.
Stand United.
It is Stand United coming in, and Breezy has already slain off Ina. Top laner 14 gonna take the credit for Viber there. Way of the Tempest has made his way down to the bottom side, has that stun ready to go, Electrocute ready to proc, and Ignite ready to throw onto somebody, but doesn't appear that he can find anybody to use those abilities on. So it's a 2 for 0, but at least Ornn got some top lane plates, right?
Yeah, and definitely Lucian just being like, nope, I'm not touching Annie with ult and Ignite with a 10-foot pole. I'm just going to leave, and decides to back up nice and quickly. So yeah, definitely, as I said, you have that Stand United, such a strong ultimate. Like, you know, Ornn didn't have TP to follow, so you just were able to kind of do whatever you wanted without any reconciliation. And now we got in the top lane, they are trading, and Lilia is on her way.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Swirl Seed does not land. If it had, I think Ornn might have been taking a dirt nap there. Does not quite hit, so it is going to be okay for the Ornery man on the top side. But I do want to see this Lilia start to get more active. You know, we already saw a little bit of it on the bottom side. It looked really promising. I want to see more.
Yeah, definitely. She hasn't been the most active. She did end up, you know, being able to get that invade, being able to do stuff a little bit earlier with an early dragon. Now we do have 4 up in the top side, just kind of avoiding that monster evolution that has been created at this point. And they're just going to be like, all right, we're just going to take Rift Herald, and we're going to swap our bot lane up here, and we're just going to be like, all right, keep your fed Lucian over there. We're going to put our Ornn there, and just let him farm. Hopefully he doesn't die, but we should be good.
Yeah, he could become the giant meatball that they really need on their team to deal with said Lucian. And this Rift Herald, not going to help the Ornn, but it is going to help that bottom duo. And that also is going to make a big difference here. Viber, I assume, is getting close to completing his first item. And I imagine Wudo already has his done. Way of the Tempest takes a lot of damage there. Chunked out for about 50% of her health, and there is the burst. Oh my goodness, Victor is a monster, and you don't want to step too close to the laser.
Yeah, with Chaos Storm having that front-loaded damage now, it is scary, and Lily on the bot lane just gonna zone away Ornn from this CS. He's just like, nah, you want to take this CS, you can't soak this XP, you're just gonna have to be really far behind. Just stop trying.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Way of the Tempest has to, you know, play the way of the coward from here on out in this game, because Victor is just such a monstrous pick in the meta right now. Probably somehow the best mid laner. Oh, they're going to try to prove me wrong right here. Call of the Forge God doesn't even get close. However, the root lands, and there's the third shot. Fourth shot, he's just out of range, and top laner uses the Stands United to keep that Victor alive. And you know, they just have so many tools for bailing people out of trouble on this squad.
Yeah, like the curtain call was just slightly off the mark there, so it wasn't able to like, you know, cover the entire mid lane. So he was Breezy was just able to kind of casually walk out and just be like, all right, I don't have to worry about this. I'm just gonna walk out of range of it. Don't have to worry about dodging the fourth shot. I don't have to be faker here. I don't have to dodge skill shots. I can just walk out of it. So definitely nice for him. And we do have the second dragon. We have the Ocean Dragon, which means we're either going to be getting a Cloud Soul or a Mountain Soul. I definitely think Bean Destroyers are going to be praying for a Cloud Soul here, which it is. So it's not too bad of a soul, but Lucian with a Cloud Soul, and some of these champions with the Cloud Souls are quite scary.
Yeah, I will agree with you that Cloud Soul is probably the easiest soul to deal with in the grand scheme of things. It's actually my favorite soul to get, though, just because of the extra amount of, the cooldowns just make such a big difference, plus the move speed. So it feels so good to have that soul. It actually, in my opinion, feels better than any other soul, even though it's not as good as the rest. Maybe barring the Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, definitely. I think Cloud Soul is probably pretty much the worst soul, but like not by too big of a margin anymore.
Oh man!
But definitely, I think that you kind of have that room with Lucian the Culling, with a Chaos Storm, with a Weeping Lullaby, and even the Tidal Wave coming out from Nami. It'd be quite scary to deal with when you just see all of the team running at you behind them, especially with the Tidal Wave already gives movement speed if it passes through allies. Plus the Cloud Soul movement speed that a bunch of people will get. It's going to be quite scary to see this team running at you with a Shen, waiting for that Twilight Assault to just come at you and be like, yeah, no, you're not going to have a fun time.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically just a Kled ultimate at that point, and about as useful. It has a big wallop of CC to follow through with, so I do want to see what Pseudo decides, how he decides to utilize that ultimate, but we still haven't quite hit the team fight stage. Both teams posturing around the second Rift Herald, which has not yet spawned and still has quite a bit to go on it. I think about a minute and a half to 2 minutes, but you can already see the beginnings of the Vision game on that top side. Oh yeah, you don't want that one, Bako. That's a one-way ticket to death. So Bako does back out there, and Annie, even though she is no match for Victor, she's probably the second strongest champion in the game right now.
Yeah, like, she still does a lot of damage. She will still 100-0 you with that ultimate and with Ignite. So you must be scared of her. So lane matchups, we still have, those top laners wailing away at each other in the bot lane now. And we do have, we got Victor versus Annie in the top lane. We got the bot laners moving into the mid lane. This bot lane, it's just going to be a wet noodle fight over and over and over again. So we don't really have to do much about that. So I do want to see where the pressure ends up going for this Lilia, because she can definitely make things happen, especially against Way of the Tempest with item completion on Breezy. He does have his Luden's Echo at this point, or Luden's Tempest at this point, so it will be a fun time to see if he can get anything going. And that top lane turret is quite low, so I think Breezy should be able to just take that down by himself, and this mid lane just kind of be a push fest back and forth. And until the next objective spawns, nothing is going to happen much. I do want to see ASU kind of start getting Vision down. The second Rift Herald is coming up quite soon, and Dragon's not up. You don't really have any other objectives that you have to look for, so I really want to see them kind of put heavy pressure into this topside jungle, get some better vision, and gear up for this second Rift Herald so they can kind of break open the map with that mid lane tower.
Yeah, mid lane tower is kind of what most macro sort of revolves around, as you can see Arizona State taking out this Rift Herald. Because the thing when you take the mid lane outer tier tower, you open up the biggest portion of the map. With it, another bubble, and there's the Tidal Wave. Stand United is going to add a massive shield. Oh, collateral damage goes wide. There's called the Forge God on to Lucian. Lucian has died, and now another member is going to go down for the opposite team. Mid laner drops, and there is Japanese Import falling as well. Now top laner and Pseudo want to continue this fight. They have the Victor in slow-mo chasing behind them as Orin is taking shot after shot. Not the target you want, but the only target you can get to. Big E from Victor. There's the Deadly Flourish to root up Victor, so he will not be able to follow out. Taunt lands onto the Orin, and Pseudo, the man who did not get much done, comes away with the Orin kill.
Indeed, indeed. Breezy able to take out, just doing so much DPS after everything being burned on the Lucian, so Sproto did not, or Voodoo did not have a fun time there, getting Call of the Forge godded in that tiny little Rift Herald pit, as well as a Tibbers thrown on him, so he was just not able to play that game right there. And so it is definitely a struggle, but you know, Breezy able to kind of keep that DPS getting output, and this is a third Dragon coming out for ASU.
Yeah, no, proving me wrong. Must have heard me in the pregame and got rather annoyed with my prediction because right now they're putting all the yoke on my face that they can muster. Almost a whole 12-pack of them, but so far they are playing this game very well. You can see they're up in gold by about 4K, and it doesn't seem like they're planning on slowing down anytime soon. Now, I will say one thing is, while they have been proactive, they're not being as proactive as I maybe would like to see. I mean, more what's happening is they'll start an objective. The other team will take an interesting fight into them, get split up, get killed off, or have a numbers disadvantage at a certain point. I want to see them navigate these team fights. It's actually top laners trying to navigate a 2v1. Call the Forge guy goes horribly wide, and now top laner gets to kill his opposing top laner. Swirl Seed goes wide. Eve does not land very hard either, and Drowsy Lilting Lullaby puts him to sleep. And that's what I'm talking about. Right there, picture perfect. The Beam Destroyers did not need to opt into that fight, but they took it when they didn't have the members around near them to help back them up.
Yeah, they're like, oh, you know, Shen's caught out. He's just by himself. Why is he at 60% HP? We can kill him pretty easily. And Graves is like, wait, I have lethality against a Shen who's building full tank. I don't do much damage, even with Eclipse. So it's kind of it's just a big schmacking contest back and forth, but now we see Breezy just running at this Jhin.
Stand United, now the Wild Growth did go on, but that's not gonna be near enough. The bottom laners caught out on the top side of the map, and both of them are gonna take a nice duo visit to the gray screen.
Yep, indeed. Again, we see, you know, they're just like, we got him. He's by himself. But he's not, because he's got Shen Stand United behind him, and then there's a Nami behind him. They're like, wait, why is the Nami here? Just after, you know, that tidal wave coming out, Stand United coming out to save the Victor, and the Viper on that Jhin just going to disappear with that burst that he's got. So it is quite scary. He is level 13, probably got all three abilities upgraded at this point, and he is big chillin'. He doesn't have to worry about anything. Victor has gotten over his hump, and he's you know, he's his late game monster status now.
Oh yeah, and you know, he's in late game. Beam Destroyers are still in about early mid game over here, just getting snuffed out right now. Gold lead starting to really exacerbate here, up about 6,000 gold, and it's about to get a little bit worse as, wow, that's got to be the least damaging hammer I've ever seen. Never mind. Tower stands tall, Cadia does not fall, and Ornn is able to just mosey on out of there.
Yeah, Lucian's just like, yeah, I'm not going to run it in Ornn, so it's kind of just like, okay, whatever. But definitely a interesting thing. Now they do have the Baron starting up right as it spawns, and there's no vision from Beam Destroyers here, and it is just Breezy and Fako just dueling it out right now, and now there's a warning trinket on it. Now they're moving over.
Curtain call has come out. One shot hit, second, third misses. Call the Forge got to back up the curtain call. Gets a three-man knockup. And Jhin offs Nami quick, serving up some sushi. However, there is the ultimate from
Baron's
Annie.
at 2K.
Stand United coming in, looting Lullaby
Baron?
on to top laner. Baron's down so low, and it does finally fall to the blue side. Beam Destroyers are going to manage to pick up that one. Now Viper trying to get him self out. Now, they are safe, but they're on the wrong side of the map, and they are just feeling like a pack of elk getting cornered by wolves into the base of the enemy, but that's not good enough, and it looks like everybody's gonna die. Brown Man Down cannot, or Brown Man Darius cannot get away, and it is a, I'm gonna call that a very dirty ace that they just pulled right there. Baron didn't do a damn thing.
Yeah, you know, good stuff from Japanese Import to still secure that Baron. That was a little bit A little bit of a sketch smite. I saw that. You can't get away from me. You know, a little bit of sketch smite from both sides there. But definitely good stuff. At least they didn't get the Barret. So they can still kind of wait it out, because Soul, again, isn't the most important thing, but I think...
Oh, he's still alive. Okay, he's okay. He's okay. There's no Caitlyn to finish that off.
Yeah, okay. Wait the time it will make it out. But yeah, so like, as we said earlier, Cloud Soul, not the scariest thing. It's scary, but like, you should be fine. You still got Ornn scaling here. You still got some time. Once those ornaments start coming out, that is going to be a little scary, because I have not seen those stats on those ornaments, and I am kind of scared to see what a Graves with an upgraded Eclipse can do to some of these members. We saw that Call of the Forge God plus the Jhin to just explode Pseudo in that last fight. So definitely quite a scary combo, and that is the Cloud Soul going to get picked up by ASU. And now we got probably the biggest timer of the game at this point, Elder Dragon. So it is definitely going to be a spooky one.
Yeah, and hey, we can finally take a quick look at the items here, and you know, this is what always happens. Actually, is that a Michaelis? Oh, okay, never mind. I keep looking at Nami in the middle of the screen and being like, Victor just built a Michaelis. Well, what Victor did was find an Ornn. There's the knockup, rooted up immediately after Stand United coming in hot and breezy, not nearly low enough to drop yet. The curtain call shots aren't getting too much done, because that Shin can just tank up about 80 of those before he'll finally die.
Yeah, you know, they're like, all right, we got this. The Deadly Flourish lands, and then they're just like, wait, that's a Stand United. We need to leave. This is a mistake. So they got the Stand United out, which for not too big. They got, you know, they used Call the Forge God and they used Curtain Call, which are both shorter cooldowns than than the Stand United. So
not with Cloud Soul, my friend.
Okay, that is true. So definitely gonna be a struggle, but.
Okay, Lilting Lullaby plus the Tide plus everything, including a kitchen sink, was just thrown at that Graves, and Graves paid the ultimate price there, does die. A lot of members devoted to that top side, and turns out when you're only at your tier... Oh, never mind, this could be the game-winning fight. Viper has already killed off Vaco, and they have lost a member. Top laner gets a taunt onto 2, but he doesn't have backup now. Lucian over the wall picks up 2 as well. Eno is not gonna have a chance, and there's no minions, so it's a pretty awkward circumstance where they're stuck in the base, but when that minion wave crashes, it's gonna be real tight if they can finish this game off right here or not. I think they could do it.
I don't think they'll be quite able to finish the game. They will get top inhib for free here. Let's see if they can get a second inhib tower. They do have the mid wave pushing.
They have 10 seconds.
No, they're just gonna go for the second inhib here. Good play, good play. Yeah, they got top inhib, which is the main really important one, because the Elder Dragon is spawning, or is the next timer. That's gonna be the biggest worry on their minds. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out. Now, 2 inhibs down. Bot lane inhib is the only one that is still up and going. So they're gonna have super minions flooding their base constantly. And I do want to see who they allocate this farm to, because that is one really important thing. Once you get those inhibs down, if the enemy team can correctly allocate those resources, it actually becomes quite scary. And so I really want to see kind of just them packing these resources onto this Jhin, onto this Annie, for them to be able to just explode someone in these team fights. So looking at these items, we got a Void Staff and a Proto Pelt on Annie already to kind of negate a lot of this magic resist coming out. We have one of my favorite new items on this Lucian, Navori Quick Blades, a very fun item that makes Lucian a lot of fun to play, because every time you crit, 20% of cooldowns of your basic abilities, gone. And especially with a crit heavy build like this, with the Essence Reaver as well, with the Essence Reaver also being a Spellblade passive now, feels really nice on Lucian, because you always wanted to build like a Triforce or a Spellblade item, but it just didn't fit into your build properly. And now it's like, let's give you a Spellblade item with crit as an AD carry. And he's like, all right, I'll take it, I'm happy. And we see a very scary book coming out from the Victor, but
yeah, there's the Nami wave. It does not land on anybody, but the laser does. It's only onto the orange, so it's not too bad. Graves is already chunked down to about a third health, so he has to get back into the base. Now, like a bunch of hyenas looking at a baby Simba, they are trying to find a way to pick up the enemy Nexus. They are gonna back off, go get the Baron. And now, I agree with you. If you can't push and win when you have inhibitors down, that's really bad, right? Because they get so many resources, you're denying yourself resources because you can't pick up those minions anymore. Here's the thing, when you have Baron and Elder Dragon, basically you just get a get out of jail free card, except just getting there's the flash. Graves is the hero that his people needed. However, in a 4v5, no inhibitors left. This could just be the game. Godlike goes Breezy, and now the Oran Horde just to buy a little bit of time. Breezy does get rooted up, but it is Voodoo picking up another kill, going Godlike himself, and they got the incredible steal, but it's gonna be at the price of the game. Has 2 waves of super minions. Curtain Call, it looks really, really regal, but not gonna do a damn thing as Viber just one comboed by the Lucian, and Annie can do nothing but cry from the bottom lane as Nexus and game number 1 goes over to Arizona State University.
Yeah, so I realized why Victor was doing so much damage. He was doing a lot of reading. He had a 25 stack Medjai's.
Man went to college.
He had a very scary book in his possession very early on, so I definitely understand why that man was outputting so much damage. He had a Luden's Tempest, he had a Lich Bane, and he had a big old book. And when that book gets thrown at you, it hurts when it comes from a Victor.
Oh yeah, no, that's a 1,200-page textbook that you're getting clapped across the face with. It's no subtle thing, and I mean, Victor anyway, regardless of whatever items, I'm pretty sure you could go full AD. It's just such a crazy champion right now in the meta. Honestly, you gotta either pick him or ban him, right? Well, ASU picked him this time around. It worked out beautifully. Now, I would usually say in a circumstance like this, I want to see how they look when they don't pick the Victor. The problem is, with that statement, all 3 lanes dominated this game. I mean, none of it was even remotely close. The closest one was the top lane, which, I mean, it was 2 guys who were too thick for their own good. Sergeant Thickums up in the top lane, not dying to another Sergeant Thickums on the enemy team. So
yeah, definitely. I think that, top lane, with that kind of a setup, it's kind of a struggle. It's really about, can the Ornn kind of put enough pressure on the Shen that he can't consistently TP out of the lane? And we just didn't see that. Like, we needed to see that Graves kind of come into the top lane and just be like, no, you cannot use Stand United. You cannot use it on yourself. You are just going to die under your tower. Because Shen, has strong trading patterns into Ornn, but Ornn just has much superior wave clear early on, especially when he's maxing that Q. So I want to see if they can kind of put more pressure if that Shen is picked or even just banned, because Shen, I think personally, Shen is my permaban. Shen is just a dumb champion and is just a very strong champion, and I'm just in a team fight and then I forget and I'm like, oh, they have Stand United and now we just lose the fight. So I always forget. So I'm a very forgetful person. So I just ban Shen because I just don't want to remember about a global in the back of my head when I'm trying to 2v1 someone. So I'm just like, all right, I'm just gonna take the champion out of the game. I think that's something Bean Destroyer should do, because it's a very strong champion. But if not, it needs to be addressed immediately. Like, it has to be your point of, I'm gonna send this Annie. I'm going to send everyone up to this top lane and just make Shen not want to play the game or just not be able to play the game. Like, that has to be your job when a champion like Shen or Twisted Fate or any of these global champions is picked. You have to make them not feel like they can use that that global presence, because otherwise they're going to just put so much pressure on the map. It's just, they can't do anything about it.
No, you're completely right. Shen is a bit of a headache for anyone dealing with them, no doubt about that. And they don't make the pharmaceutical drugs available in League of Legends quite yet to deal with that shin. So yeah, I agree. I think he's a really good ban, but I have to say I still think Victor was the just in terms of just raw stats. It was Victor or Lucian had to be just. They both dominated really hard, so I don't know which one I'd give the MVP to, and it could actually be that Shin because he had some really clutch stand Uniteds in a way where it wasn't clutch in the manner that if he hadn't done it, they would have lost, and more of like if he hadn't done it, then their chances of losing wouldn't have been 30%. It was 0 at that point.
Definitely, I think that there were a couple of Stand Uniteds that kind of made or break that game, especially when, they had that dive bot lane, that 4-man dive. It's just something that, like, you can't deal with. Once that Lucian's ahead, you're kind of just like, this is a struggle.
Yeah.
So, like, once that Lucian's ahead and they have a Shen, you kind of just have to either put all your eggs in the basket onto that Shen, just be like, no, you can't play the game. I'm just going to throw the kitchen sink at you. Or just, make sure, try to make sure that the Ornn has pressure in lane, or has a TP to kind of match that Stand United, and you just want to play around the bot side, keep Graves hovering there, especially, we saw the wave slow pushing in, so, like, when the wave is slow pushing in, your jungler should be like, all right, I'm going to make sure they don't dive you guys, and just kind of preemptively walk down, but I definitely think that, that was kind of the play that kind of broke open that whole game, so I do want to see what ends up happening if that bot lane doesn't get ahead from ASU side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do believe that we are going to throw it to a very, very quick break. So we'll be back in just a second, but just remember that every donation matters, and Phoenix Children's really appreciates anything that can be done, and they are using the money that they get to the best of their abilities. Now, if they get up to $5,000, Raising Cane's is going to match that offer, and that is just a lot of money going to a very good cause. So in the meantime, we'll be right back. My name is G-Specs Guy.
I'm Taz Dragon.
And we'll see you in just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Juicebox Guy, and my colorful casting compatriot with the dapper outfit, that is my buddy Taz Dragon. Taz, after game 1, how you feeling, my man?
Hey, my prediction might come to fruition. So I'm definitely, I want to see how this goes. I want to see it go to 3 games, obviously. So I really want to see how this ends up going. I want to see if Bean Destroyers can kind of bring it back and see what's going on. I definitely think that they have the tools to do it. I want to see maybe a little bit switch up a draft. I want to see maybe the Shen Band, maybe something else kind of moved around. Maybe a little bit more dominant, something in the mid lane, a little less, a little less scaling with the Annie, or even just maybe a more of aggressive playstyle with it. But I definitely want to see what Bean Destroyers can come out with in this game too.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I like how you brought up the Annie, right? A little bit more aggression. All right, Annie's the only champion in the game you're allowed to pull a wild turtle on. All right, you're allowed to flash forward. That's practically half of what she does in a team fight. She's all about controlling your pockets of vision, finding pick opportunities, flashing forward, laying everything on them 100 to 0, or if you can get 100 to 20, having somebody to just give them one of these just to knock them off the edge of the cliff there. So I really like what you said about that, because I do want to see that Annie get a little bit more aggressive. Now it is game 1. Game 1s are typically going to be a fairly slow thing. Now I think game 2s are typically known as the bloodiest game in a best of 3, and that is what I want to see. What I also want to see is I want to see if when the Bean Destroyers got said beans, if these were, just a bunch of, straight up beans, or were they the magical beans that are going to sprout into a glorious castle. That's what I'm going to keep my eye out for, because I need the whole squad from Bean Destroyers to step it up at least a notch or 2.
Yeah, definitely. I think they kind of just got pulled apart a little bit with the macro. Like I did like the attempt at the Swapperoo and sending the Rift Herald top lane, but it was a tiny bit too late. They had already got that Lucian super far ahead. That Lucian had already gotten his Kraken Slayer. He was kind of already moving. I do like it, and then at the same time you had the items on Jhin, but you kind of need to be playing around those item spikes, especially on Jhin, a little bit better. Once he gets to that first item, once he gets to that second item, you really want to pinpoint and fight when he gets those items, because those 2 items that he gets initially with the Eclipse and the Collector, he just does so much damage. It's just obscene. Just off of Eclipse, he does so much damage, and he's able to kind of maneuver around team fights really well. You need to capitalize on that initial power spike, and it's the same thing with Collector. Once he gets to that 5% true damage execute, you're just why shouldn't I fight? And so we kind of need to kind of see a little bit better item management in that sense, because once you when you hit those power spikes, you need to kind of capitalize on those and just hit them home, and that's something that you can do even when you're behind, to kind of scare people and kind of throw them off their step a little bit, because they're just oh, why did you execute me at 5% HP when I thought I would live? And it's just oh, I just bought the Collector. So it's just it's a lot more damage than that they have to expect.
Yeah, you're totally correct. And, while I do agree with you about your Jhin point, I think that you need to take a more broad look at it all, right? It wasn't just the Jhin or the Annie, or it was everybody. The issue was they kept finding themselves having to play in a reactive way. That's fine. There are teams who have gone to Worlds in the LCS and playing reactively. Team Liquid all throughout 2018. That's literally all they did. They just see what their enemies are doing. We're yeah, you can't do that. It's a perfectly valid way to play, and if you're good at it, do it. The issue is there's a specific way you have to play reactively, right? You can't, toss the holy hand grenade into the Baron pit and just hope your Graves comes away with the Baron while you're just blind checking into it. That's not how you play reactively. You have to have the vision set up as you move in, commando style, check all your bases, check your corners, and things like that. And I think that was one of the big reasons why they fell so far behind, was because they just didn't really have the vision reset up, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I feel like it's almost a habit of not playing in a kind of confined environment consistently. Whereas ASU, we've seen, they've been a team for a while. They competed in CLO last year, especially, and it's just an understanding of, okay, these are where ward spots are. These are where we need to have wards. These are the timings we need to have wards. And it's just something that a lot of teams, when they start playing together, they expect that and they know that. It's just ingrained into, like, you know, I'm the support or I'm the jungler. I'm backing at this time, making sure my trinket's up, making sure my wards are up, making sure that I have a pink ward on hand, making sure I have vision in these areas. Even if we're behind, I need to have vision somewhere. I need to be able to sneak in at least, you know, that one ward into the Baron pit or like somewhere around it that kind of lets me know, okay, they might be on there. You know, like, you know, the Farsight alteration definitely came in clutch once, but like after that, you can't just keep relying on it.
No,
so you have to, you really need to kind of get a little bit better vision control, especially in your own jungle. And like, you know, I understand you're behind, you know, it's hard to do, but like it is definitely something you can do, and it's something that needs to be kind of a little worked on. But I think that overall, you know, slowly, if they fix some of these smaller problems, they can definitely kind of get a lead, snowball, and just do what they need to do.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. And yeah, I mean, you know, you brought it up a little bit, but controlling vision's just it wins a game. It makes or breaks your game. And, you know, for all your aspiring support mains out there trying to climb the ladder, just remember, you know, you have to know where to ward, but that stuff, Google it, all right? What you have to keep in mind is it's better to travel with a friend. You get your jungler, you get your mid laner if he's got a spare second. You don't bring your ADC because you don't want that guy with you, because he's gonna try to one shot Olaf. But
let him take his farm.
Right, but just get somebody to come along with you so that you can set up that vision. If it's late game, if you're a tank support, you have the hardest job in the world, which is being willing to step blindfolded into a bush. That no one deserves that. If you're a Lulu or a Karma, you have an easy job, because now what you need to do is volunteer somebody on your team to walk into that bush, and then you just follow right behind them and get ready to flash or whatever.
Just like you are my pet, you are my seeing eye dog. I am just keeping you in front of me.
It's my noble steed.
Just walk in. Like you had an Ornn that game. You're just like, Ornn, you're standing in front of me. You're standing 3 feet in front of me. Just stand there. Just walk in for me. All right. There's not 5 people in that bush. All right, we're good. Okay, next bush.
Right,
just keep going.
Yeah. We got a system, and we got a whole thing worked out together. And that takes a lot of practice. My point is, these are all really high elo players. And maybe they don't have the proper experience of playing from behind like I do, to where you have to learn these methods, right? Like, I'm a second half player. It is what it is. I'm just saying that there's a certain way you have to play from behind, typically reactively. And then, you know, if you want to flip that, right, go to the other side, proactive play. That is the complete adverse of everything we've been talking about. We saw Arizona State University play fairly proactively, but I think, you know, I would have liked to have seen them start trying sooner, because Lucian's one of those champions who, while they did get into a scrap 2v2 early on, it was not really Lucian started, and I feel like he should be the one pulling that trigger, trying to get into those fights. If anything, I feel like they got kind of lucky. They got like a bit of a break on that fight and took the 2-for-1, both kills going onto Lucian, which the rest of the game kind of played out how you'd expect it when Lucian gets 2 early kills. But yeah. I want to see more jungle resources get donated to the bottom side, or whatever lane is playing a hyper carry, because I don't really remember. Did you see a single mid lane gank that game?
I don't think so.
I don't think I saw one either. And that is not that's not bueno, my friends.
Yeah, like I definitely think that, you know, the Lucian was able to get ahead. Like, I think it was just very much like a very slow kind of pick apart game from ASU. It was just like, all right, we're gonna take the objective on the map. We're gonna take the dragon. All right, you can't do anything about it. We already covered our bases. We took the dragon. All right, now we're just gonna sit and farm. We're not gonna do anything. We're gonna wait. They're just like, okay, we got Shen in the top lane with his level 6 now. All right, we're gonna set up a dive bot lane, and it's just like, all right, there's another needle that just gets put in, and then it's just like, okay, another dragon spawns. All right, there's the dragon, and they're just checking off a checklist. They're just like, 4 dragons. Baron? All right, we're good. We win the game. Like they didn't quite secure the Baron,
Yeah,
but
semantics.
an ace for a Baron.
And they got 2 inhibitors.
Yeah, it's like pretty good. Like, I'll take the trade-off. Like, I didn't get the Baron, but I got an ace and 2 inhibitors. You're basically, that's what you're going to get off the Baron anyways. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
So it works out in the end, but, it's just like they're just going down the list, and it's just like you kind of have to like interrupt that list if you're coming from Bean Destroyers. Like, I want to see you gotta throw a wrench in there sometimes and just be like, no, stop it. Like that's the jungler's job. You're just like, okay, I want to do this, and the jungler's gonna be like, no, I'm gonna throw a wrench in your plans and just completely mess up your timings. I'm gonna be sitting in the bush for 3 minutes for no reason, and then just surprise flash out of the bush and one shot you.
Of
I'm
course,
Graves,
as you do.
Balanced Graves things,
Right. No, I'm totally with you. I agree with everything. Everything you're putting down, I'm picking up. And actually, if you don't mind, good sir, I'd like to take this conversation in a slightly different direction. So, we sort of talked about the overall macro. We haven't really touched on the micro, but it was kind of just a slug fight. So. When the whole game's micro, it just gets less exciting to talk about specific micro. If you had to say anything from, maybe that top lane matchup where you had the 2 tanks, they sat there, they farmed it out. Now, Ornn, not really useful until about level 13 or so, 14. Level 14, I think it is.
Yeah,
is it
level 14.
Yeah. But Shin, I think that the second he's got 6, you really just need to communicate with your team, make proactive plays.
Yeah. And it's like Ornn really wants agency in his lane because he does so much damage. Everyone knows it. Ornn just will, like, if you're playing any matchup, Ornn will just be like, yeah, you're 60% health. Now you're not. Right? he will clap his hammer and you will disappear. You will disappear, and it is amazing with those brittle procs. So it is definitely crazy, but
all right, speaking of craziness, we're ready to get into our second game of the day. As you can see on your screen, and already some different looks coming out here.
Yeah, and we got it is indeed Way the Tempest is actually going to end up going into the bot lane with Ziggs, it looks like. And we got a Lucian mid for the Viper. Going to go and take that away from Voodoo. And we got Voodoo on that Jhin this time. So that will be one interesting matchup to see. Japanese import on the Sejuani. Sejuani, a champion that I personally don't enjoy playing, but the people who can play her, shout-outs to you guys who put yourselves through playing tank junglers. That is a thankless job, like, sincerely. But it will be an interesting one to see how that ends up going out. We got a Set versus a Maokai in the top lane. Another wet noodle fight, but the Set can deal a lot of damage early game. And this time we got Bako on the Graves instead. And then we have Pseudo on the Thresh, and I want to see how that ends up going into the Zyra. That's a fun lane.
Yeah, no, that's going to be a really explosive lane to watch. No pun intended. A bit of a standard start coming out here for the side of the Beans. And taking a look over at Arizona State, checking into a bush when you know there's a set on the enemy team. It's almost a foregone conclusion. You know he's going to be waiting there for you. And gets a lot of really just free damage on to top laner 14. He just really took a wallop on that.
Yeah, level 1 Set's just you're gonna lose that trade for a little bit, but we do have Pseudo kind of pushing into this bot lane initially, and the flay.
Nice flay coming out from Pseudo. Aftershock was not able to connect, but does not make it any less of a good play. And Ziggs is in a lot of danger for this matchup because the main escape for Ziggs is that satchel charge, right?
Yeah.
But the problem is since you have to double proc it, there's enough time. If a Thresh hook is coming at you, if that death sentence is coming straight towards you, it's still going to connect before you can actually get off the ground.
Yeah, definitely. But I think that you can do a lot of fancy things, but
this
Viper
is a
here.
little bit of proactiveness, but Viper coming in like a man with a mission, taking out Breezy in that mid lane. and really aggressive. However, no flash, no ignite on Viber. We'll see if they can punish that.
Yeah, again, like Lucian mid. A champion, again, needs to get ahead, but I think that Lucian mid played properly is very, very strong. And you have the scaling pick coming out once again from Breezy. You have him on the Corki. It's a champion that wants to sit back, farm, and relax. He wants to hit his 2-3 items without a problem and just not worry about the laning phase. But Lucian is a champion that will say, no, your laning phase will not be fun this game. I am going to make sure that you cannot CS. I'm going to make sure that if you do try to CS, you will take half your health at level 1. So it will be definitely a struggle, and so I do want to see this CS gap in the mid lane. It's only at 9 right now, but it will get quite crazy if Viber keeps going where he's going. But he doesn't have a flash now, so it is going to be scary for him to push up.
Yeah, no, you're completely correct. I mean, both of them have their dashes. Corki's obviously goes a little bit farther, but if Viber gets more than a second or two to really lay damage on like that, you just lose a fourth of your health. Nothing you can really do to retaliate. If you do try to retaliate, you're going to end up way worse for wear. And, one thing about Corki, that was the first champion I ever got a pin to kill on. There was a lot of kiting around, and it eventually worked out. But you have to wait on this champion. He's just not going to have the numbers early on. You need to get to 2 items before you're really going to start having a big impact.
Yep, and we do have Japanese import coming out here looking for a dive in the mid lane.
Yes, they are. Thresh is here, though. There's the hook.
Oh.
Great play as well in Breezy. Gets exactly what the doctor ordered. Just a nice kill pickup there on Japanese import by American.
Oh.
Now it is Viber who could be in a lot of trouble here. Remember, no flash. He already used his dash, and now it was right there. Breezy. Oh my goodness. Breezy just misplaying it so bad. A little bit of greed on the Corki there to try to stay and pick up the kill. And Viber, again, manages to pick up a kill where he has zero business getting one.
Yeah, Breezy, I don't think you needed to commit there. I think you just back up, my guy. I understand, it's Graves. It's not a tank jungler. He could kill Lucian by himself. You just got to back up there and just relax. But definitely, I like the aggression coming out from Japanese import. Looking for that play at least off the full push, but that's something that needs to be communicated from bot lane. Pseudo was missing for quite a while because Thresh just walks up into the jungle. So, you got to communicate that a little bit better. But definitely an interesting one.
Overall.
Yeah, overall, it's a what was it? A 1-for-1, right? No, 2-for-1.
No, it was 2-for-1 for Arizona State, and looking to make the 2-0 sweep. That would be very surprising to me. Now, of course, it's really cool whenever you have a bracket system, because sometimes you have to ask the question, is one side of the bracket just stronger than the other side? That's not something you can just never really know. And if Arizona comes away with a clean 2-0, so far Pseudo just doing a great job this game to make that happen, then that could really be a question I'm wondering.
Yeah, Pseudo's just calling all the stuff. He's just all right, I know this is gonna happen. I'm gonna punish you guys for it. So definitely good stuff coming out from him. Brown Mandarius is coming out with a pretty fat CS lead in the top lane off the bat. He is quite a bit stronger. That's a showstopper back into his turret, and top laner is gonna have to flash away. So not the best time. You really don't want to be using that W on Maokai when you're that close to that turret.
No, you most certainly do not. I mean, that was just really well done by the set. Really, really clever play. Hook lands in the bottom lane. The root from Zyra's going to land as well, and beautiful play. Now Way of the Tempest is going to drop to Wudo, and Ina, where are you going now, my friend? A Flay, a hook, a curtain call. It's all coming out, but oh my goodness. Just when they needed it, the cavalry arrived. The bottom laners are getting massacred, and Pseudo gonna be the second death. They were playing it immaculately, but the joke was on them because Ina cheated.
Ina called in the cavalry when she needed him most. Brown Mandarius gonna TP in from that top lane. And wait, is this gonna be the turret? This might be the turret.
I think they'll be able to get there when it's on one plate because you got to remember the scaling armor of those really. Oh, well, I guess they have zigs though.
Yeah, I'm like, once he gets to 1.5 plates, he can just pop it.
I've been wrong before. Viber and Breezy are fighting each other, and you are correct. That was the first tower at 8 minutes. Back in the olden days of like 2017 League of Legends, that was possible. That should never happen.
Yeah, Ziggs breaks that. He's like, if I'm sitting at a turret for a while, I can just kill it myself.
That feels bad. Oh, just he squirted him right in the face.
It's just like, he's like, on the way out, here's the collateral damage. You're taking it.
I think he secured the big raptor with it though. It was like, you know, just the most amount of swag that a Graves could ever put down on the map. Throwing down the biggest gauntlet he had in the cupboard.
Yep, and now Ina gonna shore up this mid lane to make sure nothing happens too crazily. Make sure his mid laner's nice and safe. Viber gonna just keep poking away at this Corki.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, you might be looking at Breezy and saying, "What are you doing, my man? Like, why are you taking so much? What are you supposed to do?" Because that Lucian will just, you know, until you get to that second item. Spark notes, he's not even close. You're just not really going to be able to ever put up with Viber. And even when you do, it's still more of a kiting game than a direct fight game because he'll still outburst you.
Yeah, and like, first item, Corki's on a man immune. He's not gonna be doing anything against this Lucian for a while. Like, he's like, I'm committing to, I am going to be relevant at 25 minutes, not anytime soon. So I'm just going to stack up my man immune and relax. He's kicking up his feet. He's chilling with his corgi. And
Udo has to flash away. There's the teleport. Deadly Flourish goes deadly wide, and I think the teleport was canceled. I don't know where I
think it was a satchel charge.
Yeah, I think it was a satchel charge. Really well done by the Ziggs. Teleport did its job though. It got Udo safe. There's the package. He wants to take this fight, but the calling is just mowing him down. He looks like a freshly cut lawn, and he is trying to run away. Dodges the glacial prison. Really, really good flash, and Breezy lives to blow like a breeze another day.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, the calling a little bit. You know, you can't do too much. He didn't want to commit the flash. He was kind of just like, I don't want to flash into someone when they have flash. So he just ended up, you know, not too bad. So you know, you get the ult out for, or you get the flash out for the glacial prison, and Wade the Tempest is just still chilling this mid lane. He's, you know, you think he's a mid laner, but he's actually a bot laner. So all he cares about is the farm. So he's just like, I'm farming in my mid lane. I am happy. So Ziggs, you know, doing his best cosplay of a bot laner, and you know, Viber in the bot lane, split pushing his heart out as he keeps going. We don't have any first items quite coming out yet, or no, we do have a Luden's Tempest coming out from Way the Tempest, and it's a Rift Herald in the mid lane.
Yeah, that Rift Herald's gonna feel nice. It's not gonna crack a tower quite yet, but getting a kill's worth of gold onto the Graves is gonna feel mighty nice. Now, something that we haven't really had a chance to look at yet, in terms of composition, I really, really am concerned for Arizona State's composition that they don't necessarily have enough AP damage within their comp. Like, yeah, you got the Corki who's kind of split, but I really think that they have 3 ADCs basically.
Yeah, like I think Randuin's like goes the distance against this team, but like again, you do have that Sejuani, which has, you know, a lot of tankiness. You have the Set who will kind of be a pseudo tank in the mid lane, or in the mid game, so he'll definitely help out. But I definitely think it will be interesting. We do have the Duskblade coming out for Baco on this Graves. So he's committing to snowballing his lead at this point. He is like, all right, I'm 2-0. I'm 30 CS or 20 CS up on my jungler. I'm just going to try to get as many kills as I can in team fights and make sure this Ziggs cannot play the game.
And why not? I mean, if you're able to do that, just do it. Yeah, it's League of Legends isn't fun for all. But yeah, no, you're right. Ziggs is gonna have his work cut out for him. But speaking of having your work cut out, Set just gets lobbed around everywhere. Looked like a bouncy ball. And when he finally tried to take Thresh on an adventure, he died. So that was about as bad as it could get for Set, expending the flash and the ultimate for a whole lot of nada. And the top tower is under serious peril. Good ultimate to buy a little bit of time. That should keep the tower at least alive, but it's still chunked very low with another wave crashing and no one to support the Zyra on that top side.
Yep, the Mega Inferno Bomb going to clear that up, but we do have... Wailotep is looking a little scared. He has no agency over his topside jungle right now. So it is very interesting. And Lucian's not going to do too much attacking a Maokai over and over again, so he's kind of just like, all right, I'm going to leave this lane and just see if bot lane jungle is up, but...
Oh, nice damage coming out from the two carries. Teleport channeling, not necessarily a teleport you want. Top laner trying to run away. He chunked down below half, and you said that he doesn't want to be auto-attacking the Maokai. Well, why not? Because it looks pretty good. Oh, messes up. Oh, nice death sentence, and Maokai able to pick up Ziggs. Now the curtain call. 2-shot, 3-shot, and 4 is being held for the last second. Maokai incredibly low, but ever patient on that 4th shot, and nobody is going to take too much damage from it. And after all of the fists thrown, all of the fingernails clawing, we end up with a 1-for-1.
Is it a 1? Yeah, it was a 1-for-1. Lucian ended up going down. So yeah. A 1-for-1, mid laner for AD carry. So not too bad. I really like the trigger discipline
for top
laner.
It's mid laner for mid lane AD carry.
Yeah, same thing basically. Hyper carry for hyper carry.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
So essentially, it was I really like the just fact that top laner 14 just pulled the trigger on that twisted advance.
Yes.
He saw him walk up just that slightly too far for it and just went, nope, I'm going. And took it all the way, and Brownman Darius...
Set is just bursted out. Ooh. Collateral damage is not available, so they're unable to secure the kill. What they do get is a pretty free tower. They can take it the second that minion wave crashes. They have enough time to grab it before they need to leave. There should be 1 or 2 autos.
Viber.
No, Viber... wasted a flash, actually, if anything. There's the ultimate from the Ziggs, and okay, now he's proven me wrong. 2 ultimates committed, and the tower was not even taken.
Yeah, definitely good stuff. Committing the Mega Inferno Bomb up there. Make sure he can't do too much. Good stuff from Viber. To have that killer instinct, he's like, I see him, I want him, I need him. It's like, you're not getting away from me this time. And, commits his flash and the culling. Gonna take him down and take this top lane tower, along with Ina. Viber and Ina back together again. Even though, they weren't laning together, but, it's fine. It works out in the end. So, definitely gonna be a good one. The Lucian sitting here at 4-2-0 with his Kraken Slayer finished, and probably going for... he's either going for a Navori Quick Blades or a Essence Weaver at this point. Definitely want to see which one he ends up going for first, prioritizing. We do have item spikes coming out for the Jhin. The Eclipse is finished. Corki not quite finished with the Triforce. And we have the Locket almost ready for Thresh. And we have Sunfire Aegis done for Sejuani. And a Play the Rune King actually first for Set. So not going to actually go for his mythic item first. Same with Maokai actually makes a pit stop for the Bramble Vest to make sure the Set doesn't get too much healing.
Yeah, I really, really like how Bork works. I think the new Bork is really cool. The way that, it'll... Oh!
Ooh, Brownman Darius making it out just barely.
Forget the point I was making. I hate this trade. You're already on 2 dragons. You're going to give it the 3rd dragon to pick up the Rift Herald. I I would rather you just get yourself to soul point and fight for the dragon. There's no real reason to play it slow. You will kind of start falling off, but Pseudo just takes a mountain load of damage. Thresh already in the ground. Now they are shoving up this mid lane, trying to crack this outer turret, and all right, fine, it's working out here, but they didn't need to do this. They could have taken the fight and gotten way more, and they kind of got lucky with the Thresh pick. Now you can see the Glacial Prison does a lot of work, and there's the fight starting out. Maokai has dropped Meowkai going to the big kitty cat heaven in the sky, and oh, that deadly flourish was gorgeous.
Yeah, just barely clipping Shelly, making sure she is not able to hit that inhibitor turret, because that would have been a lot of damage. So definitely good stuff. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think Soul Point over, especially the second Rift Herald, is just not worth it, because the second Rift Herald, you don't get your plate gold, so you're literally only getting just whatever you're getting for killing the actual turret. Obviously, it opens up the map a little bit, but like I think that committing to that fight and just contesting it because you are stronger at this point in the game makes a lot more sense. So I definitely agree with you there. But you know, at the end of the day, they did it. It happened.
It worked.
Moved on with their life. Now you know it is an Infernal Soul that we're going to be looking at here. So that means we're also on the Infernal Rift, which means less walls and you know, more maneuverability. I honestly think the more maneuverability kind of almost messes with both team comps a little bit, because both team comps actually really like terrain control, especially with, you know, you have Zyro Plants, you have the Mega Inferno Bomb, you have the Satchel Charge, etc., etc. You also have all this AoE damage coming out from Corki, you have it from Maokai, stuff like that. Oh. That is not the person you want to fight.
No. Hey, remember when we said bring a friend in the pregame? You get Sejuani to check that push. You don't walk into the arena. But,
and it was like, I caught you, and Graves is like, Uno reverse card. I caught you. You're the one who's squishy, and I will make you explode.
Man, Ina reverse card was right there. It was so close. But in any case, Zyra does get out at the expense of a flash. And honestly, Graves doesn't have flash up, doesn't really need it with the dashing and the way that passive works on that E. You know, he can get it up so quick just through his attack. So it's not the biggest deal in the world for him not to have that. Now, you have your tank face checking. That's good. Ooh. You brought a friend, even better. Ladies and gentlemen, take note.
Doesn't matter if a Sejuani ults you, though. So, good flash from top laner 14 saying, nope, I am getting out of there. I cannot deal with that much damage. So, he's going to go and get out of there. Flash over the Baron wall, and the pink ward is saved from being destroyers on that behind that Baron. We do have what looks to be a Triforce being completed, or looking for that set, and we have a Divine Sunderer, the new Spellblade item for the Corki instead of the Triforce, which I actually quite like, especially against this tanky of a team. Like you're going to be smacking away against this this set, who is a health stacker, and you're also going against this Sejuani. Definitely, you will get a lot of mileage out of that, and especially the healing you get as well feels so nice on the item now. So definitely really good. Obviously, has that Spellblade proc that Corki loves. So definitely good stuff from him. We do have that looks like a Horizon Focus coming out from Ziggs. Not an item you see very often at all, actually. Very surprised he ends up going for that instead of something like a Death Cap. But we got Viper coming up in the top lane.
Yeah, Breezy's in a lot of trouble. Has his minion wave, but look at that damage. That is just nasty. Courtesy of Krakenslayer.
Yeah, like the move speed he got off of his Ardent Blaze, he was like, I'm still chasing you down. I am Lucian. So he was able to get him down at the end of it all. So let's see what ends up happening. We do have a second item completed for the Graves as well, the Black Cleaver. Black Cleaver having a new passive as well, having a partial execute now once you have all of those stacks built up. So that is also another thing that is quite scary for this Graves to have. But now we have Beam Destroyers doing what we told them earlier and just going to go ahead and commit to this dragon.
And this is why, you know, all right, well, let's see if they get the dragon. Yeah, pretty easy. Okay, This is why you prioritize the dragon when you're already up 2, right? Yes, what they did earlier worked. They opened up the map a lot. They got a lot of gold income from it. But that's not a guarantee that that's going to happen. That is something that could happen if the enemy team misplays it. They did because I think it was Thresh got caught out. That is not a sure thing. What is a sure thing is if you can get the 3rd dragon, you're 22 minutes into the game and you have Infernal Soul at this point. So that is just to give, I guess, a little bit of context as to why that was, yeah, it worked. Don't do that.
Yeah, and we do have, we have ASU kind of, they're not quite out of it. It is still a, 2.7k gold-ish lead, so it's not too bad for them. You know, they're about a little less than 3k gold down. The 3rd item not quite coming out for this Lucian yet. We do have the Mirror Mana finished for this Corki, so he is feeling himself right now. You got 2 items on the Corki, you got 2 items on the Jin, you got 2 items on that Graves. Honestly, I think you're kind of feeling, you're sitting pretty as ASU right now. You got Corki through his big slump with the Mirror Mana, so I think that, you know, you can kind of start taking some fights. You know, obviously, I think in a 5v5 in the Grand Scheme of things, you probably still end up losing, especially with the Triforce getting completed by the set. So it is quite scary. But I think that you know, you can start looking for more openings. This Corki will start doing a lot of damage with this Mirror Mana. So I want to see what ends up happening.
What's happening is Corki's running for the hills right now because that is a 262-6 and 2 Lucian who is just destroying towers. But that was a nice rocket.
Yeah, I'm like, that one big one just chunked Lucian for 40% of his health. So, like, if you can get that consistently in a team fight, those are going to get scary real fast. And we got them going straight over this Baron and is getting burnt down quickly by this Lucian. It's already at half health. The curtain call is going to come out, so is the TP from the set. But they're going to back off of it and look for a fight. Set's going to get caught out.
It's on to the Set, and Set is gone. Now Baron is spitting at the blue team. They are taking chunks, but so far they have complete control over the pit, and this is where things come back. Glacial Prison goes massively wide, and while the package is nice, Viper just got to the double kill so easily. Breezy trying to do the damage, gets a double kill, but that's going to be about it, and you're in a really scary spot right now if you're trying to deal with this Ziggs because he has just so much damage. Sunfire Aegis was a good try, but not enough. And ladies and gentlemen, take a look at Viper with this Mark Wahlberg impersonation as the lone survivor of a massive team fight.
Yeah, that was a beautiful flank by Viper. Initially, he was in the pit. He went all the way around and flanked all the way around. After, you know, they got a perfect knockup for him, he was able to dash in, get that piercing light on 2 people, and they just disappeared. So it was great stuff from him in that team fight. Now he's going to pick up his 3rd item and a BF sword and a pickaxe behind it. So he is looking quite strong. He's 3 items and, you know, just ready to fight anything that ends up happening. They did end up, you know, the Baron didn't end up going over. I think that ASU got a little bit overzealous by restarting that Baron. I think after they got them off, they kind of just had to go, all right, we got you off the Baron, let's leave. Like, I think that just needed to be a let's just walk away call. But they ended up trying to commit to it. The Glacial Prison went a little wide, but they still ended up getting a lot of damage through just with Viper kind of coming in the back, and the Zyra ult gonna end up getting a lot of mileage in that fight. So definitely some interesting stuff. Oh, okay.
That was a very, very near miss with the death sentence. But you know, one thing that I did rather want to bring up from the Beam Destroyers is I would just run that Baron back. I mean, you have the stronger carries at the moment. You got your team split up was kind of the main reason why they didn't just clean out that fight. And then when they finally did get back together once they were chunked out, they were in the middle of just every ultimate known to man.
No. Everything split up here.
Sudo already below half, and that is the end of the line for him. Now it is Set who's kind of on the backside here. Graves has fallen as well, and it is actually Maokai deciding to go back in. Look at Viper, though. Double kill for the Lucian. There's the Coling to have to cause the backstep. Maybe they can catch him out. They're definitely going to be looking for him. Look at that bomb damage. Breezy looking to make something magical happen. And that is why they should have run it back, because they do have the power to just dominate these team fights.
Yeah, Brown Mandarius just gonna sit on top of the Jhin and just not let Voodoo do anything there, and he just got annihilated. That was just not a fun time. So I definitely think that, you know, a little bit of a yikes, but like, that team fight is just so split, and that is not what ASU wants. ASU very much wants a front-to-back team fight because now they've gotten that tank shredding, and they don't want this Lucian with his short range to be able to do too much. So if it is a front-to-back team fight, they might be able to win it out. But with that big of a split fight, you know, now it's Infernal Soul and a Baron that you are facing down. This game is looking quite grim for ASU.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, if you bring it to probability, you're probably sitting at, I don't know, like a 20 to 30% chance of coming back. I mean, they're not out of it. Just because someone has Infernal still doesn't mean the game is over. It is going to be hard to climb back, but they have some very good scaling on their team. If they can play the team fights correctly, if Jhin and Corki can keep themselves safe, they can absolutely take these team fights. Or another option would be to go for a split push. They are looking for the pick right now. Viper already at half, but look at that.
Going in
oh my
bit too early.
gosh, Viper does so much damage. The flash. Meanwhile, Wudo trying to look as cool as his enemy AD carry and not doing a very good job as he is hiding underneath his turret at the moment. The lantern was not grabbed as Thresh's worst nightmare. Asudo is just pummeled, and sitting at just a sliver of health comes the curtain call. Just ships in the night, not really doing much of anything.
Yeah, the commit from top laner was a little bit too early, so he just got annihilated by Viper's damage, and Bako was not there to follow up. So he was just able to live and just
he had a good life.
Yeah, I take that every day of the week. You're just like, all right, I one-shot your mid laner, and I can just keep going. Oh no!
Just brutal. It's so bad. It's not even like that crazy. It's just look at him go. All right, Death Sentence connects. Let's get a little bit of excitement here as Graves is looking to make something magical happen. Dodges out the Zyra ultimate, but a big thwomp from a big lady on a big boar is all that she wrote. And now it is gonna be another member falling. Thresh just dies so quickly, and they're ignoring the tree. They just say, we got better things to do than attack a Maokai, knocking out the Nexus, and game 2, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to a best of 3 going to 3 games.
Yep, definitely. As I said, you know, we want to see more things coming out. We want to see proactivity, and Viper gave it to us. Viper said, I'm picking Lucian. I am saying you cannot have your farm lane, mid lane, and just saying, I'm going to let my mid laner, who likes to play slower picks, I'm going to move him into the bot lane on that Ziggs. I'm going to be as aggressive as I possibly can in this mid lane and just be like, nope, you just, nah, you're not allowed to farm as Corki. So that Lucian was just exponentially ahead. So after that, it was beautiful. I think Baku got a little bit, you know, he got strong, but wasn't able to capitalize on it. I think that Duskblade didn't quite pay off.
Nope, not quite. I mean, it was a good idea, but it could have been done better. Now, I will say that I do think that when it comes to playing from behind, I thought Arizona State did a bit of a better job. I mean, you know, they had better attempts to try to get back into the game. As you saw at a time or two, they actually had pretty good team fights go their way. The problem is you know, there are some champions in League of Legends where if they get ahead enough, you're done. I mean, you just can't really do anything. Lucian happens to be one of them. And, you saw Maokai get 100 to 0'd, and then he even gave him the cool guys don't look at explosions walking away from him as he ticked down for the last burn of damage. And Maokai got dropped so fast. That's your front line.
Yeah, it's just like that's your main front line. It's just like he disappeared, and so
my gosh.
But yeah, definitely, like that was just that game was just Viber putting on a clinic on just.
Right.
You're like, oh, you're gonna put pressure on me? I'm still gonna come out with a kill. Okay, I'm still gonna come out with another kill. And he just consistently was able to just outplay and just be like, all right, I'm actually just playing well on this Lucian, and you aren't able to do anything about it. Like even with that botch dive in the mid lane, Lucian was still able to get a head out of it, and it's just like, how?
Right.
Like, he was still just able to stay ahead, keep his lead, and just exponentially just keep snowballing in all these team fights. And, like, that's what Lucian thrives for, is all these split team fights. It's like no one's focusing him. He's able to dip, dash around with all of his low cooldowns and just be like, no, you can't touch me. I'm just going to keep moving out of the way. What Lucian doesn't like is kind of those more structured team fights of, okay, I have to just sit here and hit a tank for 40 seconds before I can do anything. But, a lot of those fights weren't that. He was able to get backline access. He was able to just jump onto Breezy consistently and just not allow him to do anything. So it was definitely, it was Lucian's playhouse that game.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't want to knock Breezy too hard, because that's a really hard matchup. That is really brutal. When you play someone who scales and who is squishy, into someone who is like a big snowball or a little snowball on the top of the hill that the second they get anything, they just start turning into this massive monster of snow. If you screw up even the tiniest bit, it is donezo. And, I have to say, Viber, clearly the MVP, I have to say, played that game with just absolute surgical precision. Now, speaking of surgical precision, just a quick reminder to the folks at home that the reason why we're doing this today is to try to bring more attention to the fundraiser that Phoenix Children's Hospital is running, and that is why we are doing this entertainment for you. And if you're enjoying what you're seeing, if you're getting juicy with the juice and razzle dazzle with the tazzle, then please donate to this incredible cause. And just a quick reminder that if $5,000 is raised, then it will be raising canes that will match that $5,000, and that's just a lot of money going to a cause that just cannot be over exaggerated, over hyped. It's such a great thing that we could do this for our peers as just humans. that I certainly will be doing my part, and I hope you do as well. But let's go ahead. Let's get back into business here, and let's talk a little bit more about League of Legends. So, Game 3, ladies and gentlemen, this is what it all comes down to: the grand finals. And I couldn't ask for a more chaotic series, because there've been bloodbaths, there's been scrapping, the macro has been left to the bodybuilders. It's just been a nice blood fest, and I love it. Now, going into Game 3, what are you expecting? And 2, what do you want?
All right, number 1, first thing we got to look at, Lucian. All right, it was on ASU's team the first game. It was on Bean Destroyer's game the second game, or on their team the second game. There's some sort of correlation happening here. Lucian is a strong pick. It needs to be picked, or it needs to be banned. Something needs to happen with this pick.
Putting the old puzzle in the puzzle piece.
Yeah, I'm like, there's some sort of correlation there. He's a strong champion. He's got to get moved around. So definitely, if he is picked, don't pick a Corki into him.
No.
I think there was probably some, weird maneuvering shenanigans with, they expected a Lucian in the bot lane, and then it got swapped around. So I think that, Ziggs into Corki is a lot more comfortable matchup for the Corki, because, it's Ziggs. You're not that scared of him for the most part. You're going to get poked out a little bit, but you can farm. Like, you don't have a problem. But, like, into Lucian, you're kind of just like, I can't do anything in
No.
this lane. So it's definitely, I really like the flexibility coming out from Bean Destroyers to go, all right, we're just going to, like, they didn't even swap champions. They just swapped people. Like, the way the Tempest just went into the bot lane. So it's just like, I really like that flexibility from them and just being like, all right, you know, we're going to, you know, do some fancy shenanigans in the draft and just be like, all right, you have to kind of deal with this. So definitely, I think that the Lucian is definitely something that needs to be, you know, you got to figure something out for that. Like either
addressed.
Yeah, like either you got to first pick that, or you got to, you know, you got to deal with it. Then I think that the tanks on the top side, I'm fine with it. I think that Baku needs something a little bit more with agency. I think the Sejuani was really strong. Even though Sejuani fell behind in CS, it was kind of the classic idea behind farming jungler versus tank jungler. The tank jungler ganked a lot, had a lot of presence. That's kind of what happened with the Sejuani. She fell behind in farm, but it didn't matter because she was just, you know, she's just a tank.
Yeah.
She's a meatball for the Lucian to not die. So, you know, as long as she throws those glacial prisons, she's outputting her value. Whereas as Graves, you need to put in so much more work in those team fights to be able to do a lot of stuff. And so it's like it's very difficult, and I think that either the Graves pick needs to be, you know, you got to adapt with it. Like, I don't think the Duskblade's the best build. I think an Eclipse would have had so much more mileage there, especially against a Sejuani in a set, like I said. I think, like, you know, like those max HP items just do so much damage to them, and even against squishies, it helps so much. So, like, it's just an insane item. I think that should have been the purchase instead of the Duskblade, and I think he needs to be kind of a little bit more proactive, even with, you know, like, as you are the farming jungler, you need to consistently counter gank, and you just need to be like, okay, I know where you are on the map. This is gone from your side of the jungle. I need to tell my team to either back up, or I need to be there to make sure that I can capitalize on those kills. And so I think that's something that he needs to do a little bit more consistently, especially on something like a Graves. If not, then I think you need to switch over to something more of like a tank jungler, because they are so strong in the meta. Like, it's not like last season where everyone's playing Graves, Kindred, Lilia, Karthus at one point. Like, you're not playing all these scaling junglers. Like, you can, you know, kind of widen your horizons. You can pick the Amumu, you can pick the Sejuani, you can pick stuff like that, and it's still strong. It you know, you can still clear the jungle. You can do a lot of work with those. So I think that needs to be addressed. And I really liked the Thresh pick out of the bot lane. Did a lot of work in the early game, but I think that, again, Thresh is another champion that you kind of have to, once he has agency, you need to run with it. Like, you need to be able to kind of just be like, okay, Thresh is ahead, that bot lane is doing things, we need to just commit resources onto it and just keep, you know, pushing onto it. Because Zyra Ziggs is a very, like, passive lane in the sense they will poke you out, like, or not passive in the sense of, like, they're not going to deal with you. They will fight you all the time. They will be constantly throwing skill shots your way. But it's very much in the sense of when they get hard committed on by something like a Jhin Thresh, they should die. And I think that, you know, if you committed the Graves down there a little bit earlier, if you put a little bit more pressure on them, I think that it just makes a big difference. Especially because when we saw the TP into the bot lane and Brown Man Darius able to kind of clean up those kills, and the Ziggs end up actually getting the tower so early, it just opened up the Ziggs to be like, all right, I don't have to worry about anything now. I don't have to lane against a Thresh. I get to lane in mid lane with a short lane, so I can satchel charge out of whatever is thrown my way. And so it's just like, it was a really difficult game to kind of keep up with that Ziggs. Once he's in that mid lane, Ziggs just kind of feels unplayable against. 'Cause it's like, here's a minion wave. Okay, never mind, it's gone.
All right.
You're just like, you try to make a proactive play against him, but the minion waves just immediately disappear. Like, they just they don't exist. And so it's really difficult to play against that kind of a champion that just neutralizes everything you try to do. And then you have this Lucian that's just running rampant on the other side of the map, and you're just like, how do I deal with that? And so it's just something that you kind of have to. It felt very split where their focus was on from ASU side. They tried to commit onto the set at one point. They didn't quite close out the kill on that. They ended up, you know, trying to commit to mid lane. They weren't quite able to get a kill there either. Like, they had control of that top side jungle for so long in the mid game, and they just weren't able to come out with kills or a lead out of that. They were able to get a single turret and some CS, but like nothing else off of that. So it's very much, I think that they just Bean Destroyers just did a really good job with kind of neutralizing a lot of the aggression. They were still able to kind of live out of those kills in that mid game, and like if those kills turned over, that would have been a much different game. Like if Graves was able to get a third or a fourth kill, maybe a fifth kill, that game would have been a lot different. So I definitely want to see how these mid game kind of things can kind of get moved around. Maybe the Thresh gets a little bit unlocked. Maybe stuff like that.
Well, that's a lot to expect in one.
Yeah, definitely. It was a lot.
All right. Well, before we do get into our final game, and we're definitely going to do a quick little prediction before we get into that, but I do want to go ahead and show you guys what else we have in store for you tonight. So we're going to take a quick look at our schedule. As you can see right now, we are going through the League of Legends finals, and rather than going through the semifinals, just because of a bit of time constraints, we're gonna actually just throw it to the grand finals, so you guys can see the best of the best, give it all and the rest. And I'm super excited to stay tuned and check out that. Now, Taz, I believe you are gonna be on that cast, correct?
Yep, it's gonna be me and Alan, our host. It's gonna be one fun time.
And I am not Alan, the host, so I will not be here, but I am having a lot of fun working for Extralife Phoenix, Access Replay, and Phoenix Children's Hospital. It's a great cause, and it's awesome of Access Replay to do this. So I think that if you want to come and game with a bunch of really awesome people, come and rock out. But let's go ahead. Let's throw down our predictions for this one. You want to go first, or you want the me to do it?
I think my prediction's pretty easy for me. I'm gonna commit. I'm gonna stay with my boys. I'm gonna say ASU.
Now I know you said ASU with 2-1, and I know I said that Bean Destroyers were 2-0, but I think that we can combine our predictions. I think that we can come to a nice middle ground and say the Bean Destroyers are about to go 2-1 here in this final game. So make sure you stay tuned as we get into this final game, which I believe will be ready in just a few short minutes to see who is winning, the good guy or the bad guy. And I've got a good feeling about this prediction. So go ahead, type out who you think is going to take Game 3 in the Slaughterhouse Festivals, which is the only way I could describe games like this. Just a
bloodbath back.
It's a ham-demic because both players are going ham on a sick level here. So before we get into this game, do you have anybody you think is the key player for either side?
I think we saw Viper pop off on that last game, and then the game before, I think we saw Breezy, and we saw God, I can't remember his name right now. We saw the bot laner for ASU just absolutely pop off, and I think that also we want to see Pseudo. I want to see Pseudo have a little bit more presence in the game, because I think as we saw early game, he was just able to make a lot of plays, but I think that if he has that agency and a little bit more comes of it, I think that he can kind of by himself kind of blow that game wide open. So like early game, he was doing a lot of stuff, and I want to see if he gets that same Thresh pick or even like another hook champion or Leona or something, and he can kind of keep going and he can just get stuff moving. I think the ASU can kind of just like with a bot lane or a mid lane snowball, I think just annihilate the game.
All right. Well, I would love to see that personally. I really would. That would be really, really interesting. And I do want to look at maybe some players who need to step it up a little bit. Some people who haven't quite been putting their best foot forward.
Yeah, I think Baku that last game was definitely not doing the best. I think even in game 1, on that Lilia, he was doing work, but he was just mainly kind of just farming and just doing his best to kind of mess with the enemy jungler. There wasn't too much, lane presence, right? So I think he needs to be a little bit more proactive, even on these farming junglers. You can still gank. Like, I hate how people are like, oh, they're a farming jungler, they're just gonna sit in their own side of the jungle, or they're just gonna farm jungle camps, that's their only job. You can still gank. Graves still does enough damage to absolutely obliterate most laners, and he will stay same level as your solo laners at times. And so, I think having that proactivity, having that ability to skirmish and that initiative to skirmish, it will make the difference. And I think that can definitely be something that kind of tips ASU over. And then also from the other side, I think that while Way of the Tempest did have a decent game that game, he was resided on Zig's duty. He was kind of just chilling. That was his job. He did fine. Ina, on the other hand, he had some, clutch, some clutch ults and stuff like that around that Baron fight. But it's just in the laning phase, they just weren't able to kind of put the pressure that I expected out of Zig's Zyra.
Right.
Zig's Zyra, when I think of that, I'm just I need to go Doran's shield in this lane, and I'm going to be less than half health the entire game.
Yeah.
That's just what I expect when I'm playing against Zig's Zyra. But that just didn't happen. From level 1, it was just Jhin and Thresh just walking up and saying, no, we are winning this lane. Which I understand Thresh is a scary champion early game. No problem with that. But I think knowing how to play around his circle of threat, especially with Flay at level 1, you can kind of deal with a lot of stuff that he has and just neutralize it for a little bit. I understand level 1 it is scary, level 2 it's scary, but once you hit level 3, you should have agency in that lane pretty consistently. You should have lane pressure, you should have the push basically at all times. And so I think that with Ina, I think Ina should be able to match Pseudo a little bit more, and I think Baku needs to kind of step his game up for ASU to win.
All right, well, you heard it here, folks, as to what each team needs to look to do to come out on top in the grand final. So as we prepare our final game, which we will be getting into in just a minute, just another quick shout out to the cause that we are rocking today. Axis Replay coming at you with Extralife Phoenix, and this is for Phoenix Children's Hospital, which is, could you think of a more, a paladin thing you could do? I mean, it is just lawful good. It's really, really just a great cause, and I think that if you can spare it, then helping out the families of these children to afford the price of what saving a life costs, unfortunately, in our society, that is something that would be insanely appreciated. And I mean, if you believe in karma, that's not going to get much better than this. So
yeah,
I know for a fact I'm going to be helping out as much as I can, and I hope that some viewers follow suit.
Yep.
And just another shout out to our awesome our awesome sponsor, Raising Cane's. You want some delicious fried food? Well, Cane's has got you covered. I'll tell you that right now. They have told us that if we manage to raise $5,000, they will match that number, and they'll whatever we raise up until $5,000, they will match. I think that is pretty awesome. Frankly, I mean, it's
amazingly
a great thing.
Generous from them, especially, and again, you have to understand every dollar counts when it comes to something like this. Just a little bit of money goes a very, very long way. Just $5,000, it feeds 200 entire families worth of people, and it helps so much, because especially in times like this, a lot of people don't have the money to be able to do stuff like this, and children, they need your help. They don't have anywhere else to go, and especially when it's unfortunate circumstances happen, they have to kind of turn to something like Phoenix Children's Hospital, and they are the epitome of just amazing care through and through, as we saw in that beautiful story clip earlier. Everyone from the nurses to the doctors, all the way to the kitchen staff, helping out people whenever they need it.
Absolutely. So thank you very much for participating in this stream. But it's time to get back into the action. We're under a minute until the game starts. Now, we already gave you our predictions, but now it's time to see if they come to fruition. So in just a quick moment, we will be hopping straight into the game. And in 10 words or less, why is your team going to win?
Breezy's
That's what I thought.
Off.
In 10 minutes or less, there's why my team's going to win. Is because, frankly, I mean, the Bean Destroyers have destroyed everything. Why not a few Arizona boys? Boom.
Breezy's going to pop off. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, that actually makes sense. So I believe we are ready to get into the game. We will be in about 25 seconds or so. So, I gotta say, man, we've gone the distance with these two teams. I wouldn't be surprised if either one wins, to be honest. I mean, we've seen some sloppiness. We've seen some great plays out of both squads. And I really don't think that either one really stands, over the other one. I think they're pretty on par with one another. Mid lane's going to be the most interesting lane to watch, of course, just because that's where we've seen the most polarizing play happen. Yep. And it's time to see if Breezy can step up or if it'll be another game of getting run over. But it is time to get on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. So it's time to find out which one of these two teams will win as we throw it over to League of Legends.
Yep.
Into a pause.
But let's go ahead and see what this draft ends up being. We got Way of the Tempest back on that Ziggs and Ina on another caster support on Morgana. So that is going to be not the best matchup for Pseudo. Pseudo is going to have to be unlocked from this lane once again. He's going to be looking for this mid lane, most likely Viper on an Aatrox, looking like he's going to be going into the mid lane. So that's going to be one interesting lane. Baeko back onto a farming jungler on the Kha'Zix and Japanese import on the Graves. That's going to be interesting. Graves versus Kha'Zix, both of them, they like fighting a lot early. So I want to see what ends up happening there. And then we have Ryze in the mid lane. Haven't seen too much Ryze with the changes to tier in the last patch. Actually, he feels a lot better, I will say that. And the elephant in the room, we got Samira, the newest OP champion.
Yeah, you call it the elephant in the room. I call it the most beautiful woman at the ball because Samira is just a bundle of pain right now. Absolutely devastating with that Infernal Trigger that, of course, gets stacked based off of the usage of her abilities. And oh my gosh, I mean, that is on my permaban list, right, beside Victor. So Wudo, you haven't really had a super standout performance yet, but if you were ever gonna have one, this is the game.
Indeed. We saw him on the Lucian in the first game, and we see him on the Samira this game. So it is going to be one hell of a game for him, and it is going to be on not quite on his shoulders though, because you got damage coming out from everywhere. You got the Ryze, you got the Kha'Zix, and you got a Camille in the top lane as well with some interesting summoners up there. We got a TP Ignite with a Grasp. So I do want to see if top laner 14 can get something going with this Ignite nice and early against it. Pseudo looking for the dredge line. Not quite going to get it. Okay.
Yeah, isn't able to find it. I've seen the Camille Ignite versus Flash before where people take Ignite. And frankly, I just think that it's about as cocky as you can get in League of Legends. And yeah. I don't think it's very good, to be honest, because the Flash is just such a valuable tool on any champion, really. It has the same place in my heart that Graves with Ignite has, which is you have the damage, just use it. You don't need that extra tick if you play your champion well enough.
Yeah, I definitely think so, but I think, style points, if he ends up winning lane, definitely go to him. And, if he uses it, properly, I don't see why not. But, I definitely think that Flash on Camille especially feels really good because you unlock the potential to do her hookshot wall dive onto like basically anywhere you want. You can get some really insane Flash plays with that going, and we see Pseudo exerting himself in this bot lane, just saying, no, I am Nautilus, you must fear me early game. Especially when, you know, Morgana doesn't have that black shield quite yet. That's when you can flex your muscles as that Nautilus in that lane. But the second she gets black shield, you feel worthless. So it is definitely a lane. What we got?
Yeah, speaking of lanes, mid lane's not going Viper's way at all, but somehow this guy can get out of any situation, at least with a kill before he dies. Viper is just spanking Breezy.
And we see it again. We were like, all right, Baku, I like it. On the farming jungler, he still gets the initiation. He's able to kind of, you know, get the proactivity, able to get that first gank off. But Breezy just not respecting the damage coming out, and Viper just going to end up trading 1-for-1 out of it. And a lot of trading actually coming out in this top lane. Brown Mandarius and top laner 14 both coming out low. Baku going to find Graves in the jungle. And that is a champion you don't want to fight by yourself.
No, I mean, red buff was on Graves, but even with that, you still don't win that fight. And with the Camille not in the top lane, you especially do not take that fight. So I had to give up the Scuttle Crab because he didn't really have any reinforcements near him. And now Camille is you know, I know the teleport came through for the Malphite, but you gotta play real safe right now if you are Camille, because you can and will get run down if you're not careful. One thing I will say that I might actually hate more than Ignite Camille is the comment on Malphite, because while it does help you early on, there's no denying that. It's even better than Grasp of the Undying for lane. Once you get out of lane, and you get into late game, Comet really only adds a tiny bit of damage, and it's not worth having over the permanent health and statistics that Grasp will give you. So
yeah, definitely.
There are very few times where you should take Comet over Grasp.
I think it's almost just kind of a, I know I'm gonna get smacked by Camille, so I'm just gonna not try to auto attack her and trade, because, you know, she gets her precision protocol and she gets the passive shield. She's just gonna immune whatever damage I'm gonna do. So instead of that, the Ignite actually dropping.
Yeah, might see if it finally comes in handy. One tick left on Malphite, and he survives. Viper incredibly low, looking for that last piece of damage, and Viper finds it. Kills off Breezy when Breezy once again had him dead to rights.
Yeah, Viper gonna live with that third Q. He's just gonna able to dunk him and stay alive with just a sliver of health once again. And Breezy just getting baited. Like, I think that, like, you just have to chill and not commit too hard, but great binding coming out, but Dredge line!
Wasting the gift he was given. Ziggs walks right back into the danger zone, and there was the charge to get out, and now Ina is incredibly low. Both bottom laners shoved back to their base, and all right, Way of the Tempest, come on. You were out, you were safe, and you walked right back into the danger zone.
Yeah, like, you didn't have any minions in front of you. You're just saying, Nautilus, hook me, take me.
He literally pulled a Joker, hit me.
But yeah, definitely great stuff actually coming out from Voodoo this game. He's actually 28 CS ahead, but Way of the Tempest is going to be catching a very large wave under his tower, so he should be chilling for a bit. And this is definitely a thing where, so as we said, there are certain champions that when they get ahead, they feel like unplayable to play against. And honestly, I think Aatrox is one of those champions. Especially when you have a team that wants to go into Aatrox with the Kha'Zix, with a Camille, with a Samira, with a Nautilus. They all want to be walking towards the Aatrox. So Aatrox doesn't have to put much effort into walking towards you if you're just going to him.
See, I see what you're saying, but you know who also feels unplayable against? Samira, Rise, Kha'Zix, and Camille when they get ahead. So While I agree that, yeah, Viber by all means could carry this game on this Aatrox, you only need one of your oppositions to get really, really powerful. Before that, Aatrox, he has his match, right? There are plenty of people on this team. And it will. Good dredge line. Black Shield's going to stop any future engage, and actually it was a relatively even health trade, a little bit advantage for Wudo and Pseudo. But they do not find a kill. Black Shield's still down, and Kha'Zix is in the area. Graves also roaming down to that bottom side. Dredgeline is gonna hit, and blown up goes the Ziggs, and Wudo is gonna grab up Ina as well. So both of these high DPS champions grabbing a kill here in the bottom side. Breezy still playing a dangerous game with Viber, and man will not learn his lesson, and I respect him for it.
Yeah, he is committed to playing on that nice edge, and yeah, I respect it. But definitely good stuff from Voodoo and Pseudo coming out. I think that, yeah, I love Nautilus mechanics because I have a very good friend who one-trick Nautilus to Grandmasters.
Nice.
And it is scary what some people can do on that champion.
Oh yeah, no,
like
totally
when they're played, when Nautilus is played well, you just like sometimes they just don't miss with these dredge lines. And that was a beautiful mechanic. Like you saw him immediately pop the minion with the relic shield, and then just immediately dredge line and just catch Ina completely sleeping on the wheel with the black shield.
Here we go. Dredgeline goes wide, and Malphite blown up. Now Viber caught in the middle of 4 enemy champions, and Baco goes on a killing spree. Oh, I don't know how good it's looking for my boys with the beans, but right now, Arizona State is just destroying the enemy team. Up 3,000 gold.
Yeah, and Baco definitely doing, I told him to be step it up. It looks like he heard me. So he's definitely stepping it up on this Kha'Zix. And this is a champion that you definitely want to be building that Duskblade on, because sometimes you'll just be permanently invisible during a team fight due to it. So I definitely want to see that Duskblade come out and see what he can do with it. And yeah, I like him ahead. Breezy actually gonna end up getting a kill and a blue buff during that fight as well. So he is happy as a rise, and he is out farming him at this point. Pseudo gonna get caught out a little bit, but gonna use the enemy Morgana to get himself out of there.
Hey, that's just clever, honestly. Yep, Nautilus able to just walk out of that one easy breezy. One thing I will say about Nautilus, though, you were saying the hooks they can hit. Well, he's got to have the funkiest hit mechanic on that hook of all champions. You could go very, iffy and still land, whereas a blitz hook can be a little bit, less forgiving. It's up between the dredge line and the cosmic binding that Bard has for the craziest angles that you can pull off a stun at.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen Nautilus hook behind turret, through turret, and I'm just like, oh, that happened. And I'm like, why does that exist?
All right, well, a few plates do go down on the bottom side for Arizona State. And the fighting just continues over on the top side. You can see Malphite trying to put that Comet to the best use he can. And it's not doing a whole lot, but I heard your argument. I still don't like it, but I hear it. However, the fight's breaking out in the mid lane, the 2v2, and Barco is broken. Kill goes on to Japanese import on that Graves, and getting a big shutdown for the Graves is exactly what he needed. And stealing some farm's going to help too.
Yeah, I think he committed a little too hard there. I don't think he realized that that Aatrox was already that far up in the lane, but the
unstoppable force goes massive into the tower, and as mysteriously as Malphite came, he left.
Definitely, that was a flash committed for that unstoppable force as well. So just unreactable, just out of nowhere, gonna go and pop Breezy under his turret and say, no, you cannot have fun this game. But Camille going to keep pushing out top lane, going to keep cementing his gold and CS lead. Same thing with his bot lane, pretty chonky 30 CS lead for the Samira. So I honestly think once team fights come out, I think it's going to be really, can Voodoo, you know, work his voodoo?
Yeah.
Like it's very much, can he work his magic in these team fights and consistently be able to get in and get out? Especially without, Baco gonna try to get something done, but not quite gonna.
Just a little bit of chip damage.
But yeah, it's very much, can he get in and out and not have to worry about anything, especially because he doesn't have an enchanter support behind him. I think that's when Samira really gets just super crazy, is when you have something, you know, just multiplying her damage a lot, but Viber...
Yeah, Breezy is completely caught out, and Viber plus Co just walks up and ravages the poor man. They want to maybe pick some sort of fight with the man advantage they have. However, they sent 2 to the mid lane, and therefore a fight will be rather non-advisable in that situation. However, I think they got to play on the Viber. They're getting out with a lot of the enemy's jungle, which feels really good. And they got that dragon, so they'll get a little bit of armor and magic resist. Yep. Oh, no. The other team got it. Okay, so yeah, the other team got the dragon, but they got way more than the dragon was worth in return.
Yeah, so it was a cloud dragon, but it was also denial of, you know, future dragons, etc., etc. So it was really nice. We have... Okay, so we do have the Gore Drinker ending up getting picked up by the Aatrox. So that what that yells at me is, we need Grievous Wounds, but that doesn't matter.
Unstoppable Force. Oh man, Baco drops once again. Dude, Viber is just a monster. Breezy is trying to cut down the damage, and he's doing it. Point blank buckshot from Graves means that he is going to
Pseudo's
be
here,
A-okay,
though.
but Pseudo gets the hook before he's able to get over the wall. The depth charge to follow. The dredge line is almost ready to go with the heal from Eno. And somehow Graves gets out. That was like the end of a sad Shakespeare play where everybody dies except the person you expect the most.
Yep, and we got Japanese import here now 4-0 with his Eclipse, and that is scary. And the reason I said you need Grievous Wounds is what you were presented right there. Aatrox was at 200 HP and then was at almost 80 to 90%. That's just scary. That just needs to stop. So like we immediately, like, Breezy died there and went, I'm buying an Oblivion Orb. I'm not dealing with that again. He's just like, nope, I'm hitting the panic button. I'm buying Morello even though everyone tells me not to. I can't deal with this.
If you're Arizona State, after something like that happens, you're just asking to speak to a manager because there's no way that is a proper way to treat your enemy team. Meanwhile, like you said, the Oblivion Orb has come through, and a bit of a garage sale right now in Rises. Oh, never mind. There are bigger things going on. The Dark Shackle, or the Shackles are unable to connect. That was gorgeous, but he missed it. Wudo trying to run away, has to burn the flash. Nice ultimate from the Ziggs, but it's not going to do a lot of damage quite yet. So all things considered, get out pretty scot-free, even after a misplacement from Wudo.
Yeah, Wudo, a little bit too many fancy feet right there. Just stepped out just a little bit, and didn't end up taking the journey out from the Rise. So definitely a little unfortunate there, but definitely I liked the proactivity from ASU there, knowing that the Morgana was there and just going, all right, we're gonna pop your Black Shield with Rise damage and then still be able to follow up on you. But that stopwatch coming in clutch from those runes and making sure that she lives there. So definitely good stuff out of her. But again, I do want to say there is still a slight gold lead actually for ASU here. So they're not actually too behind. So it is definitely like, you know, the last two fights went their way, but you do have to realize that purely gold-wise, ASU is still up.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, right now it's Graves and Aatrox versus the world. for their squad. No one else has really gotten to the point where they're going to be super useful. All Malphite has is the ult. He doesn't quite have what he needs to just be able to stand in the front of a team fight. Speaking of the Graves, though, comes up to the top side. There's that ultimate, and the attack on Titan. He does not get out of danger, just rammed down and shot. Graves picks up a 5th kill.
Yeah, the hookshot wall dive, definitely a little questionable. I don't know why top laner 14 ended up committing for that. I think he could have just hookshot wall dived his way right out of that fight, but ended up trying to commit. Thought he had enough burst with the precision protocol he already had queued up to kind of just pop the Graves, but that is plated. Those are plated steel caps on that Graves, along with his base armor and stacking armor. He's a hard champion to kill. So.
Absolutely. Breezy, however, has been fairly easy to kill so far. Manages to keep himself alive for the time being. Depth charge knocks up in the secondary from the passive from Samira. Now Ina is going to be in a massive amount of trouble. No chance to run away. And the red team comes away with everything.
Yep, and Baku actually just going to end up taking down the dragon during that fight as well. But Fiend Destroyers did end up getting the mid lane turret with that Rift Herald at the end of it. So, you know, a small victory, but nothing too crazy as well. We do see an Executioner's Calling coming out from top laner 14 here as well, because he's probably going to be the one dealing with this Aatrox in a side lane eventually. So it's, and the healing coming out from Eclipse from the Graves is definitely a very worthy purchase for him, and one coming out from Voodoo. So definitely a great job from everyone, recognizing that that's an Aatrox, and he cannot be allowed to heal for 100%. Otherwise, you'll just have a very, very bad time.
Yeah, I mean, there's not, you know, until you build the proper items to deal with that, there's not a lot you can do to deal with it in-game. I mean, killing Aatrox once is brutal. Killing him twice in the same team fight seems almost impossible unless you already wiped out the rest of his team and you just have an Aatrox left. And even that doesn't seem like it'd be very easy. So, meanwhile, just take a look around the map right now. Aatrox and Rise matching each other in the bottom side lane. It's top laners on the top side, so no surprises there. What's really curious is to watch how these 80 carries and supports are kind of positioning themselves around the map. Obviously, the bottom laners are trying to get that mid lane farm, but the jungles and the supports, I would like to see Nautilus a little bit closer to his Kha'Zix just in case there was any sort of collapse. Not seeing that at the moment. And look at that damage that is being brought to top laner. However, top laner brought a friend. Could he get that kill? Just one more auto, and yes, the casting minions come in clutch, trading a 1-for-1, and they are moving on the bottom side of the map, picking up one tower, looking for two, but with the Rise down there, it's unlikely.
Yeah, great stuff from Brad. Oh! So
unfortunate, unable to pick off the little bomb man right there, so he'll be able to live another day, but I like the tenacity.
Yeah, honestly, that may have been a blessing in disguise, because there was a Morgana and a Graves immediately next to him after that. So it might have been better that he missed that hook, but at the end of it all, a little unfortunate. Top laner 14 not quite able to hit that super Camille point quite yet to be able to 1v1 this Kha'Zix. Great stuff from Brown Mandarius to make sure he gets a kill on his way out when Camille tries to commit to him. So definitely good stuff with that. Sunfire Cape basically being a damage item at this point.
Did Ino just not notice the control ward?
Nah, maybe.
He had a sweeper over it. Yeah, I guess he just didn't see it. That is unfortunate. Top laner found his. Yeah, and Breezy's doing a good job there with the little... Okay, so... All right, obviously at all elos of play, wards are missed. Ina does not spot that one out, but it's all good because even at 0-2 and 2, I feel like this Morgana has had a relatively good game.
Yeah, his job is... I am black shielding whoever is going in, or whoever is getting dove by the Nautilus so they don't instantaneously explode. So he's done that pretty well so far. And then they bought Azanyas to make sure that they don't explode as well. So it works out in the end.
Yeah.
So it's not too terribly difficult of a job to do. So it's definitely good stuff from Ina so far. I do want to see Rise is at full stacks of his tier, just chilling now. So I do want to see this Seraphs come out quite soon so he can kind of become a champion. But otherwise, let's see what ends up happening.
Look at that comet damage.
Indeed. But it's just going to be a wet noodle fight for the most part right now. They're just going to be trading back and forth. But the Japanese import was looking for something to happen. And he's got the collector. He's the tax collector in town. He's ready to. He's the sheriff. He's ready to, make sure that people pay their taxes. So it is going to be one scary man when he starts roaming into fights.
Yeah, that's always a really hard item to try to navigate because it just brings way too much damage. And might get to see a little bit of that here. Double man knock up onto Viber and a Brown Man, and now they are trying to return the favor on the Baco. It is the Blade Whirl from the Samira to buy some time, and look at all the shielding she got. Survives all of that damage. Now Ina gonna get killed off by the Camille, and okay, Comic didn't come through there, but the Q was enough. We are sitting at a 4v4. 4v4. Low health bars on the side of ASU as Viber and his buddies are trying to find a way in. Pseudo gets the dredge line and trades his own life for that kill. Now Viber is going to be the next one, the fall top laner, trying to get himself out. Here comes Rise, and that will be the shutdown onto Camille. Brownman trying to make the difference, gets one. Can he get out? Beautiful sidestep. He brought his dancing shot, and he gets the triple kill. Malfight is just, oh my god, that is just The Rock would be impressed.
He's like he's a thick boy, but he got the fancy feet. He kept him schmoving, and he was able to make it out with his life. Great stuff from him, making sure Breezy couldn't take the kill, but this dragon is still up, and people are slowly respawning. I am ready for it to just be ran back at again by everyone on this map. We see a TP immediately coming out from. Oh, that was from Way the Tempest. Okay, I thought that was Brown Man Darius again, and I was like, huh? But all right, definitely. Ooh, Breezy was able to pick up his Seraph's Embrace there actually.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really valuable.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of shield.
Oh, it doesn't give the shield
Oh,
anymore.
you're right, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's just a lot of AP now. It's like, I think it's like 85 AP or something with the amount of mana he gets. So it's absurd. But like, and then top laner as well, going to end up getting his Ravenous Hydra. So let's see what ends up happening.
Dragon being evaporated right now. And the Bean Squad managed to pick it up. Pseudo is caught out really badly, and the rest of the team wisely leaves him to his fate. Lets the Nautilus die, so it is a 1 and a dragon for a whole lot of 0.
Yeah, Pseudo was like, we can fight this, guys, right? We can fight this. And then everyone else kind of just like, nah. And he's just like, oh, okay, well, I'm dead at this point, so leave me be. But we got the Hextech Ultimatum coming out.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to fight the Malphite. He kind of embarrassed you last time, and oh no, the hook shot over the wall could end in disaster. Malphite brought a few extra buddies, and there is the death from Camille trying to get out. Oh, barely manages to escape there. And the only thing is, with everybody down on the bottom side of the map, that does allow Arizona State to put down a significant amount of vision around that Baron and start prepping that.
Yeah, definitely a great Realm Warp to get Breezy out of there. Yeah, top laner getting a little too greedy for that kill onto the Malphite. Hookshot wall diving and immediately going, I made a grave mistake.
Without vision.
Yep, but Baco gonna actually end up taking that blue buff, but he's gonna end up diving in. Let's see if he can get a kill.
Ina just exploded, and now it is Malphite trying his best up front line, but he does not have the tank stats to deal with 4 people wailing on him. All they can do is try to get a little bit of mid lane prio, and Way of the Tempest has to flash away, so Ziggs is going to be in a very sorry state without that flash. Low health, and well, mana's not an issue just because he has so much of it, but he's not even doing particularly well in that either. It's a 3v5, and they decide that rather than contest for the Baron, they're just going to trade the mid lane inner for it, which I personally think is probably the best decision you can make.
Yeah, at that point, you're kind of just like, I don't really want to walk into a 3v5, especially when they have, you know, buttons to say, you know, we're going to murder you instantly, like the Nautilus and the Camille. So it's definitely something that you kind of just want to stay on the outskirts of. Definitely great stuff from them to find those picks. Definitely, you know, Voodoo getting to the point where he can somewhat deal a decent amount of damage. Doesn't quite have an armor pen item for this Malphite, so Brad Mandaris is going to take a while to get killed, but Viper.
The best buddies going at it again. Breezy with just a sliver of health. He manages to slink away. Well, really uses Phase Rush to 100-meter dash away. And Rise is going to be alive, but I think it's pretty clear which of these two members are stronger right now.
Definitely, even with the Baron buff and the gold that he has gotten, still not quite strong enough to fight this Aatrox yet. But eventually, you know, Rise is the old man. He's like, eventually I'll end up being able to kill you by myself. But not quite yet, not quite yet. And we see a Force of Nature actually coming out from Brad Mandarius to make sure that he doesn't, you know, take too much damage out from Breezy, actually being the only magic damage dealer on his team.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's, you have to because it's Rise.
Yeah, like, it's like, you have enough armor at your Malphite, you'll be fine. With 2 armor items, you have, like, 600 armor anyways.
Yeah.
So it doesn't, at that point, it's like, it's diminishing returns, it's not too big of a deal. So, definitely good stuff. We see a Sterak's actually coming out from Japanese import, so he doesn't die too quickly, so he has some of that team fight durability, and same with Viper here as well, so that's going to increase his durability a lot in these team fights. That massive shield. I do want to see.
Hook shot misses. Hextech ultimatum dropped and really just used so he can run away. This is coming down to the wire. Flash. There's the Q. Ultimate coming in, and he doesn't even need it. This Malphite has got to be one of the best Malphites I have ever seen.
Yeah, definitely. He had the flash. He knew he could walk up because he had the flash to outplay. Top laner doesn't have the flash, if you remember, so he cannot follow that. So definitely good stuff from him. And top laner is actually going so far to actually end up going towards a Hex Drinker, and looks like a mod by the end of it, just to be able to deal with his Malphite. And we see a Glacial Shroud for the Malphite. Nothing too fancy yet. We see a Bloodthirster actually finished for Voodoo. Definitely good stuff. We'll have lots of durability in these team fights now.
Oh, Dredgeline goes wide, and that almost certainly would have been a kill there. Now Viper actually wants in, and this is a really hard fight. There's that Dredgeline mechanic coming in clutch. Pseudo is getting whacked around. Viper's still just a smidgen of a health, but Way of the Tempest is putting out the bomb damage. Nice flash away, and now Brad Mandarius beating up people on the backside. Collateral damage to finish off the Rise, and taking on 3 in the front side. You have to be so careful of this Samira because she will decimate the remainder of your team. Hook shot. They want to keep this fight going. Teleport coming back in, and Viper has re-arrived to the war zone. Wudo has to flash away, and so many resources are being burned in this fight, and now it looks like it's the Beans who want to start the fight again. Baco trying to get himself out to safety. Invisibility is only going to stay that way for so long, but just long enough to cause Viper to step away. That Black Binding was so close to landing, and now Wudo he's got to play very safely here. Another teleport coming out, and one thing we didn't talk about was the 3 teleports on this squad. Makes taking dragons very quickly easy as heck. Teleport coming in, and we're about to see an all-out brawl. Top lane of 14 already below half, but so is Ina without mana. Bago enters into Viper, and Viper will die, but look at that damage onto the backline. Double kill over to the Malphite, and now Pseudo gonna be the next one to fall. Brown Mandarius looking to seek out a few more opponents here, and a 1-for-4 is the final result of that fight. Beautifully played by Malphite.
Yeah, they just made Way the Tempest's life so easy. They just walked onto his mines for him. He was just
Is
like...
there enough time to end?
Maybe.
25 seconds.
Oh, they might just be able to end with the Ziggs.
Darius can, Darius can certainly take this up on the Malphite, and he is doing that. There's another kill, and they are gonna just try to finish this game off right there. The minion wave has come in, and ladies and gentlemen, Juicebox Guy's the best predictor in the game. It is the Bean Destroyers that run away with the competition 2-1 over Arizona State University.
That was one abrupt end to that game. That was not a that was not what you expected out of that game. But they just ended up overcommitting to that second dragon fight. I think after you lost that fight, I don't know why they kept going. Like, you already had so many members at like half health or like such low health. Like, Voodoo was at like, I think 300 HP attempting to walk into 4 people. And Way the Tempest just went, here's a minefield, and Voodoo just had to walk onto it. So it was just really unfortunate, and like, you just don't need to commit there. You just need to like walk away and be like, all right, you have your dragon, and it wasn't even soul. It was soul point. Mm-hmm. So like, you're fine. Like, just let them have that, and then fight for what's after that. And so because they made that decision, they ended up losing the game off that. I don't think they expected that at all. I think that was a very abrupt end, but that's what happens when the enemy team has Ziggs, because they just make turrets disappear. Yeah. So it's definitely very scary, but great stuff from Bean Destroyers to end up winning it all.
Yeah, big congratulations to them. And honestly, wasn't the cleanest, but it didn't have to be because it was exciting. And that's what we watch League for. That's the good stuff right there. So really, really fun showing coming out from the Bean Destroyers there. And Arizona State University, they had a hell of a run. I mean, they did really well. They got all the way to the finals. They brought it to 3 games, and they did not go gentle into that good night. They fought to the final moment until there was just not enough fight left in the tank. But I still have to give a lot of props to those players.
Yeah, definitely. It was a well-played game from both sides. There were a lot of Malphite outplays that I did not expect to see today, but definitely good stuff. Malphite, not the most exciting champions at all times, but Brown Mandarius definitely said, I'm going to make this champion amazing.
Yeah, he did. He definitely did. Now, with this being the conclusion of our League of Legends portion, we are going to go ahead and throw another, just reminder as to why we are doing what we're doing here today. This is for Phoenix Children's Hospital. This is to raise money and, awareness to a really just incredible cause that honestly it makes me feel happy to cast for this because it's just such a cool thing to be a part of. And just a huge thank you to whoever's watching and supporting this. You've earned your thumbs up from me. So just please, whatever you can spare, please donate over to Phoenix Children's Hospital, and whatever we can raise up to $5,000, Raising Cane's will match, and I think that is honestly an awesome thing. They got great chicken, now they got great hearts. I think that's really, really cool. Now, before we go ahead and wrap up the League of Legends segment, I do want to throw it over to Taz. Anything you want to drop? Any knowledge? Any League of Legends guruship that you want to put down before we check out?
Not quite. Nothing too spontaneous. Nothing too spectacular. But definitely, I just want to say, make sure you make sure you go to the chat. Make sure you exclamation mark donate. Save these kids' lives. It's what we're all here for. That's what we're playing for. That's what we're casted for. That's what we're doing all of this stuff for. That's why we're here, and it makes our lives easier at the end of the day. So I think that is definitely what we need to do. And yeah, other than that, make sure to check us out both on social media. Make sure you check out Axis Replay, Raising Cane's, and Phoenix Children's Hospital on all of their social media and their websites. But yeah, other than that, it is on to Valorant for me especially.
Valorant, you will be seeing this man there in just a moment. But for this old juice box, this is the end of the line, to quote Graves. So I will be seeing you guys around. Give me a follow on Twitter if you want to. If you don't, whatever. It is what it is. But thank you so much for everybody who tuned in for this League of Legends segment. And big shout out to the Bean Destroyers. We will see you guys in just a minute.
I'm Corey Peters of the Arizona Cardinals. It's Giving Tuesday for Phoenix Children's Hospital. You can help kids as they fight for their lives. Every day, they're battling villains like cancer, heart defects, and other illnesses. These kids didn't ask for a fight, and they need your help to overcome their battles.
Oh yeah, diamond.
Oh, pardon me. Sorry about that, everyone. Welcome back. I Hold Shift, your host here for you guys, as we've had a wonderful day so far with the Giving Tuesday live stream in support of the Phoenix Children's Hospital. And the donations, they can still come on through. We're trying to hit that $5,000 donation mark, in which Raising Cane's, a presenting sponsor, will be able to double up and do $5,000 of their own to match. So it's still not done yet. And to cap off the evening, we'll be looking at Valorant to kind of finish off things with the best of 3 grand finals. As you mentioned, and as you heard, Taz will be joining me on the desk there to cover over the best of 3 action when we get there. But again, just as a reminder, if you're wondering what exactly Giving Tuesday is, the whole idea is that Giving Tuesday is serving as a global generosity movement, unleashing the power of people and organizations to transform their communities and, in turn, the world. Giving Tuesday was created back in 2012 as a simple idea that there was a day that encourages people to do good. And with that, this is all about doing good for the Phoenix Children's Hospital. We saw a handful of really special stories, and in those stories, you could potentially be one of the heroes to make something come true for someone around this holiday season. Well, as we mentioned, Valorant is about ready to go, so we'll throw things to just a short break, and when we come back, we'll be jumping into the grand finals right after this.
Our son, Angel, was 8 years old when he was diagnosed with medulloblastoma. It's a very, very rare tumor.
And very, very aggressive.
The size of the tumor was, the doctor told us it was the size of a plum. And it was in the back of his head, connected to his brain. He lost his vision, his eyes were splitting apart. He could not move his body, any body parts at all, and he still couldn't talk or even make any sounds at this point.
We made the decision to go to Phoenix Children's Hospital.
I'm asking the worst question. Is my son gonna be okay? Is he gonna die?
For cancer in general, there are no black and white. Everything is just gray.
Give me my son back. I'll accept my son. Anyway, I can't get him. I'll accept my son. Just give me my son back. They all did.
He had the worst late-stage cancer, and they got all the tumor.
Afterwards, he lost all mobility of his whole right side. So as far as his arms, his finger, his walking, talking, eating, he had to relearn how to, his neck, he had to relearn how to use his whole total right side.
We were in the hospital for 14 days, and like I said, the Child Life went above and beyond. Every day they came, but then on top of that, then we started having different therapists come, physical therapists and speech therapists, and they worked with my son every day, and they were always so positive. Day after day, Angel started progressing. Honestly, it feels like a miracle.
It does.
I don't know
Really
how
does.
else to explain it, because I've never met somebody that had defied these type of odds.
Our son is a miracle. He was touched by the hands of God, and the hands of God touched all these doctors and nurses to help them, give them the tools and the knowledge to do what they do. Without any of you, my son wouldn't be here. Many of other children wouldn't be here. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Extra Life Phoenix Giving Tuesday live stream benefiting the Phoenix Children's Hospital. My whole shift in. With me remotely, Taz, how you doing, my man? You guys had one heck of a broadcast with that League of Legends best of 3.
Yep, definitely. It was a lot of fun, but I'm ready to get into some Valorant action, the other Riot esport.
Yeah, one that's got a lot of favor building behind it, but of course, continuing to need your help and support as we get through this best of 3 grand finals. Please consider the ! donate command in chat, as you'll be sent to a link that'll allow you to donate towards the Extra Life event here, with obviously the benefit of the Phoenix Children's Memorial Hospital. It's one of those things that it can't go without being said. With 75 subspecialty areas like cancer, congenital heart defects, epilepsy, and orthopedic surgery, the people that are in charge of those wards that are helping kind of lead those decisions, and even the players that you might not see on the daily scene every single day of the week in the back supporting roles. They could use that money when it comes to trying to support the hospital's goals day in and day out. But as we get ready to go here for this best of 3, it should be a pretty solid one. Actually, a number of these teams I'm pretty familiar with. You're having a chance to go through the first straight qualifiers. Some of these guys definitely put up a bit of a fight. So to cap off a stream here, Taz, we should have ourselves a really good battle.
That's really good to see, yeah. And, as always, we got to thank our sponsors, Raising Cane's right here. Up to $5,000, they are willing to match our donations. So definitely is going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully we can hit that mark for them. And, Valorant, as a very new game, but it has picked up a lot of traction as an esport, and it is a lot of fun to cast and play.
Indeed the case. But of course, to get to the grand finals, you have to qualify and make your way through it. And with that, we have a short recap video to kind of summarize what has happened so far in the Valorant scene.
Yep.
Valorant pits 2 teams of 5 players against each other with a goal to defend bomb sites or attack them.
Spike planted.
In order to achieve this goal, each player will use money earned from each round to purchase better weapons and unique abilities. They will have to have the mechanical skill, map knowledge, and team communication to take home the prize. This is Valorant.
Wait for smoke. Yep. One's probably pushing up.
You guys ready?
I'll clear, right? Yeah. Yep, ready.
Alright, darting. Nice kill.
Smoking no problem.
Dead how?
Door. Close. Switch.
Sight dead. Nice. Nice.
I'm close to the door. Flash. I got him. I'm flashing them. I flashed them too. Good shit. Good job.
Am I flashing peek it? Oh yeah, I'm blind. I'm flashing A mid.
They smoke mid.
What is that angle?
Go away. He's out.
They can be held.
I'll try to hold.
We do have moment TP. You guys should start running B maybe.
They're pushing?
Holding him.
Silva's tree lit 80. There's 2 tree. What's heaven? What? Heaven.
Wait.
Nice!
I'm in vision.
Let's go. I'm ulting.
I'm really weak. Easy. Play safe. Big plays.
Don't be. They're hitting me guys.
Starting high B.
Yeah, I got him.
8. Nice, good up.
I got him, bro. No way, man. Not a chance, bro.
You guys need to make.
The first FPS we've had so far here on the live stream, and one that is starting to build up a bit of a storm here, as there's a lot of high-level competitive esport action happening in the near couple of future. Actually, the next couple of days, we're going to start to see a lot of that competitive action come to fruition with some of the best teams overall. But it is one of those things that I think it's important just at the base level for those that might not be familiar with the game, how exactly Valorant fares. You've got 12-round halves. First to 13 overall will win. And it's more than just the weaponry, though. That's the big thing, Taz. We're going to be able to use these abilities, ultimates, try to help influence the map, and those different characters will have different abilities, similarly to how League of Legends is set up in a way.
Yep, definitely. It does have a little bit of an Overwatch vibe to it, the way that the ability usage is and stuff like that. We've seen a lot of people like Sinatra and others transfer over to the game and just be able to show how effectively you can use those abilities and just beat people, even though the people who are from CS, from other attack shooters, and just, they might outgun you, but you can out-ability them sometimes. And especially with, a lot of the more utility-focused characters, especially right now, it is just crazy how much utility is in the game. And yeah, we can go ahead and look at the bracket and see how they got here.
Yeah, these two teams in specific, again, they've put up a pretty solid fight in some of the first strike qualifiers, specifically talking about Pick Me Up and Ascendants, who are our grand finalists here. And for all of you Valorant fans that are actually out there, it is important to note that Icebox is not actually opened up or eligible for this particular map pool. So the newest map addition will not be there. I'm just going to go ahead and assume that Sky also kind of fits into that mix, where probably not going to be eligible as well. One of the newest agents that we've seen be added to the mix, and I'm getting confirmed that that is the case. So no Sky, no Icebox. So some of the things that we saw recently with things like the NSG November Monthly, those will not be considerations. We'll have our same 4 maps that we had from before. We'll have our same core agents. And with that, there has been a little bit of a meta that's come through. You're expecting to see operators with jets, things like that. And depending on the maps, we've even seen a lot more familiarity with characters like Viper. But again, to get back onto that bracket like we were bringing up, we'll take a look to see who Me Up on the top side of your bracket. We're able to take down Synergy Esports and Vipes Anime Crew to get to the grand finals. Then on the bottom side, through Thrifty and Ares Gaming, were the Ascendants to make it here to the best of 3 grands.
Yeah, definitely. I want to see how this ends up shaping up. Yeah, we do have a little bit of a meta kind of formed with like how the maps and agents have kind of gone. I do want to see what maps a lot of people favor, is because some, even the high level teams, some of them have just an amazing split. Some of them have an amazing Haven, and is very different. Like Ascent is definitely one of those that everyone kind of has a pretty decent hold of at this point. It feels like the most neutral map overall. Everyone likes to play on Ascent, even though I remember when the map first came out, everyone was like, "It's unbalanced, it's unplayable."
We don't like it.
No one liked it, and then everyone picks it now. It is the default map to go to now, and everyone understands it well. And so, hopefully over time, Icebox will become that way, but, I'm crossing my fingers for that. But definitely, I think I want to see what ends up happening, because some people have some crazy bind strats that, like, even confuse me sometimes. So, like, I want to see what maps these guys end up picking.
And again, for all those that are out there that might not be as familiar with the game, again, we'll be talking some high-level stuff, but we'll make sure to kind of elementarize a little bit of the game to help you kind of understand. The big key is the fact that, unlike other first-person shooter games, you don't just spawn in with a certain type of weaponry. We talked about the abilities that we're going to see, but the weapons that you bring into battle actually have to be purchased from round to round, and you start things off just with pistols. So as we get going, it's going to be a set coming up here for us first, and you're going to see the agent selection screen coming through. That one character there near the bottom with the blue eyes, that's Sova, one of the biggest intel gathering agents currently in the game, with things like a recon bolt that'll expose a portion of the area, as well as an owl drone that can essentially fly through and also tag players as they see them. That's going to be a key, I think, for a lot of the executes towards these spike sites, or on the flip side, defensively, what might be guaranteed to get you some better looks at retakes overall.
Yep, and we see pretty standard comps from both sides. We see, the mirrored jets, we see the mirrored omens, we see the mirrored Reynas as well. Those are their duelists of choice. Duelists kind of, they accentuate the fact that, they are the 1v1, or they want to go for kills. That's their main job. That's what they want to focus on throughout a game. And then you also have the one difference between the teams is you have the different sentinels, where on one side you have the Cypher at the bottom on the right, and then you have the Killjoy on the left side in the middle. They, kind of do the same job in the sense of they will be defending your side of the map when you are defending. You kind of, like, their job is to kind of sit on a site, make sure nothing happens that is too crazy. That is their main job. But on attacking, their job is to make sure you guys don't get flanked from behind. So definitely an agent choice specific kind of thing there, but otherwise we're going to see the same agents across the board. So I really want to see how these Reyna's shape up, because that is a very feast or famine agent.
It really is a very self-serving one, where a lot of her abilities can only be used if you actually find kills in the first place. So that is what you're looking for. Usually your highest damage dealers, your most kill-hungry players will be on the agents like that Reyna, and as well with that also the jets, like we mentioned, very often bring the only real long-range weapon in the game, the operator. It's a one-shot kill if you hit center mass. We'll see that come into play, as it looks like we're going to have Pick Me Up as the defending side here first. That roster consisting of Jelly, Hasby, Singularity, Fusion Fizzy, and Drakius. And on the other side for the attack, it'll be GN Sanity, Alvinius. We're going to have Artan and Tillo, as well as Akashi to make up the side of the Ascendants on the attack here.
Yeah, and you know, especially on this map, you know, you have two characters that have smokes. You have two agents. You have Omen and you have Jet. The main reason you want smokes is because you want to block off lines of sight. With Ascent especially, you want that kind of mid-control that has a lot of stuff, you know, it's a lot of open area. You want to make sure that certain lines of sight are blocked off so you don't have to worry about peeking too many things at once. So definitely those Omen smokes going into the proper places and those Jet smokes to get them out of dodge will definitely make or break some of these rounds.
And as we can pull up maybe the scoreboard one more time here, you'll kind of just get familiar with not only where the players are named and what their agents are, but that loadout category is what we're going to be wanting at round after round after round. That is where you're going to be figuring out what are the players doing with their current economy. So with that in mind, again, like we mentioned, not starting with anything besides a little bit of economy here to upgrade pistols or maybe buy a little bit of armor if you so choose. We'll be taking a look to see who wins this round and what that does for those credits just to the right over there as we go from round to round. The important thing also to note for those of you that maybe, again, are a little bit newer to this esport in full, every time that the spike gets planted, there will be a bonus amount of economy boosted to the attacking team. The defense doesn't get that same luxury for diffusing or stopping a plan. So really for the lot of the attacking sided mindsets, you're looking to try to get that spike planted as much as humanly possible. Yeah,
definitely. It can definitely help a lot with your economy, because if you do get those even on the lower econ rounds that you know, you're not committing too many resources, especially if you get the spike down, it does make a big difference in your economy. It can kind of get you up to those break points, especially for an you know, one of the more expensive guns like an operator or something like that. We do see, you know, basically across the board on the attacking side, we see everyone kind of opting for a util plus light armor and a classic, the classic kind of the pistol that you start off with and you don't really have to spend any credits for. And a lot of people, you know, have kind of started moving towards just buying the armor just so they can survive a one-shot headshot from the Ghost.
Yeah, indeed the case. And it's one of those things as well. We'll just kind of see where these executes come from, and eventually one of the big keys that I look for a lot is when you start to earn these ultimates, there are ultimate orbs that are across both of the two spike sites that you have. One just outside of A, the other just outside of B. Those are also set strategies for a lot of squads, trying to earn those ultimates as quick as humanly possible, as it usually takes 6 or 7 charges to get to your ult, depending on the character you're playing. And how to get those charges, it's not just ultimate orbs. If you find a kill, you get a point towards it. If you die, you actually get a point towards it. And then anytime you play off the objective, you also earn points. So whether you plant that spike or defuse it, you will earn progress towards those special ultimate abilities that we keep talking about. But we're going to get off the pause screen here and get into the opening pistol. Again, Pick Me Up will be on the defense, Ascendants on the attack. And for now, it looks like Ascendants are just going to be happy to spread the map just a touch.
Yep, and we got the Cypher set up on B. A lot of people, this is very personal preference based for that Cypher. Some people really like the A site, some people really like that B site, and so it is very different, but Alvin is going to get a easy first kill right onto Fizzy. Fizzy not going to expect the Jet to already be in that smoke on the top.
And one of the passive abilities of Jet, just floating through midair, using the smoke cover just to conceal her position for the opening. So first blood for the Ascendants, and as I'm sure you figured if you're new to the game, no respawns allowed here. So now we have a 5v4 for the rest of the round, 60 seconds to play, and it looks like the Ascendants will pull the spike over to A site. And with this, they're going to likely get a pretty free plant. Hasby is here to try to contest this, but as he's scouted out bottom side hell on the map, there will be a paranoia flash to come through, and he will likely fall here soon as Pick Me Up decide they want to push him, and they do find the kill. The second follow-up will also be there. It's GN for 2 and a 4v1 for Ascendants off the post plant.
Yep, let's see if Jelly can get anything going here, but he is in a quite difficult spot. Just gonna get spammed through the smoke and gonna end up going down. Definitely great stuff from Ascendants, just immediately being able to execute through tree and get onto the site nice and quick. You know, the Jet on the other side getting a little stuck down under heaven, but
yeah.
You know, you can only do so much when you're stuck there. There's probably going to be a buyout looking like it from Ascendants. And let's see if they're just going to be sticking with a singular sheriff on the Reyna. Let's see if Fizzy can get something going after the abrupt end to the first round.
And again, just for all those of you that might be a little bit newer to the game, you'll hear us use certain terminologies. Light buys are instances where you see essentially the purchases you have for Ascendants. A couple of SMGs, light armor, maybe some small ARs, and then you're going to have the terms the full buys where you're going to be able to get full AR pressure. But getting into this round immediately, it's Tillo for 3. Artan's able to jump down to find the right click on the Hasby, and Gian again able to close things up as Ascendants have been convincing here. But that's to be expected after a pistol win for Ascendants. They have a natural weapon advantage, and Pick Me Up is just hoping for kills to keep things relatively tight.
Yeah, they want to get the round over with quick. They try to push, try to get some quick frags, get some once they die with a weapon, it makes it so that they've spent the money, they can't really grab anything else. So definitely allows them to kind of hit the economy a little bit, but they only end up getting 1 kill. So their economy is not too hurt.
Yeah, not much gain, not much loss, really, for Pick Me Up, but they will be able to go into full ARs here for this third round. An important one for them to maybe take an advantage in the economy here early, as you're going to see Pick Me Up will spread 2-1-2 across the map with an aggressive pull over towards A long, as Alvinius again is trying to play with a little bit of high ground trickery just in the mid-top of this arch, using the updraft to get there, and the Owl Drone, meanwhile, for Ascendants will scout things out over towards Tree, and they've found Fizzy, and he's not interested in following his first blood again. He'll back up into the A site.
Yep, and mid is wide open for Ascendants to take, so I do want to see what ends up happening. There is a singular tripwire in that mid pizza area, as you can see on the mini-map by Cypher, but let's see. Okay, the Recon Dart going to end up finding out Gian, but looks like they're going to end up pulling everyone over to B main. Let's see their execute out. Do see a camera set up, but that is see.
Execute's going to come through fast and furiously, and it's going to be on the Jelly to try to find the first blood. He will be scouted out by Alvinus, and with Akashi finding another kill on the Singularity, that will be a spike plan for Ascendants and Pick Me Up in a 3v5. Need to find a way to retake. Draggy is good for the first, but Artan will trade. He's able to use the overheal as well to get back to 150 HP, and it's just going to be down to a 2v4 situation for Haz to try to work alongside his duelist partner, Fizzy. Not going to be able to find the first kill, and Fizzy, again, this is what we like to call a save instance where a 1v4 is not likely for him, and holding on to an expensive weapon, he'll just back away to make sure they can retain it going into the next round.
Yep, he's just going to take his Vandal and run, but they are on the hunt. Let's see if he can find him. Tilo might be able to find him, or he might get caught out. Let's see. Not going to actually peek mid, though. And he's going to make it successfully into the attacker's spawn, actually, and just not be spotted out.
Yeah, no point of contact here. So now there's going to be a decision that has to be made for Pick Me Up. They only come away with 1 single kill again, but you do have a Vandal on the board. You try to light buy behind this to actually give yourself a true go at this 4th round. It would be pretty good if they could find a way to start to reduce the snowball mechanic of this Ascendants economy right now. Again, they've been good through these first 3 rounds, and with that, they are going to be having some padded pockets when it comes to how much cash they can bring into it. But it looks like, based on what we're seeing come through, Pick Me Up will just mostly stay off of what they have. Fizzy looking to get aggressive through the tree room. We'll get a very early Bladestorm as well, one of the ultimate abilities for Jet for Ascendants. But Singularity holding close, might have an opportunity to get the shotgun into play, and yeah, it's a Shorty and a Bucky that find the first 2 kills for Pick Me Up, and with that, the Bladestorm has also been shut down.
Yep, great stuff from Pick Me Up to get those eco kills right off the bat, but Cypher does end up going down, so let's see what they can do after that. Jet not able to pick up a weapon after getting the kill, though, so she is stuck with the Shorty, but the Bucky does get traded out for the Sova on the other side. Let's see what they're going to end up doing. Tilo is going to end up moving back to mid with the spike. Akashi just going to try to keep them on A, and let's see what they end up doing here. Fizzy.
For 1, overheal comes through, good for a second, uses the dismiss to just back away. That Vandal was picked up, by the way. Remember from the last round, he holds on to it. He's able to find a lot of value. Akashi, though, looking for a second kill to keep things interesting. but Fizzy will find their third elimination, and with that, Pick Me Up will get on the board.
Yep, great stuff from Fizzy. Gonna hold an off angle and just make sure that he is able to get out. Gonna be good for 2 and make it out with the dismiss. Dismiss, a very good ability for Reyna. You know, allows her to not essentially go invulnerable if she gets a kill and is able to use a soul orb. So it definitely helps her not get traded or just not be killed after she gets a kill.
And now you start to see those yellow backgrounds on some of the character icons up top. That signifies on ultimates already. So for Pick Me Up, they do have a Bladestorm, but you would be hard-pressed to figure they would use that here. Usually you'll see those in eco rounds. An early lockdown being used for the side of Ascendance over towards B, but this is all for bait. A very popular strategy. But Fizzy, he might be able to foil this entire play as he's just outside the start cover. 1v1, wins it, gets the overheal, and now all of a sudden, this is going to be Pick Me Up realizing that this is just a bait as Akashi will find a trade. The spike similarly will be planted, but no way to get away from that as Akashi is Jelly and Drakius find 2 kills. Last player will be essentially eliminated by the Paranoia and the Bladestorm from Haz, and now Artan is the one that has to save the weapon as there's no chance for the 1v4.
Yep, and Artan was looking for the long flank. He was chilling in the cubby on B and just trying to catch out rotations, but wasn't quite quick enough. And the spike plant was, you know, just foiled a little bit too quickly for him to do anything. So a little bit unfortunate, but definitely Fizzy coming out really well on that round, able to kind of stifle Tilo from, you know, especially using all of his utility there, because if they had, you know, smokes up in heaven, it would have made their lives a lot easier.
And now for both sides, for Pick Me Up, they'll be able to have an Empress potentially for them. And if we can just make the critique here for our Zerber, if they can pull up that scoreboard every single round during the buy phase, it'd be great for us so we can see what the economy looks like. And yeah, Hasby actually will be able to pull out the first operator of the game, that long-range sniper rifle that can one-shot kill here. That's going to be Hasby playing over towards Tree. Akashi's going to be able to scout out this position with the Aldrone, but it's not before Alvinus falls, and that's just a mistake there for Ascendance. If the Aldrone is scouting, there's no need to peek until that dark cover either expires or you find a tag off the Aldrone. So first blood will be confirmed off the operator play from Pick Me Up.
Yep, and Artan holding for the push, but just going to end up waiting. Let's see if they want to commit to A, but this operator is going to actually move into spawn and look for someone in mid. Let's see if he ends up able to get someone. Gonna try for the wall bang, not gonna get it quite yet. But gonna get smoked off this angle. Not gonna find anything quite yet.
Timing was nearly good for the blind peak. Drakius responsible for mid-market. He'll find the spike carrier of Akashi. That will be picked up by Tilo, who's able to find the immediate trade, but still has not being responded to off this operator as of yet. Will keep things still
30 seconds
relatively
left.
advantageous for the defense, but Artan on this flank, he's going to have one. The second at long range, but no, gets absolutely destroyed by Fizzy. And that looks like Pick Me Up will be able to walk away with a 3-1 situation. It just comes down to if Tilo can find a way to clutch up after the spike gets planted.
Yep, and let's see if he can catch anyone off guard. Pushing Tree immediately, lets 2 pass, gets the third. Let's see what he can get going here. They are going to get onto the spike immediately, though. Let's see what he's going to end up doing. It is planted for him. Ooh.
The verticality play there, Fizzy up top. We've got Hasby down low. That'll be enough for them to confirm. And with that, you're going to give that diffuse over to Hasby, who's still trying to charge up for his second Bladestorm of the game. 3 out of 6 towards that. You take a look at some of the stat lines so far. Your duelists are top fragging currently for Pick Me Up. It's been influential for these last 3 rounds to come in one by one consecutively for the D. 6 and 3 for Fizzy, 5 and 4 for Hasby. And on the other side, Tilo and Gian still doing well, but needing to find a way to break up the monotony of what has been nothing but defense here in these last 3 rounds. And with that in mind, they will try to bring an operator of their own to the table here in round 7.
Yep, and Artan actually just going to grab full armor and save the money for the gun and just see if someone can get him one. Alvin is going to try to get an early pick with this operator. See if he can find it. Ooh, but going to get caught out by Hasby. Not going to be able to utilize that one-way to his advantage. So good stuff from Hasby being a little bit faster on that trigger finger.
Hey, you got to give credit to where credit is due. Drakius with a really well-placed one-way dark cover as well. Able to essentially allow Hasby an opportunity to hard scope the angle and read the legs a little bit sooner than Alvinus could. So a 5v4. That operator is salvageable if Ascendants do still want to pick it up, but it looks like they may have given it away in favor of trying to play over towards B. This is a blind Hunter's Fury from the Sova, and it's going to find a lot of damage and an elimination. Singularity for 1 kill. R10 on the site, but is tagged up by a trap wire and a spy cam, and Singularity, he'll find his second elimination, and now a 5v2 for Pick Me Up as Ascendants. They did not fully commit to this hit. They're likely going to have to back away, either play for a couple of kills, at least find saves, but with these 2 eliminations, this is now a very doable 2v3.
Yeah, Jan popping off and getting 2 kills at long range.
30 seconds
Let's
left.
see what ends up transpiring here. His way out is being held, though. Let's see if Akashi is going to win this fight mid versus Fizzy, though. Gonna actually dodge his way out. Not quite going to get the kill, though.
I'm not going to lie to you, Taz, again, this is not exactly what we call the top level of professional Valorant, but these teams, of course, try to be as competitive as possible. There's a missed opportunity right there. If Gianna can walk away with 2 eliminations and you have a Hunter's Fury to play with, you're right there, 1 kill away for Gian potentially from getting yourself a lockdown, and then that play with the Hunter's Fury, that's a very clutchable 2v3, and it kind of felt like both Akashi and Gian just had different ideas as far as what they wanted to do. If they play that as a duo, though, that's a winnable round in my mind for Ascendants.
Yeah, definitely. I think if they had immediately gotten onto site afterwards, as soon as they got those kills and committed, after, you know, especially once the spike is down and having the Hunter's Fury as well, maybe even getting off site with it, it definitely makes your life a lot easier. So I definitely think it will be interesting. They actually swapped the Cypher over, and they're hard stacking A here, and it's just going to be red. Or actually, yeah, they basically got red by the defending side. They have everyone here already. Let's see what they can get going, though. Alvin is going to get a kill off the bat onto Fizzy. That's their main carry down. Let's see if they can get anything else going. Jelly going to look for a wallbang.
That's their main carry and the Empress that's down. Now the post plant setup with the Hunter's Fury that's coming through. Everyone trying to dodge it, and only one of the 3 arrows will connect. The attacking lockdown also in play. That'll push all the defenders back, but getting detained is Jelly, so he'll be stalled out in this stasis for quite some time. Also, a Nano Swarm kind of blocking off the rotation up to heaven, and Pick Me Up is just running out of time. And now that they lost Hasby, your best play right now is to try to get this kill onto Artan, pick up the operator, and just get out of dodge. This is not a very clutchable situation, but they're going to give it a go. Singularity for 1, GN with the trade, and now not enough time for the defuse. And Pick Me Up will not just lose the round, they'll also lose the operator.
Draki is going to end up getting a kill on Tillo, and Draki is going to be the sole survivor at 5 HP, and a Dream making it out, not getting hit by the spike.
So tied up 4-4. A lot of ultimates have been spent, but it looks like both teams will still be able to buy going into this next round. Although for the offensive side of the Ascendants, it's not going to be nearly as comfortable as it is for Pick Me Up, as they have a little bit of an extra bank to play along with. And with that, they also have a lot of ultimates that are ready and a couple more that are close to being ready to go. So you're going to get another operator play here for Pick Me Up. Hasby is going to change the angle, going to hold over towards the main, but it's Singularity who just spams through the walls with the Odin to find first blood.
Yep, and that is something you always have to be careful of, especially when you're going against a Sova. And Hasby just going to keep aggressively peeking with this operator. Let's see if he finds anyone, and Artan's going to end up going down. Holding it, but not quite fast enough with that Bulldog.
This is a nice moment for Tillo. Needs to respond to the trade, though. Drakius nearby takes the wide beat. Good for 1, but not a second. So 3v2 we go. Pick Me Up are going to get a tag off of the, what I believe it was a spy cam. And with that, Singularity is going to try for an across-the-map play with the Hunter's Fury. Going to connect once, but not twice. And Alvinus is actually going to try to stick for a plant here. Considering it, where exactly he wanted to place it, not staying open. Hasby with the Bladestorm earned is trying for a cheeky double updraft check, but isn't able to find an angle. But Jelly has scouted out where one position is. Alvin is still down low, will be found by the recon bolt. Spam through the wall is good. Akashi down to a single bullet worth of help. Here's the bullet hose of the Odin coming down from the high ropes. But Jelly finds his second kill, and Singularity will confirm the defuse.
Yep, definitely a nice open plant to try to look for something, but not able to get off of site after getting the plant down, so a little bit of a bad position. But they did end up getting the spike down, so they did end up getting a little bit of money in their pockets for that, but they are still going to have to save this round. It's just going to be pistols across the board for the most part. So let's see what ends up going. There's a singular Marshall
I was about to say it's bold. God, that strategy pays out for him.
Yeah, ends up switching between a frenzy and a sheriff. You know, the definitely the eco guns of choice for most people at this point. But let's see what can end up going. Alvinus with the Blade Storm basically having, you know, another rifle. They're just going to be running right up Catwalk. Let's see what they can get going, though. Tree is going to get smoked off.
That will stall things for a moment. Has the off the cross, good for one. Gene Sanity will be able to pick up a rifle. It's a 3v4, and with this rifle in play, it's definitely doable, but you have to get through the operator of Hasby. He's been great so far, and then rotating over Singularity, able to spray down the final two. Expected round for Pick Me Up, maybe more convincingly than we may have thought.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, yeah, Singularity with a very fast rotate because he was already playing in CT, so he was just able to run on over with that big old Odin of his and just spray him down with the Odin. So it's definitely fun and great stuff from Hasby, actually getting two kills during that and just picking apart the attacking team as they're running into them.
Since this operator's gotten online, Pick Me Up have taken 6 of the previous 7 rounds, and with that in mind, this is a must-win round in my mind here for Ascendance. Otherwise, they're going to be at another save. Fizzy down low has some good support again from Hasby, who I don't know if he's missed a shot yet, Taz. He has been absolutely on fire so far, and another 5v4 early for Pick Me Up's defense.
Yep, and Tillo actually going to TP over the tripwire. But it is snuffed out. There's the owl drone, and it's going to get taken down.
That's a really heads-up play, by the way. I mean, you saw the pings coming through. Pick Me Up are realizing that Tillo was nearby. But as you're in the owl drone, it takes so long to get out of it. If you see somebody, you need a little bit of help to make sure you don't get pushed. Pick Me Up read it beautifully. The help is great. And now a 5v3. And instead, again, they really can't save right now. You need to go play for the W. But as they do, Jelly will shut it down. Only needed one trap wire to read the play. He walks away with 2, and Singularity again cleans things up for a 7th round.
Yep, beautiful stuff from Jelly. Having that tripwire set up nice and low, because a lot of times, you know, people are like, oh, you can just jump over it, whatever, whatever. But if you keep it that low, they're looking down to shoot that. So while they're looking down for that instant, that's when you get those headshots. Clean and, like, just perfect. So, like, all you have to do is, you know, worry about that. So it's definitely Singularity buying out with double Odins. You know, he wants all of the ammo because it is the last round, and money will get reset after this. Let's see what they can get going. This is a very partial buy for Ascendance over here.
Yeah, the force buy is not comfortable by any stretch of the imagination. I saw a Bucky, or pardon me, a Judge with a Guardian in the mix, also a Bulldog. Yeah, I think there's only a couple of rifles, and this is a very early Empress coming out for Ascendance, and they're not making a play with it. That's really your win condition, is this Empress, so not a big fan of the procs of when they're going to hit this. They also have an offensive lockdown to try to play off of. I would have loved to have seen those in combination of one another, but instead this Empress will just fade away, expire, not find any value, and now we're down to 60 seconds, and Hasby watching the middle of the map is going to see 1 easy peeks there, and another 5v4.
Oh, and Bartek can end up getting a kill through the smoke onto Hasby, so that is the operator down, actually. And it's actually going to almost, or trying to get it acquired. Drakios goes down as well, trying to defend this operator, and now it gets picked up. Let's see what ends up happening. The lockdown is down onto site. Jelly's still staying alive in the back, though.
30 seconds left.
Now as everyone will bail away, Fizzy, it's one of those things that you don't need to chow that if you're Alvinus. That's a dismiss for Fizzy making his way through. Neural Theft will be committed. That's for the defense to read exactly where these players are. The late Aldron won't even get a dart off, and Akashi's still going to go for the Blind Harness Fury. Not going to see anything on either corridor, and then sends one through the middle. But as they do that, the double shell comes through, just down to 1. And Fizzy playing on the other side of the cyber cage will secure things with the Sheriff. 3 kills for him, and an incredible backside of the first half defensively for Pick Me Up, winning 8 out of 9.
Yeah, definitely a very, very good stuff from Pick Me Up there. As soon as they got that operator online onto Hasby, it was just demolishment. Like it was just like they just couldn't do anything against it. Hasby was just on point with every single one of those shots. They did a really good job moving it around as well, because it wasn't just in the same place over and over again. They did a really good job moving it around and making sure that, oh no, it's over here this time, and you guys just can't deal with it. So it will definitely be fun to see how Ascendance will work on defense this time.
So we are going to get a bit of a tech pause here for what I believe was Pick Me Up, I want to say. Maybe it was the Ascendants, but we're going to swap the sides here at 12, like you had mentioned before. So as we see our beautiful faces, it is important to note that you can be beautiful as well. You can go through and hit ! Donate right now and help find a charitable cause here with the Extra Life Giving Tuesday live stream in support of the Phoenix Children's Hospital. It's a great cause, and every little dollar helps. And hey, every dollar that goes towards the donation pool, if it gets up to $5,000, it will be matched by Raising Cane's. And your little friend, your little co-caster right next to you, I'm sure has something to say about that.
Yep, definitely. It is just an amazing cause. They do a really good job with taking care of their patients, and with the video that we saw earlier, they've just done a beautiful job everywhere from doctors to nurses to even the kitchen staff helping people out when they are needed most. So definitely they put a lot of time and effort and care into their patients, and we just want to support that and allow them to do their jobs even better.
It's one of those things, again, that a lot of people might be out there thinking like, oh, I'm not going to be that much of a difference maker just donating by myself. But you'd be surprised, some of the totals as far as the tallies come through. Every $1,000 that are raised provides an out-of-town lodging for a patient's family for a full week. That is so important when it comes to being out of your own home and still dealing with chronic health problems that could potentially be plaguing their child. $2,500 can provide gas cards for up to 100 patient families for a full month. And then how about this one? $5,000 total dollars could provide up to 200 meals for families that are at the hospital. So every dollar does make a major difference. We definitely encourage you to take a look at that donation link and potentially drop whatever you feel like you can afford in these tough times for really everybody at the moment. But as we jump back in here, Taz will be taking a look again, like we mentioned, at the side swapping over. So you're going to be getting the side of Ascendance defensively now, whereas Pick Me Up will be on the attack. And I'm just really wondering at some point if Haz can get this operator online early, if this game might not be over sooner rather than later, because he's been incredible with it thus far.
Yep, but I do want to see Gian on this on defending side because Killjoy being a Sentinel, very, very good on the defending side. I want to see if he can make Killjoy work as much as possible and just get good stuff out of it. Hasby and not gonna find a kill. Alvin is gonna make it out with his life, but barely.
Count his lucky stars
out.
there, Taz.
Definitely.
He whips the tailwind and still almost gets followed up on the Cloudburst, is able to keep him alive. So he's tagged up, but we still stay 5v5. Artan outside tree might have a couple of contestants here in the near couple of seconds, as this is where the spike is making its rotation. It just comes down to, will they try to open this up with any kind of smoke? It's a paranoia to come through, and that's an awkward engagement, but Hasby still wins it. Tillo there for the immediate trade, but the execute is still on for Pick Me Up. Tillo for a second, he's good for a third, gets the reload,
and the
fourth. Be good for number 4. Give him the ace. One more around the corner. He's going to know where he is, and the peak will be there, but you can't confirm, but his teammates better give him this ace.
Come on, let's see. Gonna smoke it off. Let's see what he can get going here. But Tillo, there it is.
This is what we cast Valorant for. Moments like that.
Indeed, that was beautiful from Tillo. The classic right click, always coming in clutch, able to just clean up those kills over and over again as people are just running into him. So good stuff for him, and we're gonna see just a quick light buy from him. Let's see if Tillo's just gonna end up sticking with the Ghost actually, and just gonna full armor it out. So let's see. It is just the Sheriff on the other side by Drakios. Is it Drakios? No, never mind. But just a Sheriff on the other side. So should be easy enough for them to confirm this, but we have definitely seen eco rounds go awry. We do have a massive push coming up Cat though, and they're giving up sight for free though. So let's see what ends up happening. Pick Me Up is confused. They're just like, did this just happen? And now Alvin is not quite gonna get a kill.
Take it down. Artan is able to get there. The shock dart coming out from Akashi is also good. And the problem with this long flank for the side of Pick Me Up is where do you set up your post plant? The answer is you just simply don't. The only salvage they have is trying to work their way down low. And Akashi this time will come away with 4 kills, sparking up some of the magic that we saw previously from Tillo, as Ascendants will do well once again in the pistol and the follow-up. But the question becomes, once Pick Me Up can start to purchase, how do Ascendants battle up against that? Because coming into this third round, Pick Me Up should have full economy to purchase whatever they want.
Yeah, definitely. We saw the same thing from last time. The first couple of rounds, they weren't able to get too much going, but once that operator gets online, that is the gun that we have to watch for, but is just going to be a bonus round for Ascendants currently for the most part. And we got rifles coming out from Pick Me Up, though, so let's see how they can get going even after that funky of a round.
Early spy cam deleted immediately. Alvinus trying to play the aggressive corner by B main, but there is a cyber trap being placed there to make sure that the flank stays safe, which very well might come through. Ascendants are looking to push through this, and they do actually delete the trap wire, so Pick Me Up would be aware that there is a potential push through, but it looks like they're going to be headstrong just to push right on through into tree again. Artan will be paranoid. Spam shots coming through. Going to find 1 kill. Just misses away. Good help potentially coming out as Hasby's able to get there. Right click coming through, but it's Drakius and Jelly who are able to win out the trades, and we've got ourselves an early 3v2.
Yep, and they are in the long flank all the way up to Cat, so let's see what they can get going. The door is down, so this post plant can be set up quite systematically. Alvinus is going to shoot the door and try to bait out who's going to peek, but let's see, he's going to end up in heaven. Let's see what ends up happening here.
Kashi on the flank, coming through tree uncontested. If you can find 1 on site, that might be enough. The Cloudburst will block the player over towards Arch as Alvin is good for 1. Akashi another. The retake is beautiful from Ascendant. Everything placed well put, and with that, just enough time to get the defusal through. Ascendant takes the gun round, and they've now turned this into a run round deficit.
Yeah, definitely. They're only 1 round down now, and that breaks the economy of Pick Me Up as well. They're not able to kind of get going and get that operator online. They're going to have to save this round now. So it's going to be a tough one for Pick Me Up to kind of get that gun online. If they never have the economy to buy an operator, maybe they just don't win. Maybe they just don't win, right? Like, that's really what Ascendants are hoping for. So, if they can keep this lead snowballing at this point, let's see what can end up happening. It looks like a immediate B execute. Let's see. Akashi's going to spot this out with a recon bolt, though. Let's see when get going. Hasby going to dash on a site, but get sat down by Alvinus. And they are going to get 1 gun, though. Let's see what ends up happening after.
Expensive trade, but you do isolate this player in the back. If they can find the kill, they do. So it's a 2v3. The health pools are low, but they do have 2 rifles to play with. But Jelly trying to get fancy with his cyber cage will be spammed through. And with that, Ascendants are putting together a really incredible defensive half so far. It's been perfect, actually, to that scene. And with that in mind, again, Pick Me Up not being able to get that operator online is going to be punishing. At some point, you have to consider what exactly you want to do, and do you really need that, I think, to be successful? Hasby still not able to afford. He's got 5,700, so he could purchase it with light armor if he wants to, but he would be kind of starved for his abilities normally.
Yep, and Alvinus does actually pick up an operator of his own, so let's see if he can get something going on this defensive side, because, operators definitely are a little bit stronger on the defensive side because they have to push into you, so definitely can make some things happen. Let's see if he's going to be as oppressive with it as Hasby was on defensive side.
Small pause here for a moment. I imagine Hasby is deciding what exactly they want to do, but a lot of ultimates to consider going into round 17 here. And that's really one of the things you look a lot for, is what are you going to execute with? Do you use things and maybe even save things to try to set up a post plant, whether that's in your favor or try to get a retake? There's a lot of different strategies that can come into play when it comes to which ultimates you have available for you. Specifically, though, I'm looking at these Reyna Empresses. Need to see them start to pop off, because like you had mentioned at the top of this map, those Reynas really only find value if they're finding kills. And to be fair, we've had a couple of nice moments, but none by way of the Empress ultimate from the Reyna specifically.
Yeah, definitely. Like we've seen the Dismess get a lot of value just being able to get get 2 kills or a kill and get out, but not quite, nothing too flashy with the Empress quite yet. So yeah, still definitely looking forward to it. Looks like this is going to be a long map, so I definitely want to see how it ends up as we are tied in round score right now. But I want to see, kind of a switch up. Basically, they haven't been pushing up mid too often. I want to see if they can kind of take that mid control and keep them guessing which site they're going to go to, rather than they've just been consistently executing onto sites currently. Obviously, they've only had one buy round so far. This is their second full buy round, so I definitely want to see what that what they're going to be able to do with that second buy round.
And for all you avid Valorant fans that are out there, whenever I get a chance to watch over especially the first straight qualifying series, you saw a pretty big difference when it came to what makes great teams and where teams only fall maybe into only the good category. And a lot of it is when you are down in economy, what are you going to do to start chipping away at your opponent to try to get that back to level, if not taking advantage of your own when you're down so early? And initially, we saw for the side of Ascendance that, yeah, they had a great pistol. They even had a great follow-up in the round after that. But then for their attacking side, things were not great. They could never chip back away at that deficit that they were kind of facing in the economical category. Now they find themselves in a great position, and it's on to Pick Me Up to try to do the exact same thing as we sit here tied 8-8. And again, for Pick Me Up, they do have one extra ult to play with. Just comes down to what you want to use to try to execute with, because this is a very important round like you alluded to.
Yeah, with this being their second buy round, there's Alvinus getting the operator shot onto Fizzy right off the bat. Let's see if they're going to end up peeking into this operator in mid as well. There is a kill onto Hasby. Singularity actually going to get a kill onto G Insanity on the other side. But yeah, definitely this is another buy round. This is kind of where you kind of have to make or break your map, because otherwise after this it just starts getting worse and worse, because then they're gonna have 9 rounds, and then they might as well get a 10th because of the eco round, and then after that it becomes a very slippery slope right down to 13.
Well, this is going to be an A execute. There is a trap wire placed over to B main to watch the flank, and one immediately towards Gelato, specifically here for Pick Me Up. So they are going to execute through this, and there is a lot of utility for the Killjoy here. Artan's good for the first kill. You're going to get Jelly to move on forward, though. He'll find one in response, and with that, the Neural Theft will also be spent. Bladestorm is in response for that, though. So ultimate for ultimate. We're going to get a Hunter's Fury defensively try to stop the plant from ever occurring, and that will be successful. 10 seconds left for the clock, but it's not going to come into play. Alvinus will throw a little bit extra into the body as they find their 9th round for the Ascendants.
Yep, beautiful stuff. And this operator might be the keys to the kingdom, apparently, based on how these guys have been. Yes, seeing how they've been playing with them, it definitely is quite interesting. But yep, as I said, there's going to be a save round from the other side. Hasby has been saving quite a lot of money, so he might just be able to buy full armor and an operator next round, even with them being down on eco for so long, because there is a lost streak amount of gold that you get, especially when you start losing this many rounds in a row. You almost catch up with how much they're making for winning.
Well, this round, with the save coming through, is the appropriate time for Hasby to go full armor with the Bladestorm, which is what you heard in the background. And really the whole goal right here for Pick Me Up is maybe see if you can find an isolated weapon and give that over to Fizzy, as he's got an Empress ready to play. Those two duelists alone really could be the difference makers for it. Hasby's going to be the first one through. That's actually a team paranoia that comes out, so that's going to stall things for a moment. But Singularity does find one kill. The right click is good. 2 opening kills thus far, and Pick Me Up have gained the B site.
Yep, they ended up dodging where the operator was that time and are rewarded for it. Jelly gonna look for a flank, gonna get a kill onto Artan in the back, but Jelly's gonna end up going down after it all. Now they have a post plant. They're all stuck in the boathouse in the back. Let's see what they can get going, or nope, they're just gonna end up saving.
Smart save. You don't want to give the operator over for free here. This is a brilliant thrifty, by the way, for Pick Me Up. And again, for those that might be new to Valorant, thrifty, meaning that you essentially only bought to a certain money limit, a very, very low amount, only getting a couple of pistol upgrades. This will for sure be one of those thrifty eco rounds that we talk about, and they do come through, but very rarely. So for Ascendance, you're not happy about losing the round, that's for sure. But you can punish this by finding a couple of kills afterwards, but you need to make sure this operator stays safe. The Bladestorm is still still available. And if Alvinus falls, that would be terrible. You have to go, no. Travis is going to pick this up, and it's not just a round win that comes through for Pick Me Up. They also essentially gain an extra 5,000 credits by picking up the operator.
Yeah, the extra, what was it, 400 credits for getting the kill is not worth giving over 5,000 for getting that operator for free. So Hasby is sitting with money in his pocket and has the operator. So they are fine for a while and is tied up 9-9. Let's see if Alvinus can beat Hasby. Let's see if they can, let's see who ends up winning this duel with the operators by the end of it. But currently, they're just going to be pushing up mid nice and slowly.
It's just, oh man, I'm like rubbing my temples right now because like the first kill on the exit, okay, I'm fine with. The second one, you're ballsy, but I'm okay. The third one, all right, now we're getting a little bit too greedy and you guys get punished for it. So 9-9, full one round coming through, 2 Empresses to kind of keep an eye on, and has the forward with the operator, and he's going to be soaked down to 50 HP essentially by soaking up the Nanostorm in front of him. But even still, with all the chaos that comes through, Pick Me Up will still gain entry to the site.
Yep, and this is going to be a 5v5 retake, but there is one in the main, so they will have to be wary for that eventually, but let's see how they can end up playing this retake. R10 going to get an opening kill off the bat. Hasby going to take down Alvinus, but Hasby going to go get traded afterwards as well.
This is a time where the Empress you thought needed to be popped on the opposite side. Fizzy gets one, but Tillo and Akashi will clean things up, and the retake will be good, even though the operator at one point in time did drop. Did someone pick that up? Okay, Tillo's going to go back and make sure they grab that. About to say, we got to make sure we pick up that operator there, friends. That would be a big mistake. But Ascendants, they're going to be in a really strong position here. 10-9 up in another position to where Pick Me Up are not going to be fully comfortable with their purchase. You've got Drakius only at 1,500 credits. Jelly also cannot go into full armor and an AR, but it looks like they are going to choose to try to force this. Hasby can purchase for one of his teammates, and it looks like he will not. Okay, yeah, that's a bit of a mistake again. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Okay, claps all around.
I was like, is he just going to be really greedy for another op maybe? But not quite. Just going to, you know, another rifle makes a difference for the most part. So not going to be too greedy with his money. But let's see. A early recon dart going to spot him out in Pizza. And the spray not going to connect from Fizzy. But let's see if the Owl drone does end up finding anything. Just gonna be chilling in the
smoke. Is able to grab the tag onto Alvinus. That'll shrug him off the angle. This would be the time if you want to take some mid-map pressure away from Pick Me Up that you should. Because you know that operator has faded back, but I think they also know the alarm bot is nearby, but they're instead going to try to play through tree. And that's just a little bit too dry of a peak right there. Arcan's able to find the first. The paranoia from Tillo was also well placed, but the hit is still coming through. Pick Me Up is just going to commit. The tailwind is going to go right into a wall. So Alvinus now with a chance. You'll see one weapon peek through, but misses the shot. The site not still fully taken yet. Watching his corner, and now finally Alvinus will have to shrug back away for help.
Yep, and this is a 5v4. Very doable still, but two going to be peeking from tree. Let's see what they can do. And the lockdown going to come out as well. Alvinus going to get another kill as well.
With this lockdown, you just play for exits right now if you're Ascendants. Cannot stay here. That's a beautiful retake execute from Ascendants. Again, maybe Alvinus gets a bit fortunate with the timing off of the, what was that, like the fourth peak, essentially, with the operator under that shot that went right into Jelly's forehead. But the lockdown placement was beautiful. You know that Pick Me Up is still on site. They have to get away from it or push you on the actual beacon for the lockdown itself. You just play for essentially easy crossfires, and Ascendants come away with the 11th round.
Yep, definitely, especially after the door already, or the door not being able to be put down as well, definitely makes that crossfire so much easier to set up from tree and such. So definitely it is 11-9 at this point for Ascendants. So it is cutting it quite close. They're going to be saving for match point, actually, from Pick Me Up. So definitely a good thing to do, but it's going to be quite scary, because they are essentially conceding to match point with this save. But let's see, they've won an eco round so far. Let's see if they can do it again.
That's very true, but there is no Bladestorm this time. Alvinus, though, has already shrugged off the angle, and Pick Me Up is just going to go right down middle and move right on over to the B site. Alvarez will be smoked out. Not going to find any information here. So it's just none of the players inside, and Nakashi for 2. Tillo another, and an Nanostorm will also be in the mix, as that will stall a couple of players from getting fully on. Akashi looking for kill number 3, will grab it. How about number 4? Why not? No, never mind. Jelly finds the kill. Spoken into existence maybe a touch too soon, but Alvinus will be there for the shorty to follow up.
Match point. Yep, Alvinus just going to hop over with the shorty and just say, no. All right. So definitely match point for Ascendance, bringing it back on this defense side. This is Pick Me Up's last chance. They do have enough money to buy it out, so let's see what they can do with maybe their last round for this game.
But again, you take a look, because they were essentially forcing themselves to save on the last, they actually have a pretty decent economy. But you have to, obviously, from this point on, win on out, and this is a very early call for the Empress. It's a paranoia peek through A mid. Alvinus also with the operator. Going to be there for assistance, but nothing's going to come through. And Pick Me Up are moving aggressive to the middle of the map. They're also going to use a Hunter's Fury offensively, trying to find players over on the cross from A, but it's not going to connect for much. So now Tillo, if he finds first blood, the Empress will likely expire here in a moment. But Pick Me Up is a little bit stuck between a rock and a hard place, not fully being able to get on the site.
Artane gonna actually pick up a kill on Hasby. GN's gonna get a kill as well, but their 2 are gonna get traded back as well. And the Neural Theft's gonna come through as well. Tillo gonna see no one quite yet, actually, but they are able to get it down, the spike down. It is a 2v3. Jelly and Fizzy, the last 2. Let's see what they can do. Fizzy gonna end up going down, but they are all very, very low, but gonna get chased down by the Blade Storm, but not gonna connect any of them. Jelly living with 41 HP.
He gets the reload off. I was going to say he's also got a spy cam to play with, but instead just tries for the peek, and Alvinus was watching it with the operator. So Ascendance, they will take map number 1, 13-9. After they looked good in the pistol opening on their attack, they struggled to get even to 4, but then defensively, near flawless against what Pick Me Up was throwing at him.
Yeah, definitely. I think they just did a beautiful job. Again, apparently the operators are the keys to the kingdom, even though
seems to be.
Like, it's just like, all right. And it's only a defending side as well is the thing, because they just weren't able to get going on the attacking side. So it's definitely quite scary. You know, it wasn't quite as oppressive not on Hasby's hands, but on Ascendant's hands, it was nice, but it definitely put in enough work to make it worthwhile. So I definitely think
absolutely.
Yeah, like overall, it did enough, and it was just able to kind of pick apart a lot of these, more spread out pushes, because, if one person dies during that push, it kind of just like ruins how you were planning on doing something, especially if it takes out someone with some key utility that you were holding to get onto site or even post plant with, and so it can mess up a lot of those plans. So I definitely want to see what map we end up going to next, and what we can get going.
And is this one of those things, just to kind of piggyback on your sentiments there, is the fact that not only were both defenses dominant, it was the fact that defensive first bloods ruled the day when it came to that map overall. And that's just something that I think for both these teams that are aspiring, trying to be more competitive, you got to find ways, I think, to read the information and see if you can find a first blood on the offense, because life becomes so much easier on a map like Ascent when you're forcing the defense to either choose to stack, or more regularly, they have to play 2-2 on either site just to try to stay competitive off their defensive holds, which obviously leads to a big numbers advantage for you when you're attacking 5v2. So those are just some things kind of on the basics to keep in mind as we move forward. But Ascent is a tricky map offensively for teams that might not have a lot of experience with one another. And that's one of the reasons why you were alluding to early. Teams and players are like, we're not a big fan of this map, because it does take some figuring out. But we're going to go to one of the 3 original maps, as we will be jumping to Bind for map number 2. Again, a best of 3 series here, which means that we would have, Haven and Split would be the other 2 options for map number 3. I figure that these teams will probably want to play Haven. It's the more regularly picked map over Split right now in the current juncture of Valorant, but that's all speculation. I've got no idea what these teams like to play.
Yeah, definitely. I think, there are merits to both. Split's notoriously defensive-sided, and Haven is notoriously offensive-sided. So a lot of people, like which side they end up, being able to crush on. And also, but some teams just have very good, attacking split sides or just being able to play, because split also kind of takes away from the agent pool a lot, because Sova isn't really the best agent on that map, so a lot of people kind of have to pull out other agents like a Breach, or we even saw a Viper sometimes, to kind of mix things up and provide that same tool set, but like to be able to get onto sites properly, but from a different agent, because Sova doesn't have the best utility on that map.
And it's funny that you bring up the Viper, because it's been something that on Bind EU has been dancing with a little bit, FPX specifically, but I got a chance to watch Anbox pull it out during their run through the NSG November qualifiers, or monthly rather, I should say, not the qualifiers, and Ye was the player who was using it, and he used Viper on split like I've never seen before. So it's really interesting, I think, to see these agents that we don't see often, if ever, starting to kind of get some consideration, and the longer we get into the title, the more players are starting to realize, like, hey, we can find these little pockets where these characters are incredible, and that was obviously showcased just this last weekend. But speaking of things, again, here on Giving Tuesday, why we're here and with this holiday time coming up, it really is an ideal time to honor the heroes that Phoenix Children's Hospital is, whether it's their patients who are battling all those chronic illnesses, or the staff and doctors, nurses, and support staff that are there to fight alongside with them. Your donations today are in support of Phoenix Children's Hospital. !donate will get you a link to consider. Any amount that you could potentially afford is helpful. And like I mentioned, you got that big Raisin Canes right there next to you. That's what we're going to be hoping that we're going to see being met up to $5,000. If we get the Raisin Canes, will match that value. But we are ready to go. So enough talking. Let's get right back into the action. It's going to be Bind for map 2 here, Taz. And again, Ascendant's up 1-0 in the overall series in this best of 3.
Yep, and I do want to see what ends up getting picked, and that's the agent I expected to see. I see the Raze immediately coming out from Hasby. Raze is a notorious master on this map with all of the tight corners and even little cubbies that she can clear with her blast packs and her grenades, and even with her showstopper ultimate. So definitely just very, you can really put a masterclass on this map if you are very good at Raze. And Jelly actually going to be going towards the Cypher once again. GN hovering the Cypher. Looks like it's going to be locked in. Some people are also iffy on this map. This is also kind of a 50-50. Do you like Killjoy? Do you like Cypher on this map? Definitely most people have been going towards the Cypher, and definitely playing him on the A site, whereas early on in the metagame, everyone was like, Cypher on B is insane, and then they just took away half of his spots on B, and they're just like, no, you can't be that broken. So they kind of put him in his place, and now everyone just plays him on A, where where he's supposed to be at this point. So definitely interesting to see what they end up doing for their setups, but we do see the Reynas coming out from both sides for both Artan and Fizzy once again. Running it back with that duelist, again, very feast or famine, and let's see how it goes.
And on the other side, we've been seeing less and less Jet on this map in favor of characters, even like Phoenix at times. The Jet will be picked up by Alvinus, maybe to give some early consideration that they want to try to get the Operator in play again early. Singularity is going to read a lot of information through B long, but Artan, he's going to have to be responsible for Fizzy. The Frenzy's good for the headshot. Has to use the dismiss, though, to get away, so no overheal available off that kill, but we still have ourselves a 5v4 for pick me up early.
Yep, definitely good stuff from Fizzy, holding that corner nice and tight, being able to get the kill and get out with that dismiss. So definitely going to be interesting. Hasby actually pushed up. Let's see if he can get something off the bat. Going to be holding with the trigger discipline.
Oh, man.
Let's see what he can get going with this flank. But there's end up taking down the spike carrier, and now he has control of the spike with all of his util up. Let's see what he can get going. Alvinus is going to be fighting the ones in CT, though. Going to end up going down, though. Hasby just going to be 1v1ing so far, but he does have backup on the way. Tilo is just not in the most comfortable position currently.
I would almost argue that this might be an impossible situation for him right now, as he's trapped on both sides. has to make a play through. The paranoia actually does not connect, so if Tillo can read that this is a hit from behind him, and you can isolate the kill in front, maybe there's an opportunity, but time was also becoming an enemy for him, and Hasby will find their third kill, and pick me up. They're able to find themselves another pistol.
Yeah, definitely. Great stuff from Hasby. Not getting greedy, just letting him peek, forcing Tillo to peek into him rather than the other way around, so he can just wait and get cornered by the other three. It does look like a... Okay, I thought it was a force for a second from Ascendance, and I got scared. But definitely, yeah, good stuff from Hasby to get that, that push flank, because they did end up giving up A short. So, but now we do have an A setup so far onto... Ooh!
And
the Marshall
coming into play.
The eco
with that, it's
frag.
also... Yeah. The anti-eco sniper rifle we don't often see, but when there's no armor on the table, it can one-tap, and with that, Hasby's actually able to also grab himself an ultimate orb, so working towards that showstopper, a big bazooka to come through, and Hasby is continuing to get the sniper rifle presence into play, finds another elimination. Now the showstopper is ready. You're not going to see it come through this round, but still the fact that he's earned it through 2 is incredible in its own right. The spike, though, planted, still needs to be defused. Here comes the push through. A flawless round comes out and picks me up, as expected, takes the anti-eco.
Yeah, definitely. Great stuff from Hasby. We saw him on the Operator last map, but now he's on the Marshall and still popping off with it. So definitely great stuff, and he already has the showstopper ready to go.
The kill potential is just incredible right now. The thing is, though, now that there is armor and full rifles behind this, Hasby's going to have to connect with the headshot if he wants to get a one-tap with this Marshall. But the good news is your kill potential might not come from the Marshall this time. It's going to likely come from the showstopper if the pressure gets established for Ascendance, which they do have a lot of weaponry. But again, with SMGs and shotguns still in line for pick-me-up, they can just hold tight corners through hookah or over to lamps and actually find some good utility. Hasby is going to try to get aggressive with a paranoia push up through a mid, but won't find anything. So one of the biggest kill potential abilities in the game has now gone astray, not finding even a single shot of damage.
Yep, and good stuff from the Boombot. Actually gonna spot out Artan and actually gonna get buckied for most of his health, but gonna make it out by the end of it, almost getting chased down by a shock dart. But Alvin is gonna get an opening kill on the A site. Let's see if he can get anything else going. He is 1v2 now, as he is brought back up through CT. And let's see where they end up going.
Yeah, they're going to go B. These dark covers are just for bait. Alvinus is just continuing to tap spam over through A, seeing if he could draw defenders over, and he's successful in that feed. So now you've got Ascendance with what will essentially be a 4v1 on the B site, but all of the utility is here for the Cypher of Jelly. And as the Cyber Cage comes through, he's got an opportunity, able to find one kill, the trap wire revealing Artan. And even though Akashi will get the spike planted, we've leveled things up to a 4v4.
Yep, and the camera is still up for this post plant as well. No one's going to take it down. Oh, there it goes. And then now we have Gian going to be holding CT, and there are 2 in elbow as well. Let's see what ends up happening. There's the recon. No kill's going to be found off of that.
Ascendant still holding strong, but Drakius gets onto the site. Jelly able to find another. Upgrades up to a main AR from the Spectre. Gian playing through hookah. Double peek comes through. Jelly's good for 3. They know where exactly Gian is. He finds himself a double. Jelly gets it to halfway, but the headshot through the bottom side of hookah for Gian clutches things up, and Ascendants get on the board.
Yep, beautiful stuff. The spy cam dart just going to keep pinging him while he was trying to defuse the bomb. Singularity trying to body block the bullets, but just ended up falling, and Jelly just not able to quite get the spike in time.
Yeah, body blocking through a Vandal doesn't feel too good there, Tess.
He was just standing in front of it, and I was like, let's see if it works. If it works, it works, but not quite good enough. But let's see, Alvinus with the Blade Storm off the bat. The Boombot gonna get shot down. Not gonna find too much information. Singularity be looking around with his owl drone. Gonna not gonna spot out anyone in showers quite yet. But the counter
Look, here's-
out drone gonna clear sight.
Yeah, here's one of the things where I like to say no information is actually good information. You see nobody around A, there's only two places they could be, hiding top heaven or hiding in lamps. So where does Alvinus go? He goes into lamps. The first couple left clicks aren't gonna get there. The right click will reset, but Jelly's there for the trade. Where's the help? Why is the trade not there sooner if you're Ascendants? Jelly's good for 2, and even though the spike is down, it's a 4v3 for pick me up.
Yep, definitely Jelly good for 2 because no one was there. After that, Akashi gonna find him but gonna go down, and Arten gonna trade it out. Only 7 bullets in the gun. He's gonna switch him out. Now he's in a 1v3 situation. Let's see what he can get going. It is planted for him.
Check it. Halfway, Artan doubles up for 2, but Singularity was there for the triple peak. But again, it's just the fact that Jelly does way more than what's required of him. If he finds 1 kill in lamps, that I think in the mind to pick me up is good enough. The fact that he doesn't just get 2, but then a 3rd, that's just unexcusable in my mind for Ascendants. You have to challenge with your Bladestorm if you want to find value, clearing the only spot that pick me up can be defensively. And with that, pick me up find themselves an important round and go up 3-1, where Ascendants are going to have to full save coming into the next.
Yeah, definitely. And like you had the spike on Sova, so Sova kind of had to just immediately run onto site to get that plant, and they just didn't have the manpower there quite yet, pushing up a little bit too early before they had the full rotate over. So definitely interesting. This is a quick orb for them to grab because they know they're on eco with the smoke as well. Let's see what can they get going.
And I'll say this much, again, this is a small detail, and maybe it's overcritical, but if you save the Bladestorm for Alvinus into this round, if you lose, not only do you have the kill potential of the Bladestorm on an eco, but you also saw the Vandal was picked up for Artan. He's got an Empress that can come through. This is a great defensive Hunter's Fury, though. Fizzy's good for 2, kills a lot of damage, credited to Singularity, as I think he connects with 4 overall. And with that, Pick Me Up will be in an early 4v3 with the potential of an offensive Hunter's Fury and the Empress to come through to potentially get Artan back up to full HP is still a consideration.
Yeah, Artan does have the Empress. They did end up taking the TP on over. Let's see what Artan can get going here, if anything at all. Alvinus just going to be chilling with this Frenzy in short. And the tripwire is still going to be active on site.
30 seconds left.
He's going to have to peek through a dark cover. He does have a Leer to get through, so let's see if that is successful. They do
I'm going to nitpick here again, though, Artan. Yeah, you got to give that spike away. That's the exact right call. Give it to Alvinus so he can use the Cloudburst and Tailwind on in. The paint shells will be the end of Alvinus, but they get the spike planted. So it's a 2v4, but you have a Hunter's Fury that can delay this post-plant for so long. Doesn't get used immediately. Can Artan maybe try to bait it out for a potential kill?
Akashi gonna go down, though.
It's good for what? That's going to be good for the dismiss, but the Empress doesn't come through. And with that, Jelly's going to get the wall spam for the elimination. If he gets the overheal and pops the Empress, it's so winnable for a 1v3, but it's a tough commitment to make, and with that, Pick Me Up, we're able to find the kill.
Yeah, I don't know what Artan's holding that Empress for, but let's, it's definitely a critique that we have to put up there because, like, it can, make or break rounds. That's how strong of an ultimate it is, and, like, you just have so much outplay potential after especially getting that 1 kill, and especially when you are one of 2 people alive at that point.
Yeah.
You're basically guaranteed most of the kills, so definitely, it's definitely a questionable decision.
There were 3 options really for Artan. The first was to dismiss and try to stay alive, which is what he picks. I think that's the wrong door to choose, though. The other 2 is you use the orb that's in front of you to overheal, then you pop the Empress for the boost to play up against the 1v2 at the end. The third option after you get the kill is to fade back without using any of your soul orbs, hit the Empress, use the soul orb to go invisible while heal, and then you're all of a sudden inconspicuously on the site. I think the big brain play is to do the third option. The second is still a solid one, and I think the panic hit coming through off of the dismiss was what really happened there for Artan. So as they actually walk forward over the lamps this round, it's again Jelly who's going to be here. The Leer won't be able to delay any line of sight, and as Alvinus tries to find a pitch, now it's just on the timing of this hit, and we'll go 2 for 2. A 3v3 will break out now for the rest of this round.
Yeah, and Jelly staying alive once again on site, but the Empress going to actually come out from the other side. Fizzy going to get a kill onto Tilo. Let's see what can get going, though. Jelly's still alive in the lamps and just gonna kill GN as he peeks. Akashi just gonna be sitting by himself in showers and gonna get taken down.
Tough offensive round there for Ascendance. There were so many things about to go right for them. They just couldn't quite confirm the kills. And the Empress retake just too strong for pick-me-up. So now the economy a bit broken for Ascendance. In that, I mean, a handful of players can still purchase assault rifles or strong SMGs, depending on if they want to go for full armor or light armor, but it's not going to be a full purchase like you're getting out of pick-me-up right now. And Akashi is still considering what he wants to do. So this is actually what I'm going to list as a force buy round. Ascendance kind of feeling the pressure, but I think this is an okay time to go for a force because you do have an Empress, a Neural Theft, and a From the Shadows to play with.
Yeah, definitely. I want to see this Empress get work done. I don't want to see it popped super early, but I do want to see it, you know, be used properly. There's the From the Shadows to get on, but R10 gonna get taken out immediately, so that Emperor is not gonna be a factor in this round. Jan gonna take down Jelly, trying to hide in showers, but not quite gonna get anything. And now they have the spike down, and it is a 4v4 retake. Akashi gonna spot out the flank, so let's see what ends up happening.
Yeah, the Neural Theft will scout out the full flank that's being wrapped around here by Fizzy, so he's going to have to stay here and wait, knowing that the Ascenders are paying attention to him. It's got to be Singularity to make a play, but he's not able to get through. Alvin is good for one, Gian another. It's down to a 2v4 situation. Make it now a 1v3 for Drakius. Not a lot of utility to play with. And, well, spy cams, recon darts, everything in front of him. It just comes down to the timing of this defensive peak for the offensive side. Although Akashi is fiddling around with the truck maybe longer than you would have expected, but it's still good for Gian to find the third kill in Ascendance. They win their force by round, now just down 3.
Yeah, definitely good stuff on that force. Were able to make it work out at the end of it all. So good stuff from them. So hopefully they can start chipping away at this massive economy lead that Pick Me Up has right now. Actually, not that big of an economy lead that I expected.
No, not at all.
So
no.
It's just a judge actually coming out from Hasby, but otherwise it's full buys from everyone else. So it is still basically a rifle round for them. So let's see how it ends up working out.
Here. You have to remember, and while we're not going to get much interaction here early, can we pull up the scoreboard just really quickly one more time? Every single round but the first round has led with a spike plant, which is why that economy, even though it is a 5-2 right now, that's why it is a little bit mismatched. That's one of those things that we were talking about at the beginning of the show, that getting the spike down, even if you aren't winning the rounds, it will eventually get you to a position to where you can be competitive and make sure the defender's economy doesn't really snowball out of hand. So that's the reason why you've got Pick Me Up with essentially a light buy or not a full buy situation here, but they do have a showstopper on the weakened weaponry of Hasby just with the judge, so a big opportunity in front of them still. But Ascendance, they're creeping their way up to B, and this will eventually be a design play where they will execute through hookah.
Yep, and we do have 2 on site. We have a third coming to back them up. Let's see what they can do. The dark cover does come out of hookah. Let's see. Oh, R10 gonna get taken out super quickly off the bat, and the recon bolt gonna spot out the Omen in the corner, but Bladestorm gonna win!
No way! No way! Fizzy gets 2! Oh no! So unfortunate. Alvinus was not confident pushing through the middle of the tuna can there in B, and with that, Fizzy's able to respond to him just in the nick of time. Oh boy, and it's just another thing that I hate to nitpick, but if you're Ascendance, you're on a full buy round. Why are you pulling up the Bladestorm? You've got rifles for everybody. That is a Bladestorm that you would love to have right now.
Well, actually, Alvinus didn't have a gun that round.
Oh, did he not? I thought he had a sword he purchased. Oh.
Nah, he didn't
my bad.
purchase.
I'm the forehead. Forehead and chat. I'm the forehead.
You're fine, but definitely because both of their economies were really broken that round. Even though they had won the round previous, they only had 2 rifles still. So even after the force, they didn't have enough money. Tillo actually going to go down off the bat by Hasby sitting on top of the truck. Let's see where they can get going. After that, R10 gonna try his best to get onto site, but get taken down after getting tagged by the spy cam dart. GN gonna get taken down.
it's just too individualistic, I think. If you're Ascendants on a pistol, you've got to try to overwhelm an individual player. And let's be honest, Jelly hasn't exactly been concealing the fact that he's playing lamps every single defensively so far. It's the exact same setup. The trap wires, the spy cams, they're pretty much always in the same spot. And then he himself has been mostly just lurking inside of lamps. Although this time he actually will make his presence over to B. So there will be a little bit of a swap up as far as where he wants to position. Pick me up with an advantage here as far as the ultimates they bring to the table, let alone the weaponry. As Drakius is actually still going to be working with the judge. He's going to be the one now sitting inside of lamps trying to play the close angles.
Yep, definitely, because that paranoia can get so much value when people are pushing up there. Let's see if he can spot out that Cypher is going to be there. Akashi going to get spotted out by the other Allodrone while on his Allodrone, interestingly enough. So they are spotted out that they're looking for B, but the one-way smoke can actually come out on A. So let's see what ends up happening. It is still 3 on A currently.
Keep your mind on Singularity. Defensive Hunter's Fury could come through. First blood's going to Drakius. Can't even get a shot off with the judge. I know Alvinus has control. Is he really going to beat this by himself? Sure seems like he wants to. And if you didn't take by my tone, I didn't really agree with the challenge. And Busy punishes. So now it's a 4v4. A very early offensive Hunter's Fury coming through, trying to find these players stuck at the defensive side and spawn. It'll be good for one elimination, but Fizzy's there for the trade. Neural Theft now coming through. That'll give some information as the Empress will be popped. 2v3 situation. Jelly going to play this one alongside Fizzy outside of Lamps, but GN Sanity from the backside corner of Baths able to shut down the Empress, and now it's just down to one. The spy cam will give away Jelly's position, and Ascendants will get their third offensive round.
Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, definitely a little bit overzealous on that peek into CT, but definitely, I will say, great stuff immediately afterwards, ripping the Hunter's Fury and just saying, you guys can't get onto site this way. So I do like, with the information that was gathered by that, it was, reacted upon, so it wasn't too bad. But definitely, I think, the round ended up going to Ascendants, and it is 7-3. So if they want to come out of this half, looking good, they need to win both these last 2 rounds.
Well, this tracking dart has to be dealt with, and with that opportunity, the Ascendants will start to make a play early over towards Hookah, but the Allodrone scouts out a lot of information. Akashi's got a lot more utility to try to flush out this position if they really want to take it, but it just comes down to the risk versus the reward of trying to use these abilities this early.
Right here.
And with an Empress ready to go, again, we're hoping that this will be eventually a play for it. Lear comes through, counter Lear in the mix as well. Keep your eye out, though, for Drakius. He gets spammed through the box. Pick me up, try to play a little bit sneaky, but it gets sniffed out, and Ascendants have a 5v4 early.
Yeah, I sniffed it out. He was like, you're baiting a little too hard right now. You should not be peeking this. There's probably a person here. And so Artan, goes ahead and spams through that box and gets a kill. Recon Bolt actually going to get spot out. GN on his way onto site. Singularity to get spammed through a little bit, but let's see what ends up happening afterwards. There is a Hunter's Fury. Hasby going to get a kill onto Akashi.
This is all about what Singularity can do from this position. He has to keep challenging, and he knows that before he can use a Hunter's Fury. Now he's going to call it, though. Watch out! You've got Alvinus, who's right there. That is not a safe pull of the Hunter's Fury. The Showstopper also misses. So now 2v2. Tillo makes it a 2v1. Just down to one last player. It's Hasby. He gets peeked from the backside of the B cubby, and Alvinus finds his second kill for Ascendants to grab 2 rounds in a row.
Great start from Alvinus with that flank just to get all the way into elbow and make sure that Hunter's Fury does not get any more value, because otherwise that could have been a lot worse.
Oh, man. And it's just, again, it's just... I hate to harp on it too much, but it's just knowing when you can afford to pull out things like that Hunter's Fury. Singularity, he really wasn't in a safe spot. Not just for the fact that Alvinus had snuck through the back of the elbow, but the fact that he could have been challenged from the front of elbow as well and not been able to respond to it in time. There just wasn't enough defensive help there for pick-me-up. So they give away another round, and now it's a very realistic opportunity for Ascendants to find themselves salvaging this first half with a 5-7 exit.
Yep, and Artan still has not used this Empress yet. I do want to point this out. So since very early in this map, he has not used it. So I don't know what he's waiting for, but I think he's just waiting for a very strong place to use it after that one round that we pointed out, and just hasn't felt comfortable pulling it out after that. But we do have two people playing bads right now. Alvinus gets one and gets out.
Yeah, he gets out. That's the important thing for sure, because he's by himself. This is a 1v2. This is the Empress. You have to pop this right now. You're not going to be able to save it into the next half, so hit the triggers. Get on into the site. This is the execute coming through. Akashi, he's going to be stuck in lamps at the moment. Jian's going to try to move his way forward to get the spike, but he's actually searching for kills. Just stick the rock there, brother. And there it is. You'll finally come back to get this spike planted, and Pick Me Up will have to play for the retake. And again, you've got a Neuro Theft, a Bladestorm, and this Empress. That could come through to stall out Pick Me Up for a little while longer.
Yep, I think he was just scared of someone lurking in the smoke, waiting for the spike to come down. But Draki is actually going to get a kill onto Jin, and ooh, Akashi and Tillo going to go down as well. Alvin is going to get a kill. It's just up to him now with the Bladestorm, but not going to get taken down by Singularity. But at the end of it, 2 HP on him, and how much on Drakios? They're both so low. 5. 7 HP combined.
It's at a certain point, I'm about to call up Gwen Stefani to get the rights to What Are You Waiting For? Because we need to just blast that into Artan's ears at this point in time. That Empress just comes through way too late. He doesn't use that until he gets into a spot where he could actually use it while still being at full HP. He gets down to 1 bullet worth of health, and then at that point you pop an Empress and you are forced to find a kill with that if you want to find value. I don't know. It just feels like it's just too late overall. So you're going to get now Pick Me Up in a really powerful position. I won't say it's a must-win pistol here for Ascendance, but let's be honest, you'd love to have that to potentially turn this into a 6-8 early.
Yeah, definitely. And it will be interesting how this, it looks like a setup so far, and Cypher is on B currently. Just going to set up his tripwires and actually leave. They're actually going to stack, and Jet actually makes it over the tripwire, so they don't know about this flank coming through.
Wait a second, the spike's not here with this teleport play. This very well could be bait on the rotation. Fizzy finds 1 kill. This is all bait. This is not a full rotation offensively for Pick Me Up. They're going to be sitting here still planning to hit the A. But the problem here is you're going to get Ascendants to rotate now defensively, but they're not going to see any abilities, any players. So in my mind, if you're Pick Me Up, you actually need to keep 1 member over towards B to throw out a couple of abilities, whether they're smokes, paint shells, doesn't make a difference, just something, because now Ascendants are able to wrap back over through. So yeah, we got a 4v5 for the side of Pick Me Up, but with 2 low health pool members, Ascendants can very well fight this back. They find the first kill.
Yep, Fizz is going to go down, but so is Akashi. Singularity is going to take out Tilo on the back end of that as well. Now it is a 2v4 retake for Ascendants. Let's see what they can get going here. Artan still basically at full HP. Gonna peek into him. Let's see. Good stuff. Gonna kill out Jelly. And Jian gonna get 2. Now it's just up to Drakios at 36 HP and gonna get taken down by that classic right click.
It is one of those things that, again, just as like a foresight thing here, when you're in a pistol round, you're trying to pull off this heavy forward push, but not commit, you're going to take a lot of damage from that. And that's indeed the case that happens for Pick Me Up. You get 2 players that are in red health, a third that has no armor and is about the half HP. And because they try to pull off this fake, but don't actually commit to somebody to throw more abilities to B, Ascendants are sitting there and they're like, well, okay, no one's actually here. We'll go ahead and wrap 1 player back. We're healthier than you. The Frenzies and the Classics are enough to get the job done. So Ascendants will be able to pop back into this round that they really had no business winning if it was executed correctly. So now they have a weapon advantage, and Pick Me Up are going to see this 8-5 and very well could be looking at an 8-6 if they can't find some early kills.
Hasby going to try to peek Tilo, but he's going to get paranoid, but going to get traded anyways. Artan going to kill onto Jelly as well. Let's see what mayhem he can wreck on sight. Alvin is going to be behind them as well. Not going to be stuck in lamps. Singularity actually going to get a kill onto Alvinus. That is a 2v3, very doable. They do have a Sheriff and a Spectre now, but going to get cleaned by Jian in lamps with that frenzy, just like last round.
Yeah, stop me if you've seen this movie before, but that double peek coming through lamps was almost the exact same situation. 2 low health full members. And even though the weapons are picked up, it's just not enough health to fight up against the pistol play that came through for Ascendant. So now it is a 6-8. And Ascendant's defense is looking strong, but Pick Me Up will be able to purchase going into this third round. And this is what I was wondering about when we saw Alvinus pick the Jet. Would that lead towards an early operator play? He purchased it initially, but then second guesses and goes back to the Vandal instead.
Yeah, with the way that they structured their econ, they made sure that essentially he got a ghost that was saved from the last round, so he didn't have to buy on their bonus round. And so it made life a lot easier for him to save up for that, but he was like, I don't want to commit to it without armor completely, so he decided to, he decides against it and just goes for the trusty rifle instead and not the high risk, high reward operator. And we got Gian with a nice cam to spot out any pushes quite yet. And there's an owl drone gonna sneak out. That's just going to find the people in Octagon. They're not going to find the people in Hookah quite yet, though. So this is going to be scary for them. Let's see how this
They earned the Hunter's Fury. Yeah, that's the big thing. You get that orb at B long, you get the Hunter's Fury, you're using this to flush out members over towards Elbow, but you don't come away with the eliminations. Oh, the Cyber Cage play that came through was so crucial. That was enough to block line of sight, and now Pick Me Up cannot actually commit to going to B. Two players will take the long teleporter over to A, but the spike will wrap through mid, and Ascendants are going to be here with only 38 seconds to play. They're going to trust that one player over towards B is enough, and they're going to triple stack over to the site. Is able to find first blood. Alvinus a little windy, but is able to correct his shots for the first kill. Now a 2v2, and Drakius, he's going to have the time to play for the spike plant, but he's going to back away and instead go for B. Last second rotation, but this is going to be a 1v2 for him.
Let's see, going to take it again. Let's see. There's going to be the arrow off the bat, actually, for the retake. Not even going to wait for it. Actually, not going to see Drakios. Okay, good stuff.
Not a fan of the play for Pick Me Up, and I'll tell you why. It's one of those things that your raised player is stuck in baths. They cannot teleport with you. So you taking the teleport over to B essentially means that both of you are in 1v2s. And maybe ideally you can get a 1v1 kill and that turns it into a 1v1, but what actually occurred that time through was the fact that Haz was stuck. They isolate that kill, they rotate, they find the other one just with numbers, and yeah, I think the right play there for Drakius is just stick the rock down on A when you have the chance to.
Yeah, and then at the same time, Haz, when Drakios did try to plant, Haz ended up throwing a paint shells right at him, so it was a little bit unfortunate.
Just missed the boxes a little bit. I think he meant to throw it over the top, and it just kind of clipped it.
Yeah, so definitely delayed that plant by a decent margin, but Ascendants are bringing it back. So let's see if they can keep it going. Hasby with the Sheriff with the save round for Pick Me Up. Let's see what ends up happening here. Paint Shell is going to go long all the way into CT. And the full rotate with the TP. Except for
you're going to hold Haz here. Yeah, it's Haz and Jelly that's staying nearby, but on a pistol round, you're not going to be able to bait the defense and Ascendants. This is the right call. Defensively, you flush out any members that are still sitting there. Sure, you risk the maybe opportunity to fall and give over a weapon, but this is a really good intel gather here. Recon Bolt will also further scout this play out, and Ascendants are in a really good position to lock up and tie this game up 8-8.
Yep, they try to do the bait and switch, but not quite able to do it. Alvinus by himself in Hookah, but not able to get anything going. Not going to get one. Oh, actually going to end up getting one. Going to tailwind out. Oh, and going to clean up Fizzy on the back end of it all. Let's see. And going to get a 4-piece onto Drakios with 2 HP and a dream.
That's one of those situations that you're sitting there like, oh no, oh no, tailwind away, oh no! You find yourself in the middle of all of Pick Me Up's offense, but the response from Alvinus, absolutely incredible. And now 8-8 will be the tally. Full purchase will come through though for Pick Me Up. They've got a Showstopper and a From the Shadows to play with. So hopefully they can find a way to get another first blood to get them on the right foot here to maybe turn this economy around a little bit.
Yeah, Fizzy was not expecting a jet to fly out of Hookah behind him. Ooh, and Alvinus gonna get a nice kill off the bat. Feeled himself after that play. So gonna go for the early peek and tailwind out. So this looks like another B default for them.
Taz, for me, if I'm Alvin, like, and we're in comms together, I'm just going there into that peek from Hook and saying, heat check, and then just seeing if you can get that opening headshot, and it comes through. Tillo's going to try to bait for the teleporter shrouded step bait play, but Haz is aware of this potentially coming through. And yeah, he's even going to mark to make sure his teammates are aware of it as well. And Tillo, I don't know if he accidentally missed the shrouded step or what, but he feels a little bit stuck right now, and he's going to have to sit here for the rest of the round until his execute for pick me up comes through.
He actually used From the Shadows to get into it. And I think he was trying to do it early enough so that no one heard him, but Hasby actually heard him through the teleporter wall. So so you don't actually hear the TP noise if you TP into the thing. But Showstopper actually going to come out, and Artan and Teal are going to go down really early, and Alvin is going to be looking the wrong way as well. So now it is just 2 left for Ascendance. Jelly going to be stuck in Hookah, and Akashi going to go down as well.
Yeah, you still play for this 1v4. You've got more than enough credits, and Pick Me Up is still hurting a little bit, so you want to make this as punishing as possible. So it's a tough ask for GN, but it is one that he's going to want to give a go. Maybe not. It's definitely a round that, again, I mean, I am an advocate of just go for it, dude. Make the PogChamp play. There's no reason not to, but it looks like he's not finding the favor off the time, and you at least need to be playing for exits here if you're GN Sanity. You need to do what you can to keep picking up his economy at bay, but he's going to actually just play this one really safe into the chest, and I think that's just a little bit too passive because everyone is more than okay to purchase in this next round for Ascendant's defense.
Yeah, I think he was just scared of getting hunted immediately, so he didn't want to get overwhelmed, but I definitely see, I think, looking for exits or just looking in general to try to get a kill or two on the back end of that, but it was a little scary peeking into an already set up, what's it called, post plant. So it was a little bit hard because especially B is really scary once that crossfire is set up.
It's just, yeah, again, it's for me, you just have to go for that, or at least play for exits at worst.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Something that they can look back on and realize the folly of the potential missed opportunity. But regardless, we'll still have a full buy round coming in here to round number 18. Operator in the mix again for Alvin. Actually, this is the first time this map, I should say, for Alvin. And he's going to try to play this for Heaven initially, but look at the play coming through B-Long as well. Has lucky to be alive, finds the first kill. Akashi, though, is able to immediately punish. There's more contestants nearby. Clear comes through, and Akashi does well to find a second. Tillo good for another, but at the end of the day, it's even trades. We've got a 2v2.
Yep, but the main thing is that Empress did get shut down immediately. He killed the correct person he needed to kill there. So definitely able to get the headshot on the correct person. Now they're going to be moving towards A, so you have to play 1-and-1. Alvin with this operator still in Heaven. It's going to be very scary to peek without smokes. He does see the camera, and going to have to remove the dart and the other dart. Going to come down, but let's see. He's going to Blade Storm off and see if he can find him.
Only hits 2 of the 3 knives. Shock Dart beautifully placed. Alvin is down to 4 HP, but similarly so is Singularity. So it's really going to be the battle between what you have on a G Insanity, and then on the opposite side, what you have from Jelly. It's a Spy v Spy battle. Gian's good for the first. Nope, that's going to come through. Can he get the kill in time? Yes, he does, but does get tagged up a touch. Alvinus, only with a couple of knives, is going to have to trust to get this to halfway. Jelly's going quickly. There's the pull-off. The quick scope was there, but Jelly able to win the battle, and now 10-8 picked me up in a good spot.
Yep, Alvin going to whiff the shot, and not even actually pick up the operator either. So, yeah, you don't have, you're on attacking. You don't have the jet to be able to pull it off. So,
I don't think I've seen an attacking operator on binds since like beta tournaments. Like it's just been such a long time.
Yeah, definitely. But good stuff from that. Good stuff from Jelly to clean that one up. Playing it, right around the neural theft, making sure he pushes it and doesn't get caught out by a wall spray or anything. So initial
really
A default just gonna immediately execute onto it. Alvin gonna get a pick onto Jelly, but gonna get taken down by Fizzy.
I'm not sure if I can count anymore on even 2 hands how many times we've seen our Jets tailwind into walls. He doesn't quite get into lamps or into bath that time, and with that, the spike planted, it's a 3v4, make it a 3v3. This is the right call for Artan with the Empress. This is a pivotal round. Really well-placed Hunter's Fury coming right across Main Street. Fizzy's waiting for an opportunity to go, and I'm a bit surprised he didn't try to go right then when the Hunter's Fury was providing distraction. So Ascendant's get a second life at this retake, but hard-pressed to find any kills thus far. They have to start making good on that now. Singularity good for the first kill. Fizzy spamming to the dark cover. Might not even be required. No, it will not be. Singularity finds all three, and now pick me up on 11. You might as well call it 12, because Ascendants are going to have to save.
Yeah, definitely. I think saving here for match point's the way to go. Which does not look like what they're doing. I see 2 rifles on the other side already. Yeah, it looks like they're going to be forcing, and they don't even have the Blade Storm to back up Alvin here.
Yeah,
so this is going to be really scary. Oh, just sitting at 2,800 too. So close to getting that rifle. Not quite enough. But
I get it. You know, if you're playing for the W, you force buy here, but getting 4 rounds in a row is not unheard of, especially defensively on Vine when you've got a lot of ultimates that are going to be coming up. So I think either option is okay. I think a lot of the top tier teams would say just save, play for ultimate orbs this time around, and then be down 4 rounds, but try to send it to OT. But they're going to play for the W. And with that, they will also lose their first member. So now for Ascendants, it's a 4v5 the rest of the way on weakened armor, weakened utility, and a pretty weak arsenal overall.
yeah, they are able to pick up Artan's gun again, though, so not too bad. Akashi gonna get a kill, but Teal gonna go down at the end of it all. Alvin gonna get taken out by Jelly as well. Oh no. Akashi's still up, though, but Jian only with a classic running around, seeing if he can get a right-click kill onto Jelly, just chilling in bads. Jian actually gonna end up getting a kill. Akashi just
wait a second.
Oh.
Gonna find the first, not get the second. Yeah, it's at some point in time. I mean, Valorant at the end of the day, you know, you can be as good as ever individually with all of your abilities and your character's kit, but you have to play for double chows and you have to play for 2v1s. And in that instance over 2 baths, you just have to double peek that. You had to at least play for the trade, and it's just a little bit too slow, and pick me up, take advantage, and now 1 round away from sending us to a best of 3 map 3.
Yep, and Alvinus with the operator, no armor, going all in to see if he can pull this back. Let's see what they can do after this. No one's gonna peek him. Just gonna get the boom bot out and move on.
He's required to find at least a pick.
Yeah.
Required with this operator to find a pick.
Yep, he's gonna jiggle peek it so he doesn't get immediately tapped, but Alvin is gonna move back. I'm gonna be watching Hookah off the bat. Let's see.
There's the chance.
There's one.
Yes, he's good! Unreal. That's gonna stall this hit for pick me up considerably. You don't double peek this though. If you pick me up, just you don't peek. Don't peek. Do not peek this. Fizzy's on site though, and as he's trying to spam through the walls, nothing's gonna connect, and it's gonna be on to what can you find off the side. G-Insanity getting spammed from multiple members leads things to a 4v4. The operator shots coming through, not gonna be good from the shadows, able to scout out where the defense is positioned behind this play. And how about the post plant setup for picking up? They are going to back away in a 3v4 and just solo play this through B long. And Artan, going through Hookah, he's going to be able to conceal this completely. And now everybody from Ascendants know where this post plant setup is.
Yep, and Ascendants do have the dark cover coming out. Jelly going to get taken down by Artan immediately. Till going to get a kill as well. So this is going to be a hard push. And they are going to run right into each other. And that's going to be a right click from Tilo to close it out.
Okay, so now we have to evaluate the economies that are coming through. This will be another comfortable round for Pick Me Up, and likely one more after it. But if that gets to 12 to 11, to either win the game or go to overtime, if Pick Me Up lose these next 2, they're going to be in trouble economically. They may have to make a decision here if they lose this round to potentially save on 12-10. Just so they've got 2 chances to try to win the game before it goes to OT. A tough call to make, but the economy is in a weird spot. And Alvin is trying to get aggressive once more through Hookah. This time, not going to find any angles to peek.
Yeah, well, they still have a rifle round right now, so let's see what they can get done with it, because they also have the showstopper. The showstopper going to clear lots of space all the way into lamps, and Artang going to get taken down by Fizzy, going to be flanking from the other side with the Lear.
Spike planted.
So now they have the post plant set up. They got everything covered. Alvinus going to be peeking with this operator, but no one's going to peek it quite yet.
Oh. He needed to find that pick. Insanity with the Bulldog, only able to get one as a 2v4. Shock darts for Singularity are good. Fizzy on the crossfire better. And it's just down to a 1v4. Insanity 30 HP. And he won't get an opportunity for even the first. Pick me up when this one 13-9 in response. And we will still go to map number 3 to determine who is your champion here on this Giving Tuesday live stream.
Yeah, definitely. I'm happy that, got 2 3-game series. I'm hype and ready for it. So, again, it will be either Split or Haven for this map. So, Split, again, 2 sites, very difficult to attack on, has lots of, kind of more awkward angles. Once you get mid, you can kind of maneuver around a lot. It becomes very ambiguous where you can go. There's a lot of baiting and switching where it comes to if you end up getting mid. But then you have Haven on the other hand, which is 3 sites, very hard to defend on, and can, once one person gets taken out, can become quite the thin spread when, you're defending.
I'm hearing Haven, and I would have put the farm on Haven, considering the fact that both of our duelist mains, when it comes down to both these teams, have been very successful with the Jet Operator combination, something that you rarely, if ever, see at all on a map like Split. So I felt like that'd be the preference, and it is indeed going to be the case. So with that in mind, I'm just kind of wondering at this point if it's just going to be based on who gets more operator kills, because that was almost a deciding factor in map number 1, and that's going to definitely come into play here for map number 3.
Yeah, and Ascent is a map that if you move around that operator piece on defense side properly, it can annihilate some offenses because, you have so many different options to go everywhere, especially with Jet as well, where she has the added verticality as well on each of those sites, basically. It can become a very tedious process trying to figure out where that operator is, and it can get out of hand very fast. So I do want to see which side or which team picks which side as well to start off on, because that can also be who has the momentum later on in the game.
Yeah, and very often, again, defense is the traditional pickup, I think, when you have side choice. But when it comes down to Haven, like you mentioned, because there are 3 spike sites instead of the traditional 2, offense does have a little bit of an opportunity to take advantage of the wider map. But again, why we're here, that's, of course, what's most important about this, as we're, of course, doing this a lot for fun, although there is a prize pool on top of this grand finals of $1,000. Giving Tuesday is what we're here for, in support and in benefit of the Phoenix Children's Hospital. As, again, in this trying time, the last place any family wants to be is with their kid in the hospital, and you can make that life just a touch easier by helping donate today. All of those proceeds going towards the hospital themselves and all the support facilities that go into making sure families stay as comfortable as possible in trying times. I know for this year as a whole, a lot of people are in trying times of their own financially, but anything you might be able to afford would be extremely well appreciated. $5,000 is at least our goal here for this stream, as if we can hit that, it'll be doubled up thanks to our presenting sponsor of Raising Cane's. All donations up to $5,000 will be matched. So a big thanks out to our friends from Raising Cane's for helping put that together as well.
Yeah, definitely extremely generous from them to be helping us out like that. And, we've seen it, a lot, especially in the videos that we've shown, just great care from top to bottom, all the way from doctors to nurses to the support staff. They just do such a good job with all of their kids and with the families of them, especially because, especially when someone's going through, a child's going through something like that, it's hard on not only the child themselves, but also the families attached to them.
Yeah.
So it can be very difficult times. So if possible, see if you can donate. If not, no problem. Everyone is in trying times, especially due to the pandemic. So, but we are here for Valorant, and we are here for map 3 of this best of 3.
You've gotten a workout today here, Taz. You had a long best of 3 for League. We've got ourselves a really competitive best of 3 here for Valorant. I was happy to get my lungs a chance to kind of expand a touch by doing the cast here with you, but you better get some tea and honey tonight, my friend, or else your post is going to be feeling it tomorrow. You've had a long one here, my man.
I'll be fine. I casted I think I casted 14 hours at one point like a month ago for my university tournament. It was a tough day, but lots of tea and lots of honey, and I made it through the day. It was fine.
You definitely start to feel those the next day. I've been there, done that myself, so I'm hoping that your throat feels all right after this one. But with Haven in mind, again, we've kind of broken down the map, at least in small. It's just going to be really interesting because we've seen a lot of teams at the highest level kind of, again, change up the traditional meta that we've seen from agent compositions overall. Sova is one character that has been in a lot of people's minds necessary, but a lot of the top teams are saying it's actually more of a crutch than is actually required. Try to play for triple duelists instead. Now, I'm not going to sit there and say that teams like TSM and Cloud9 are going to be represented as far as their play styles here in this particular match, but the conversation existing has allowed a lot of teams to really kind of, again, second guess what exactly they're bringing to the table. I would expect, though, Jett, Omen, probably Reyna or Phoenix, depending on what you prefer. Those will be the core 3. And then really your choice between Cypher and Killjoy. And then if you're going to throw a third duelist into the mix, maybe a Raze, or probably, I think we're likely going to see mostly just the Sova being stuck on too.
Yeah, and a lot of people kind of want the on this map especially, it can get kind of crazy where it just post plants end up just being you spraying through smokes. So a lot of times people prefer the Phoenix or something like that to kind of throw that molly in there and guaranteed, like, I know I'm doing damage over all of that area. So, you know, it is definitely, it makes sense for the triple duelist setup that, you know, TSM and Cloud9 have been running. And the Sova has good spots on this map, but it can be very it can also be very difficult, especially because there are some very awkward spots that you have to know on this map because it's a 3-site setup. All of the like routes to each of the sites as well are very like condensed. So if you actually know a lot of the spots with Sova and you find let's say just like a recon dart into a like a place that they don't expect it, you can get a lot of kills with like an Ares or an Odin into some really weird, like some real funky spots on this map. That is one thing that I loved watching when this map, or like when this game first got released. People finding some very interesting wallbang spots on Haven.
Yeah, the Sinatra strats. Just find a way to get those LMGs into play, it feels like. And yeah, it's an interesting conversation point, I think, with the amount of walls that you can actually find bullet penetration with. But with that in mind as well, I think it's important to note and get the expectation that even though there are 3 spike sites as we're getting ready to go into game, you'll notice very quickly that B right in the middle is actually a little bit more isolated than you might think. With how you have to hit the B site, you're going to be running right down that mid-courtyard, and with that, it becomes a little bit easier for the defense to get there and help surround for a retake. So very often, we see teams try to go there for a quick plant setups when they've got to run there on an eco round, for instance, to try to get that spike down, see if you can play for your abilities to hold it off. But very regularly, the spike will go either to C or to A, and it looks like for Pick Me Up here off the rip, they're looking to maybe make an initial push over to C.
Waiting for the recon dart, but it actually ending up in a different place than they expected. Beautiful flash from Artan to be able to, ooh, almost push them off site, but not quite. Singularity living on site with just a tiny bit of HP, gonna get taken down by Akashi with the beautiful shock dart. Now they are going to get a plant. Gian is gonna be, ooh, the double take not quite good enough to take him down though. Akashi stuck on the default position, able to move a little bit now. It is a 2v3 for this retake. Hasbi gonna actually take it down, Gian. Let's see.
This is actually really important. There was a trap wire that scouted out Jelly on the flank initially, so he's actually gonna be here. And initially Pick Me Up were considerate of that long flank. Good shots coming through for Hasbi. He connects the head at long range and then takes out Akashi up close. And then Hasbi, through the cloud burst, confirms the 3rd kill at Ascendance. They're able to find the retake and get the defuse.
As I said, sometimes this map just becomes, can you spray through a smoke? Because it is very difficult to, or it's very easy to kind of just set up a certain place with, all right, here's a smoke, and on the other side is the spike. We just gotta pray that we hit someone. And now we have the Marshal coming out again for these anti-eco kills. Let's see what Haz can do on this map.
Yeah, spam and pray that you hit somebody sounds like my ranked games when I play Valorant. I'm not even gonna lie. Whether there's smoke in the way or not, it just kind of feels like how I play the game right now. But with that all, again, giggles aside, it comes down to pick me up with the spike plant. They will not go into a force buy. There were a number of kills. Maybe you could have considered it, but at least be pistol upgrades. Artan, curveball coming through. He actually second guesses where Fizzy's position was, and on the fadeaway, Fizzy finds the kill. Tilla will connect the paranoia, but there's not a follow-up behind this, so a little bit of a wasted key ability coming out. The defense holding extremely strong. Hasby for another 2. And as expected, Ascendants do take the following anti-eco round.
Yep, definitely. Hasby gonna get more mileage out of the Ghost there than the actual Marshal itself. But definitely good stuff from them. Yeah, Artan also picking up the Phoenix rather than the Reyna on this map. I guess not feeling his performance on Bind and opting for the more guaranteed, I guess, team reliability that Phoenix can give you with those flashes. Sometimes are just insane when paired with the dark cover from Omen, as well as that run it back ultimate, which just gives him a second life and allows for so much utility.
Well, the defense getting aggressive. Will go back over through C. They're going to keep Jelly there just to stay safe. Make sure no one's pushing through on a secondary challenge. But it's going to be pick me up that are going to make the wrong rotation. Yeah, Hasby is going to find one lurking. And that will be numbers, but the spike will come down without contest.
And the double updraft, not going to connect. But yeah, Artan gonna get caught out real fast. Yep. Sees the dark covers fly right past his head, so he knows exactly it's coming.
Interestingly enough, GInsanity's not going to hold this position. He wants to help from the front because the Ascendants have walked right onto the side. Akashi good for a double. SB still with the Ghost, not going to find the kills. It's just down the 1, and Jelly will find the final 2. Ascendants off of just a gut check retake from the front, get in, maybe arguably too easily, and pick me up or down big early.
Yeah, Akashi almost coming out clutch there with a 3K, almost a 4th. Definitely doing massive work there, but not quite able to close it out. And as well, Ascendants did actually end up picking attack because they were the ones who lost last map. So they did pick the attacking side for this map first, and they are not able to get any traction off the bat. So it is quite scary for them.
Well, it's going to be another save round here for Pick Me Up. They do have 100 Fury to play with if things do start to go their way for a potential plant. But this is one of those rounds that you often see teams just go for a B-designed play. And Tillo's going to try to scout things out, see what's there. Good flash coming through. Artan, you need to play for this rifle there, my bud. And he will move through to make sure he picks up the Vandal. And now it's a 5v4 with an extra weapon salvage here for Pick Me Up on the what would be a thrifty round.
Yeah, but they're actually going to move back, it seems like, and not actually go for the B plant. They're just trying to go for a quick bait, but...
You still commit to this with the 100 Fury, I think.
Yeah, you still have the wall up as well, but there goes the... a little unfortunate.
Okay, B hit 101. You've got an Omen. He's got smokes. You use those to get in. You don't use your hot hands, which you're trusting for your post plant secure. That's just another one of those small mistakes. And with that, Pick Me Up can no longer go over to B. They'll start to make the play over to A, which currently is free outside of a trap wire, which will delay Tillo for a second. But GInsanity making his way on, and it will be enough for Akashi to get the plant. Jelly up top. Is it an okay spot? If he can get a spy cam to start reading some information, it would be incredible. He's going to make that play happen as soon as his teammates are ready to go. And as it comes out, it will instantly be deleted. Hasby coming around the corner. GInsanity able to read him off of his spy cam on the post plant setup. Good for a one tap. Second shot's coming through, but Ascendants with the superior weaponry win the battles, and they will get their 4th round.
Yep, definitely. I think we have the name switch. Pick Me Up actually going to end up winning that 4th round for themselves, but...
Oh, true.
By the end of it, yeah, the big firepower difference. Just made such a big difference there. They're defending with sheriffs and a single rifle, so it's quite hard to spray, the person who is jumping out of heaven there. But let's see what can get going here. Now they do have a rifle round coming up. Hasby is on this operator though. So let's see, can he get a kill off the bat? Oh, gonna get flashed and almost taken down, but Hasby gonna take down R10 at the end of it actually.
Recon Bolt will make everyone aware of Hasby's position, but with a 4v3 and ultimates to play with and their advantage, a really good look for the defense here. Aldrin will scout things out mid-map, nothing to find, as there's plenty of time to still work with here if you're Tillo and especially Akashi with this spike. It just comes down to what's the play call going to be and what do you use to commit to this play call. They do have a trap wire that's securing both A long and C long, so this will likely be a hit to see here with under 60 to play.
Yep, and we got Tillo slow walking all the way up onto site. Let's see if anyone spots him. He walks right past the random, but he might get peeked. Singularity gonna get taken down immediately. The Emperor's gonna come out from Fizzy though. I'm liking how this is gonna go though. This is 3v3 now. And we do have 1 on site and 2 long. Let's see if Fizzy still is careful, even though he heard people long. Hasby gonna end up peeking into Tillo and taking him out.
Yeah, this is all, again, a C-long setup for the post-plant. G-Insanity, Trigger Discipline, Hunter's Fury gonna come through simultaneously. That's good for 2 kills, and G-Insanity, he'll pick up the 3rd just by sitting behind literally a day 1 spot that you have to clear if you're picking up.
Yeah, they just, they checked it lazily, so then they got punished for it. Like, you saw, who was it? You saw Jelly look at it, and then look immediately back and was just like, nah, he's not there, and then just ends up getting peeked from there and dying. So it was a little unfortunate. Didn't peek quite deep enough to check if he was there. Hasby gonna have to rebuy the operator, and now he's on A long. Let's see if he can get an opening pick, but no one's gonna peek him off the bat. It's just gonna be a cyber cage in his face. Not quite able to find anything.
He can still hold this angle, though. He's got help with Jelly playing from sewers. So he can sit here comfortably knowing that no one can wrap behind him, at least for the moment. So this will be potential first blood for pick-me-up if someone comes this direction. But for the Ascendants, they're in a spot right now to where they have very limited to no interest whatsoever of going A. But with a couple of spam shots in this Cloudburst, Hasby's going to hold this angle a little while longer, and Jelly will not even really rotate too far out. Ascendant's a little bit undetermined as far as where they want to go, and now there's an opportunity. Second Cloudburst coming through. Hasby's going to play this passively, knowing he's got an opening behind him, and it's really just down to this trap wire to find information, as now Jelly will make his way back onto site. Nice shot.
Akashi gonna get caught looking the other way to try to clear the close corner, but Hasby gonna get taken down by Alvinus off the bat to run it back, gonna get onto site for free. Let's see if he can find any picks with it. Almost gonna find the Hunter's Fury, but not quite enough. Alvinus gonna get not quite tagged by the Hunter's Fury. Not gonna find any mileage other than there's the spy cam dart, and the spike was not planted actually.
No, it backed out completely. Yeah, never committed to getting the spike onto site, so this is going to be a free plant, and as the exit comes through, Jelly finds the kill, Neural Theft comes out, and now a 2v4, and it's another one of those situations where I just think you planted A right there. You're leaving your jet by themselves for an extended period of time. It's the second time Hasby's in that position. Singularity, good for 1 kill, good for a second. Coming right into the dirt cover, and it looked like Artan was flashed up a touch with the paranoia that came through for the retake, and Pick Me Up will go up 5-1.
Yeah, definitely great paranoia to make sure that he was not able to do anything, and now they are going to wait for this just to go grab the operator on the other side of the map. And there it is. Beautiful skin.
Beautiful skin. Sometimes you got to shop for skins when you've got that much time to play with.
Definitely.
That's really all it is, man. You just got to upgrade from Gucci to Versace when you're playing with your Vandals and Phantoms. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Just sometimes some people like the sound or the cues of different guns, because like that's why a lot of people don't use the the dragon one. I can't remember. Elder Flame. No,
yeah. When the Elder Flame came out, I picked a couple off the ground, and my spray was just not even there. It just like it didn't exist. I had the hardest time tracking down where my spray was going with the Elder Flame.
Yeah, it has some interesting. Not only Alvin is not actually quite gonna get the kill onto Raz. Gonna be aggressively peeking all the way out and just not gonna find anything. But Alvin is down to 50 HP after all of the bullet spam. Singularity actually gonna take down Alvinus with a spray.
That's through those C garage doors as well. This is just an engagement pushing right on through this. And that's a lot of ammunition spent for both sides, really. Ascendants are looking to maybe make this execute happen onto B. Tilla with the spike was considering, but he'll back down. And instead, they want to try to play the clear C garage. This is going to cost them their paranoia. Curveballs could still be here. Hasby will be tagged up by that paranoia and will be forced to back away. Artan needing to self-sustain will use the hot hands and the blaze wall. Singularity! Spamming through the bottom side of C window. Gets way more than you ever could imagine. And it's down to GN for a 1v3. Knows the players nearby, but Fizzy ducks underneath the shots and picked me up secure their 6th round.
Yeah, that was looking a little scary for a second by Jin, but you know, able to clean that up. They were just all on completely separate parts, and Jin was just like, I'm surrounded and I know it because of the neural theft. So he had to isolate those into 1v1s, but not quite able to get the first 1v1 kill. And is a partial buy. They do have a Blade Storm and a light buy from Tilo though.
Yeah, this is a fine decision, I think. Again, we talked about how this map... The trend generally is that you feel the offense at the competitive level is better, and that's one heck of a read for Hasby. The double updraft Bladestorm play from Alvin is immediately shut down. And that means that the biggest kill potential for Ascendance is now off the table when it comes to immediate kills.
Yep, but
The
they
Vandal
are going to
for
go
Artan pushing forward. He's going to be where the spike goes down. Hunter's Fury's going to come out, but the spike still gets planted.
Tilo tries to duck onto the Hunter's Fury, but still going to get clipped by it. Is going to be clearing GN, gets a kill onto Drakios. Hasby pulls out the Blade Storm. Artan gets taken down on sight. GN is going to find Fizzy on the flank. Now it's just going to be... Ooh! Hasby going to get taken down as well. Someone is sticking on the bomb, though. Not quite going to get stuck. Woo! GN with the ace at the end of it.
Got a little tight there near the end. But GN Sanity finding some Bless RNG through the Cyber Cage and the smokes is able to then clean up the finals for 5. All 5 in the round, and now Ascendants are starting to really build some momentum. Yeah, it was essentially a force buy in the round previous, so you have an instance here where you're still not really as comfortable as you might want because you have a Bulldog for Artan, which, to be fair, if he really needs to trade that out with someone with the Vandal, because he's going to have to run it back if they can find an ultimate orb. But for Pick Me Up, they are not comfortable at all. They're going to go into a full save.
Yep, and they are going to be pushing hard up this A long, but just going to get stopped short immediately by that Cyber Cage. Lear going to come out and find Artan immediately, but Paranoia going to hit its mark, and Akashi going to find 2-1 through the smoke. And they have full control of C now. Drakios going to be flanking. Is very wary, but is just going to be running it.
He's tromping around like an elephant on this flank. There's no way he doesn't fall, and that is the kill to come through. Hasby, Jelly, 2v5. Ooh. Shot nearly there. Follow up a challenge coming out. Not going to be there either. And now again, a small micro thing, but no one has to drop a weapon, but someone needs to trade weapons with Artan, because now he's got to run it back, and you really don't want to be using that with a Bulldog, and you do really want to use the run it back this round while you're still down 3 rounds.
Yeah, because I don't know, run it back just provides a bunch of information, and if it gets a kill, you're just happy after that. Like, one
Absolutely.
kill is just amazing, and then anything after that's just extra credit. And so just kind of pulling people over there, especially if you're able to get a kill, can be really scary. Hasby is actually going to be pushing this, while Alvin's going to be holding it, and he's going to win out in the duel of operators. Going to be holding if anyone else ends up coming, though. Not quite going to have to do anything. It is a B push, and Dracio's going to try to get a YOLO jump down spray, and Alvin is going to find Fizzy. Going to use the Shrouded Step to get away. Not quite going to find him, though. There he ends up getting it in the end of it, and Spycam going to find where Jelly is by the end of it, and Gian going to clean it up with a flawless round.
2 in a row. It's 2 flawless rounds back to back. Late surge, trying to get Ascendants to tie this half up 6-6.
And that was a gun round as well.
Yeah, it was. I was say you're gonna feel pretty darn good about what you have available for you. It's one of those things that, again, a gun round there in round 10 when you're still on a comeback effort offensively, that's a round where you're okay pulling the trigger on as many ultimates as you need to get a win. They don't really have to use much of anything, though, here at Taz Dragon. So now you're in a position to where you've got an economical advantage, you have an ultimate advantage, and Pick Me Up are in a position to where they really need to find a way to get some value and force a couple of repurchases out, because 2 flawlesses in a row, not great.
There's a hard push through mid, though. Oh, Jin! Ooh! The crispy one-tap for 3 for Giansanity. And he's just like, no, I know what you guys are trying to do. I'm not getting eco-fragged. And the Paranoia gonna hit both of them. Let's see if Tilo can get anything going. Singular gonna take him down, though, at 19 HP. Picks up the Vandal. And Akashi just gonna spray him to the wall. Whew!
That is one of the more incredible displays of kills I think I've seen in some time. That's an impressive moment without question for Gian.
2 bullets in the chamber and just one-taps him.
one tap, dude. That's insane. But I can't go on without talking about the fact that Artan just completely wasted his run it back.
Yeah, there are always positives and there are always negatives.
Have to say it.
But Hasby back with this operator. It is the last round of the half. Gonna buy it down. Alvinus gonna be peeking as well. Let's see what will end up happening here. Singularity gonna be using his Alodrone. Both of them gonna see and pass each other. R10 gonna be pushing up, clearing the mid tripwire. And B is gonna be left wide open for now, with 2 just watching from the right side.
7-5 versus 6-6 is a very different story to be told depending on which comes through. 7 on defense is not bad, but coming back into a 6-6 offensively for Ascendants would be relatively incredible, to be fair. And Akashi's going to get this spike down for free. The post-plant setup is going to be strong as they're contesting all the way through C garage doors. And a very early Hunter's Fury will try to, again, find players rotating from B to C, and it's good for another elimination. 4v3, defensive Hunter's Fury coming out, Singularity hoping to connect into anybody, but misses completely. And with that, another kill comes through for Gian, and it looks like 6-6 is on the cards, and it will be an even half as we go into the second.
Another kill with the last bullet, barely making it. That just like, that scared me so badly. I was like, he only has 3 bullets right now. Is he gonna be able to get this kill? And I saw a spray happen, and I got scared.
Are you doubling A? It's okay.
But definitely, let's see.
Wrong tab, brother.
Let's see what can end up happening here now that the sides are switched and we are tied up 6-6.
Yeah, down 6-1 to tie things up 6-6. Yeah, you're feeling pretty good about that, I think, if you're on the offense there. So the one thing that we have to keep in mind is the fact that the operator did come out, but didn't find nearly as much value as we were maybe expecting after watching Ascent come to be from our first map here. Again, this is our 3rd map of a best of 3 for this Extra Life tournament here in benefit of the Phoenix Children's Hospital. But as we get ready for the second half, again, I haven't been overly impressed with how the ultimates have come through as far as efficiency goes, but they have been used at the appropriate times, which is good news, I think, as far as understanding the core mechanics of the game, with maybe except Artan. I think he's got to maybe go to the lab there a little bit on Empress and running backs. But that all said, I think that it is impressive to see that these guys are putting up a very solid competition, not just versus one another, but they're doing so relatively appropriately to where you expect the competitive meta to be.
Yeah, definitely. I think that it'll be a little bit, these are like right below, or like, I would say like the bottom echelon of amateur teams, so it's still like...
Yeah, this is tier 3 in my mind, I think, overall. It's like they're close to like being able to compete with like your spot ups and your moon raccoons maybe, but I think they're still got some work to do. Yeah, I think I agree with you with that speculation.
But like at the same time, it's like there's not much. It's very minute things that need to be fixed for them to get there. It's like you have the skill with the with the aim and stuff like that, as we clearly saw with G in those last couple of rounds. But it's just shoring up those weaknesses with knowing correct ability usage and stuff like that. And that's something that you have to know in a game like this. It's not purely about just aiming skill like it is in a lot of other tech shooters. It is about ability usage at correct times and correct places.
Yeah, it's a lot of little things that can add up to be one big major thing, really. Alvinus getting aggressive. There's one good right click. No attempt for the trade is nobody expected that play whatsoever through the smoke. What in the world? VAC
saw the
much.
tracers.
Alvinus finds the second, dude.
Saw the tracers and just went, all right, let's just see if this hits, and got a headshot with a right click too from that distance. But let's see, Artan gonna be holding the initial garage push. Lear gonna come out, he's gonna back up immediately, and that's gonna be a hot hand, so they're gonna have to push through. It's gonna stall that. Tilo.
Use the hot hands for Artan. Drakius good for one. Alvinus still trying to play to the middle of the map as they know Ascendants are completely stacked up, but this is really good awareness overall. Alvinus is going to back away into B, which is where Pick Me Up has to take the spike now. 40 seconds to play, and they are just on a little bit of a merry-go-round as far as where they want to go. Is it B? Is it C? They'll finally commit to getting onto C. Artan is still here, though. Nice curveball comes out, but doesn't find any kills. It's Akashi for one. Singularity trying to punish, but the reloads are necessary, and Alvinus will come through for his third kill. Akashi is second, and Ascendants will put themselves up after the pistol win.
Gun here.
Akashi got stuck on what was it? On logs with no bullets, so he had to hop down, and just Akashi came in clutch, bringing up the rear through garage and able to help clean that up. And now we do have the classic anti-eco round with all the SMGs and Alvinus saving for his operator.
I will rip the light from them.
So let's
As we get into this here, Drakius again with Pick Me Up, trying to make this offense come through. SB pushing through. Alvinus able to respond though immediately. He's been really good with the pistols, and he will be once more. Shrouded Step comes out, but Tillo just essentially peeks that. There was no dark cover to block it. I mean, and that's just not a peek that you're going to find a lot of success with. Now the spike is down in B, and Akashi pinching around finds the easy kill. Yeah, so again, just as again, Ascendance is on the defense here, as the overlay on the scoreboard sometimes bugs away. Singularity has Jelly, Drakius, and Fizzy, technically the red team here on offense, so that's going to be 7 rounds in a row here for the side of Ascendants.
Yeah, they are feeling themselves at this point, but let's see if they can make it through this bonus round. Alvinus not actually going to buy, and doesn't actually have the Blade Storm either, so might end up trying to play for this orb. I think he should be able to get it after he gets this A long orb. There it is. And now, let's see what will transpire this round. They look like they're wanting to go towards C. They grab the ult orb, and they're going to... the recon dart. Just panicking and just being like, oh no, that's a person when I have my recon bolt out. But Akashi actually going to end up getting a kill on his as they get in as well. GN going to find his way into garage as well. Going to upgrade his weapon. So
that's just such a comical display. Like you can feel the panic when you say, "Oh no!" and then the arrow just like flopped its way forward. Alvinus though for 2 kills on the flank with the Blade Storm. Busy now required to grab a 1v2. He's going to be stuck. This is going to be a halfway defuse. Now the challenge, wide peak. GN's able to find the kill, and Ascendants they'll put themselves up 9-6.
Yep, great stuff from GN. He has stepped up on this map. Top fragging as a Cypher. Not the thing you see most often, but definitely, you know, just showing his raw gun skill, being able to just win out on all these gunfights with not the best utility to keep himself from dry peeking.
So as it's going to be an offensive eco here, and with a couple ultimates to play with, I just don't think you pull any of these out. This is looking like a 6-10 here early, which if this round doesn't become competitive from the offensive POV, you're going to be hard-pressed to get the eco going.
Yep,
Akashi holding close. Yeah, Dark Cover will provide him some line of sight, but the Leer is actually what's the end of him. Dizzy finds the kill. It's the weapon. But Arcane, that's a beautiful curveball, but only finds 2. And now all of a sudden with those 2 kills coming through, that's weapons to pick up at the post plant. What in the world is that from Tillo? Spams through the Dark Cover. There is a ping down, I believe, but regardless, he's looking solid. And Drakias will not be able to convert the 1v3. Now 10-6 up will be Alvinus and the Ascendants.
Yep, Alvinus knows where he is and is just going to spam through that default spot nice and easily. Good stuff so far. They are just able to keep cruising on by after that eco round and not lose too much afterwards as well. There is an operator picked up for Hasby. And, okay, nothing. No operator for Alvinus quite yet on this defense side, though. But it is 6-10, and yeah, that was a beautiful curveball from Artan. That could have been a lot more, but still, two kills off that is still beautiful.
Now 10-6, gun round coming forward, a must-win, you feel. Alvinus able to find first blood, pick me up in a bit of trouble here, losing their operator early, not great news. You really have to find value off of a Hunter's Fury or an Empress this round, you feel like, if you want to keep this game close, because not only would that be 11-6, you're probably going to have to force buy or save in the next round, and you're looking at 6-12 maybe.
Yep, you do have the Empress, which can get a lot of value, as well as the From the Shadows to kind of get onto site or information in general. But let's see, they're going to be slowly pushing into Garage. Artan going to get taken out, but Alvinus going to find 1, not going to find the second, though, off the peak. 39 for Singularity with 1 bullet away. Fizzy gonna drop his Empress, and let's see what they're gonna do with this push. He's just gonna be chilling in heaven with this camera. Jan gonna actually get 1 kill, but gonna get taken down by Fizzy at the end of it.
Still winnable. You've got a Hunter's Fury to set up your post, but the problem is the flank is starting to collapse here. And that paranoia is going to reveal everything. Everyone's hit by it. What a paranoia from Tillo. Singularity, though, good for 2. And fortunately, Alvinus was as close as he was because he finds the immediate trade. But a punishing round. So it's 11-6. But with the spike going down and the number of kills, this is going to be a force buy likely for Pick Me Up coming into the next round.
Yeah, they should actually have enough money for a decent force buy as well.
It'll be close.
Because yeah, because of the loss bonus and everything together, it should be pretty close. And Hasby could even buy for someone else and just use Blade Storm if they grab an early orb for him. So
yeah, that's actually the right play. It's a good call.
Yeah, they could just get Sea Orb and then
well,
else, but,
I mean, it's one of 2 questions, right? Like either you force buy into you full buy for somebody else that you use the Blade Storm this round, or if you lose this round, you need the Blade Storm in the round following. So I think that's probably maybe the more of the consideration of why you save it here instead of having the Blade Storm with the rifles behind. So
yeah, because if you lose
a must-win round here for Pick Me Up.
Yeah, if you lose this force, then you are definitely down. He's gonna actually jump in panic, but gonna end up still closing out the kill through the wall.
Yeah, it's a really good kill right there. Good recon bolt to come through. Hunter's Fury now going to come out. That's going to be used offensively over towards A. Nothing going to be found. Spy camp, trap wire. Good reveals here, but no kills. So things will reset. Hot hands able to come out, but it's not going to quite hit, though, is the problem. It was a touch short. But again, Alvin on the flank is good for one. That'll stall the post plant setup, and he's going to be required to find more. He takes down Fizzy. So now Artan, he's got the one at back. He's going to find himself 2 kills. A good curveball. Last member is Jelly. He'll drop in. Round 12 will be secured for Ascendance and Pick Me Up. They're not going to have a lot of economy to play with trying to make the 6th round full comeback.
Yep, and I think Artan heard you last half. He was like, "All right, I'm gonna make sure I use this to the best of my ability," and ends up almost getting a 3rd kill with getting 2 with that run it back is so good. And now we see Gene Sanity actually pulling out the Odin on the maybe the last round, and you have. You should have full buy basically from everyone. Hasby is saving a little bit because he's going to be using the Blade Storm.
Yeah, allow your Cypher to get full armor, and then you purchase him the rifle, you go full armor and do the Blade Storm. Akashi, blind, coming through with the Hunter's Fury, finds a tag onto 1 and a 2nd. The damage is good, but Tillo, he's going to fall, and Drakius somehow finds 2. This is Ascendance not really paying a lot of respect to Pick Me Up. Want to put the pressure on early, but it hasn't come through successfully for them. Has be able to find another, and we're looking at a maybe flawless attack for the potential comeback to start here.
Yep, and now it's just Gian with his Odin, and they're going to rotate all the way to A. And as Gian, I guess I don't think you go for this, but maybe
there's no need to just, I mean, yeah, you can play for exits, I think. But yeah, 400 credits, you don't want to save the Odin. You might be able to trade this out for a Vandal mid-map somewhere, but I think the playing for exits is also a realistic strategy because you do have rounds to play with, but even playing for exits, I don't think it's going to be all that valuable because Pick Me Up now have a lot of cash to play with.
Yeah, and everyone is probably just going to exit through A long since it's already been cleared by the Cypher spy cam. Yep, and they're going to make it out just fine. Gian's going to be chilling here. Might be able to find something through this wall spam, but not quite. Okay.
So the money, again, is still fine across the board here for the side of Ascendance on this defense, with the only exception being Tilla, which a teammate can purchase for him no problem. So not only is this a must-win round for Pick Me Up, obviously, but if Pick Me Up wins this, money will be a little tight for a couple of members on Ascendance. So, I mean, it's just... I'm having a hard time finding an analytical way to point out how do you get 6 rounds in a row after you had found, up until this point, no successful offenses. Kind of hard to find that realization in.
Yeah, definitely, but again, last round was just pure disrespect coming out from Ascendance, but woo! Does get the 2nd shot, actually still seeing him. Those smokes not quite covering what they need to. And he committed both smokes and still wasn't able to cover it, so a little bit unfortunate for him. Fizzy just going to push up with these Leers, but the Paranoia going to blind 2. Let's see if he can push up, and Alvin is going to trade out.
A pick's still okay, though, I think, overall for Pick Me Up. Getting the smokes off the table is going to make life a little bit more difficult for Ascendance. Oh, and Alvinus nearly finds the connection. Blade Storm. Not really sure why, but he pops it out anyways. 4v3 situation. Drakius is going to take a couple of spam shots through the doors, and with 40 seconds to play, you've got to decide what you want to do here if you're Pick Me Up.
Yep, and it is a 3v4 for them. Blade Storm's already been used.
30
no
seconds
ultimates
left.
other than from the shadows, actually, for Drakios. So if they want, they can use it to scout onto the C site. Which
and that's the right call.
Looks like that they're going to do. Gonna wait for this from the shadows to come out. Gonna immediately get killed. So, yep, and he has the spikes. He's gonna get put back, and Akashi gonna get 2, and Alvin is gonna clean up the 3rd. And good stuff from Ascendance to clean up the best of 3.
Good stuff through and through, I would say. I know it's one of those things that sometimes I come off a little bit overcritical, but I think for these teams that are learning, hopefully that provides some value as they're still learning. But again, big congratulations there, as it will be the Ascendants to wrap things up on Haven. It was two different 13-9s, one way or the other. Then the 13-7 there at the very end leads to their tournament win. And again, big congratulations for them as we're looking to wrap up the entire evening. But before we do that, I have to let you have your final words here, Taz, before we send you away.
Yeah, definitely. I think that we did it for the kids. You know, I was here the entire time for, you know, Phoenix Children's Hospital. And, you know, if you can, try to donate. You know, our good friends at Canes will be matching up to $5,000. But otherwise, go ahead and check me out on Twitter down here, and as well as check out GSU Esports, which I am the student director of now, and look out for more stuff from us in the future.
Good to see you. Good to have you there, my friend. But before we wrap up the full stream, we got one more video here for you guys to watch as we, again, try to close this out on a positive note. We're searching for $5,000. That will be matched dollar for dollar by our partners of Raising Canes. But before we step away and end the stream completely, take a look right here one more time.
Without any of you, my son wouldn't be here. Many other children wouldn't be here.
My name is Hope. I am 14.
In November of 2013, Hope was sent home from school a couple of times with a fever. We thought it would be the flu. We were waiting for all the other flu symptoms that never came. Took her to our pediatrician. He was a little worried. He had seen some meningitis in the area and that we should go to a hospital. So we were admitted in that hospital just prior to Thanksgiving. By Thursday, the morning of Thanksgiving, I became insistent that we be transferred to Phoenix Children's Hospital. And then it was the next day, that Friday night, when Hope and I were in the room, that Hope had her stroke. She was just looking at me and she looked confused. And then that look became a look of terror. And right in front of me, Hope had a massive stroke as she sat herself into bed. She was trying to speak to me. She was trying to form a word. And the words were not coming out of her mouth. Looking into your daughter's eyes and being so close, and the lights are going out, and not knowing why. And it's a terrifying journey for any parent. I don't think anybody was looking for a perfectly healthy girl with a little fever to come down with a stroke. And unfortunately, not a little stroke, but a massive stroke. Hope's stroke affected the left side of her brain and the frontal lobe. So speech and language were absolutely wiped out. They were very realistic in the hospital with us when she had her stroke. It was well within the realm of reason for them to tell us that I would never have a conversation with her ever again. And that is a proper diagnosis. But she heard it, and she began to prove them wrong. She's proven to be a fighter. She has yet to complain. She hasn't even slightly given up.
I'm in Hope. I can ride because of PCH. My
Back as Oh, here we go. Ready to go here as we try to wrap things up. And again, Hope's story was just one of many that we heard on the day. And with that in mind, you can, of course, be one of the many heroes we had today. The final tally on the day, $5,045 total raised for the Extra Life benefit of Phoenix Children's Hospital here in partnership with Giving Tuesday's live stream. An incredible job. And everyone should be able to walk away with this stream with a big old smile on your face for even being able to benefit in some way at all, whether it was a little or a lot. We thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts for being a part of the stream today. But with that all in mind, we do have to come to a conclusion. We hope that you have a very wonderful holiday through the month of December, and hopefully we'll be able to catch you guys back here soon once again. But until that point, hope you guys all out there keep pulling it down. So long.
I see the light here in the dark again. Don't wanna fight just to see a spark. Just to see a spark. When the feeling gets too much and you feel there's nothing left.